marks. Okay. So yesterday we understood what the subject is. So what are the three main areas? I want to go this way. You need to put things here. Finance accounting, management accounting, financial management. Then what those three are? We had a basic understanding. Alright? Finance, accountants, okay, there are a lot of areas. Taxation, treasury, all of it can be finally put inside this. Okay? Right. So, now today we are moving forward and we are going to understand what? What are we going to understand today? Financial statement. Engagement. Right? So, what are we going to look at? Financial statement. Is that in? Right. So we are going to look at the financial statement, and this is actually going to lead us to the next topic, which is the analysis, which is your assignment related topic. Right? So what you are going to look at here, especially for the non-accountants, will help you to understand the third topic. Okay? So for the others, for the accountants, it might be a little, bit of easy stuff, but pay attention. Okay? So let's start. Now, profit and loss account is what I told you is the first account, profit or loss account. Okay? Not profit and, it's a profit and then profit or again. Well, actually it's profit on, but either profit and loss. Profit and loss then profit or loss come on and or statement trading account trading account that's why you said not to go there. Oh, I thought you said the mommy. I think last time also we put that story here, so that we know. Okay. My thought Catilla take a give you. We can touch system again. I have it there. I'm going to curriculum. I'm very good. Never made it clear. Okay, so profit or loss is what we need to look at. But profit or loss again, the top part of the profit or loss account is actually called the first part, the top part of the profit or loss account is actually called what? Trading account. Everybody must say, the ones who joined today, whenever I expect you to say something which is there, there are a lot of technical words you will learn. Right? Trust me, it works. Right? The technical terms will get used to it. That is not the color. Okay, good. You touch system, touch system. Alright. So, trading account is the first part. Okay? And what it looks at is this. Now you see, in any business, now let's say I'm selling water, right? All over there. Now of course think of a product, service because for service this trading account is actually very irrelevant. Think of a product, any product. Product. You see, now if I'm selling water, say if I'm selling this. In my business, when I look at my expenses, there are two types of expenses. Okay? One are the ones that are very direct to what I'm doing. And the other ones are the ones that are not so direct. Okay? So first thing is, I mean, as a businessman, I should realize I must first count my direct expenses. Again, my electricity, rent, salaries, given this thing, direct. And I make now if I'm buying this at a certain price, right? Now I'm going to use local prices. Say I buy this at 20 rupees and I sell at 35 rupees. I must first count my 20 of this before I pay my rent and salaries and cleaning expenses and all of that. That the part which looks at that within the profit or loss is called the trading account. Tape pack No, I'll tell you. I'll continue because you have to print out now. May I go to the account and may I go to the other one? I have to make trading account. Let him help us out by sorting that out, but I don't want to stop. Okay? So, trading account looks at the direct expenses. So, first of all, I must cover the direct expense of this book. Then the rest of the profit and loss account looks at the other expenses. Are you with me? That's how it works. So, trading can be multi-carrier. In other words, is my trading activity profitable? Trading can be buying and selling. No. We ගන්න එක කව කරනවා අනිත් පැත්තේ. කියන එක තමයි trading account එකෙන් බලන්න. Right? So the trading account format looks something like this. Okay? It looks something like this. Okay. ඔයාලා මේ පැත්තේ එන්නත් එපා. යනකොට මේ පැත්තේ මෙන්න. වයර් එක නිකන් බලන්න ඔය කකුල වැඩි ගස්සම්. ඒකට වදින්න තියන්න එපා.
It goes after shaking or
what then? Behave. Right, okay. Hopefully it'll listen. So, the trading account, if you look at it, is essentially looking at buying and selling cash. Right. So, you start with revenue. And you minus, sorry, sales return separate. That's not very important. You may not have this. Huh? We're going to go return sales returns inwards. Come. Come on. Okay. He's already used to my humor. Okay. Great. Finally you get the remote. You're gone for a walk? All right. And another one. Right. So, revenue minus make it? Again. Listen what you're saying and say it again.
Cost of sales.
Now you understand direct cost.
Yes.
Cost of what you're selling. Got it? Now, cost of sales is not in one account, unfortunately. Now, sales, revenue is in one account. It's in the sales account. Actually, it's in two accounts. Cash sales and credit sales. But cost of sales account is not. It's a computation. Therefore, now watch out. This part is actually computing the cost of sales. Okay, now before you look at that, now look at me. Alright? Now I'm a business. I buy and I sell. We prepare a trading account or profit or loss account for a period. So that can be for a month, a quarter, half a year. You can even do it for a day. Now, banks prepare daily profit and loss. Banks for the daily profit. But normally, the shortest period we prepare is for a month, generally. So now this is also trading account for the month ended. For the month end. Now, so this is my month. Okay? Right? In the start of the month, at the end of the month. Now, the first few days of the month, what I sell, is it necessarily bought in this month or is it what is left over from the previous month? Most of the time it is what is left over. Right? So, now what are we trying to find? Again say this. Cost of sales. So during this period we sold something. During this period we sold something. We are trying to find the cost of that. Right? So the first cost of that is actually not purchased during this period, again. It's actually from the previous period. That is why opening stock, the stock 1/1/2016 when the month is January, is the opening stock. When the stock the opening stock clear? Whatever you are selling, first the cost of sales comes from what is left over from the previous month. Are you with me?
Yes.
Right. Then, okay, again look at me. Whenever I say look at me, you have to look at it. Then only you will understand. I have this habit of animating sometimes the lesson. Okay. So, opening stock comes from the previous period, and then during this period we buy. That also we sell. But everything we buy during this period is not sold because at the end of the period, again something is left over, which is taken there. So, cost of sales can be cost of sale, what we sold, not what we bought. So that's why if we sold something, you need to bring the opening stock. Same way, you have to reduce the closing stock. So it's opening stock plus purchases less closing stock. There. Why that happens? Everybody?
Yes.
Alright. So that's essentially what's happening here. Now let's look at this. Look here. Opening stock, purchases. The purchase of these returns everything can happen, may not happen. Then we have goods available for sale. That is opening stock plus net purchases. Take us. You have goods available for sale. Then you take away closing stock. That is your that is your cost of sales. Got it? So simple. Cost of sales we take it away from what? Net sales. Then you are ending up with what? Why gross? Why gross? This is a trading, this is a direct. Now you understand this. So this is why I said this part may not be very relevant for service industry because purchase on a bank. Bank may purchase stationery and various cleaning equipment, cleaning items and all that. But they purchase, they don't sell. But still they have what is called direct expenses. For them the direct expense may be the interest they pay on the deposits. Because their main activity is lending. No? To lend they must have money. From where do they get the money? From the depositors. Given interest is more like a direct expense to them. But we don't say cost of sales. In a service industry we say direct expenses. Anyway, in annual reports, this word cost of sales you will not see. You will most of the time see turnover or revenue, then straight away gross profit. My cost of sales. Are you with me? But I'm showing you how it's computed. All of this information you will not necessarily have in annual report. Some of it only is there. But since you're trying to understand how it works, I'm showing you how it actually is built up. Are you with me? So sales minus cost of sales is your gross profit. So the trading account ends with what? Gross profit. With me? Alright, brilliant. So now we go to the rest of the P&L. P oil, okay? Which is also called, what is the name? Actually, then profit or loss we use the term income statement. In annual reports, you will see income statement. And this also in some, now here they may still say profit or loss, I don't know. That because of a 2007 companies act, income statement can have, sir, P&L, right? Same thing, not to make a big issue of it, okay? This projection, you're putting in a projector or what? We didn't touch it, we didn't go there, we didn't even let our heat go there. Still it's playing up now. Okay, he will sort it out. Right, you focus. But it's okay. Whenever it's not there, you focus on that till you find it. Come on. Right. Just see, it has a mind of its own and it's reducing the color. So the rest of the P&L or the income statement looks like this. So what does it start with? Okay. I want to see all the voices. Gross profit. Wait, don't, I'm insulting you all. Every subject is not like that. Make so income statement starts with gross profit. Then you take away other income. You take away what?
Administration expenses, sales and distribution costs, financial charges.
You end up with
Net profit.
they are logical. In other words, you take away the expenses put up. You have put it into three categories. Let me explain the three categories. I'll start with selling and distribution, right? Because administration is easiest to explain last. You'll see why. Sales and distribution three types of expenses. Anything to do with selling, anything to do with marketing, okay? Anything to do with distribution. Selling, marketing and distribution expenses are called sales and distribution expenses, distribution costs, distribution expenses, okay? Are you with me? So what is there in selling and distribution? Selling, marketing and distribution. My E Q me mama කියද්දි මේ ඔළුව වණවන විතර නෙමෙයි ලියා ගන්න කියලා. ඉතින් සමහරකට ආය ඔළුව වණනකට ගත්තා. ඔළුව වණන ගමන් ලියා ගන්න. ඉතින් අලුත් වගේ. අලුත් නෑ නම මම මේවා දන්නවනේ කමක් නෑ. මොකද මේ අහුවොත් එහෙම කේස් වෙනවා ඉතින්. මේ වහන්නේ yes you want to check yes but I won't tell you මේක අහනවා නෑ කියලා මේ කියන වලින් කොටසක් අහනවා. හරි එතකොට මේ කල්ලා හරියන්නේ නෑ. Because you have only this to study. Especially the people who walked in today. Please take down notes because you will find slides 12 තියෙනවා. I'll lecture for more than 3 hours with that. And I told the class yesterday, these slides are actually for me to lecture, not for you to study. So you must write something for you to study. Make mamme balko man danna kiyanna onada. Right? So please take down notes. Mage iyet kiwwa anik kattira දැන් උදේ පාන්දර ආයෙ ඔන්න කිව්වා. කොහොමදයි? So, what is sales and distribution expense? Three types. Selling, marketing, and distribution. Got it? What is financial charges or finance expenses?
They have had a loan.
Yeah, what you pay to loan providers. What you pay to loan providers. Interest costs. Of course, bank charges, but 90% plus interest. In other words, for financing cost. Again, it's called financial charges, financial expenses. Clear? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now we have taken away selling and distribution. Now you know what that is. Selling, marketing and distribution. What you pay to the banks is taken as separate. That was you know. Admin. Now you know why I explained that last. Admin can have one good app. One එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. අර දෙකට සෙට් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් අරකට දෙන්න. Okay? That's why you can't explain that first. I mean admin can එහෙම අමුතු වචනේ. Then if you are admin manager, ඕන කුණු වැඩක් දෙන්නට ඕන කිසි. දැන් මේව කියපුවම කොළඹ ඉන්න ජෙනරල් මැනේජර් admin. සංකේයුන් ඉබ්බයි නන්නත් ආවා ඊට පස්සේ. දැන් මේ admin මැනේජර් සෝන්දන වැඩි නෑ කියලා අපි කට්ටිය. But you understand admin කියන්නේ pipe pack කරනත් admin. You understand? admin කියපුවම ඕන කුණු වැඩක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේකත් ජාගේ දැන් ඕන එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන් admin කියන. හරිද? But all other expenses other than selling and distribution, financial charges are referred to as admin. So admin list admin expense list can be very long. Right. So I make XXX දාලා දෙන්නේ. මේ triple X කියන එක නෙමෙයි. මේක වඩා excess තියෙනවා මෙතන. හරිද? ඒ කියන්නේ එහෙම ගොඩාක් ඒවා මාකට පාස් කරලා තේරෙන්නේ කවන්නේ. So there can be many such expenses. Okay? Right? All right. So we end up with net profit, or what is called profit for the year. Now you must understand me mum them pennuwe mona ආයතනයේද මේ කියන්නේ ABC stores කියන්නේ අර ඊංගන ගත්ත ಜಾති තුනෙන් මොකක්ද? There were three types of organizations. ABC stores කියපම sole trader, sole proprietorship. company එකක් තාම පෙන්නුවේ නැහැ. හරිද? These were sole trade. ඒවා කිව්වේ නැහැ දැන් කිව්වා. Now we are going to look at a company එක පොඩ්ඩක් මේකට වඩා ටිකක් structure. But P&L එකේ තේරෙනවද මේක දැක්කම? මේක තේරුම් ගන්න. Okay? You are with me everyone?
Yes.
Brilliant. Now for a PLC. PLC කියන්නේ product life cycle නෙමෙයි. PLC කියන්නේ public limited liability company. Depends on the subject. You know, PLC in finance is public limited liability company. In marketing it is product life cycle. When the marketing lecture comes, PLC can go product life cycle again. It's over a public limited liability company ka pistu the gila. Subject is like that. So Come on, I'm going to decide now not to get irritated by that. Right, come on. So let's look at this. Huh? Come on, I'll have that. I can manage. I'll not. What I need to do is I must not let that bug me. Then it will be okay. Revenue. Less what? Cost of sales. Now in the company one, they will not give details of cost of sales. Calculate. Actually, sometimes the cost of sales they might say revenue and next thing is gross profit. Then what? Expenses. What are the things you see there? And distribution cost. Istala keep admin and distribution. But what do you see thereafter? So financial charges were not put there. Okay? So where is that put? Operating profit calculated passive in how many? Less? Mainly interest. So in other words, in a company we calculate a profit in the middle. In the case of sole trader, it was gross profit and net profit. Now there is another profit. What is the name? Operating profit. Make it of my EBIT. What is it? EBIT electronic bit. Earnings before interest and tax. EBIT another? Earnings before interest and tax. You will understand why that particular words are used in a little while when I explain this. Say EBIT again. One, two, three, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Earnings before interest and tax. EBIT. EBIT can over the right? Another name for what? Brilliant. Okay. Another name for operating profit. Right. Now let me explain what that is all about. I mean how profit tax calculate economically. Okay. Now let's look at the three types of expenses. Okay. What are the three? Admin, distribution, finance cost. The finance cost and interest cost take account. Right? If you look at who incurs these expenses for the organization, again, why does these expenses come around? Right? If you take admin and selling and distribution and look at who creates it and who in the company creates it, everyone. It's actually everyone. Because admin list selling and distribution again, you have sales, marketing, distribution. It might not be everyone, but the entire sales and marketing team. And that expense is not necessarily their cost, it's also the cost that they use to promote the products. Got it? But that is also a very widespread thing. Sales and marketing is a very important aspect of companies. So all of those expenses, admin and selling and distribution, are called operating expenses or operational costs. What are they known as? Operational costs or operating expenses. So, admin and distribution, you can call it operating expenses or operational costs. Got it? Are you with me? Those costs are incurred in running your operation. Selling and marketing can operation. Admin that's your operation. Not difficult to understand, right? So the only thing you need to understand is this actually. That finance cost is not an operational cost. That's what you really need to understand. Operating expenses operating profit finance cost. Operating profit is found after taking away what? Operating expenses, operational expenses. Clear? Then we take away interest cost, then we come to net profit or profit before tax. Right? Now let me explain why finance cost is not an operational cost. So let me explain to you why finance cost is not a operating expense. Okay? if you look at the same question, why is finance cost incurred, or how does that come around? Okay. You ask that question. Finance cost, I told you the major part is what? What you pay to bank, which is essentially interest. Very good. Okay. Interest comes because of the existence of loans. Brilliant. Okay. Who commits the organization to loans? Again, loans, decision. Does everybody in the organization make that decision? Who makes that decision? Finance department. Management, management sales director, supply chain director, senior management, it's the finance and CEO MD. Are you with me?
Yes.
So interest cost is a direct result of a decision in the finance department. And finance department is a small department. It's compared to the organization operation. And it's not an operating decision. It's a financing decision. Operating, now look at me. Operating can be gun, operations can. They make me loan gun, make operations. That's a financing decision. We look at the other things as operational activities. This as financing activities. Financing activities, finance team is responsible. Are you with me? Because the sales guys or the supply chain guy or the production guy or IT guy has no say in this. They can't decide to take loans or they can decide not to take loans. Finance team takes a decision. So we don't consider that as a part of your operational cost. But it is a cost. We call it a financing cost. To finance the business, it's a cost. To run the business, because there are businesses that have no loans. Again, they have an operation but no financing. Financing and they have financing. Financing is only from the owner's money. And whatever profits they have made, they will. So, एक operational is that clear? Right. Because if a company is making a loss at this level, if a company is making a loss, we want to know, first of all, gross profit then make a gross loss now, make business charity. Sorry.com. Gross loss gross loss cost plus loss you don't know business, make business model and clear? Once we clear that gross profit then we want to know gross profit operationally are we making money? Operating profit. Financing so it makes sense to look at that. Because the financing decision is not a part of the operations. Because there are instances, and it's not uncommon. It's uncommon, not that it's very common, but uncommon, where you can have operating profit. At this level, it's a profit, but at this level, it's a loss. I myself have worked for a company like that. Now, in my history of the corporate career, I worked at Richard Pearis, Brown's, Bartlett's, a place called Finco Group. You may not know Finco Group. Finco Group is the one who's responsible for Alpha Industries, Safes, then Orient Garments, ICCU, Resource Development Consultants. They are also again number one in their industry. It's a big group, but it's a private limited liability. Okay? It's actually connected to the distinguished gentleman I told you yesterday. Dr. Vikram Suri was coming. It's his brother who's the chairman there. Okay? These are Dr. Vikram Suri, Gamini Sanayaga's wife's brothers. Now we know how stock katha. So that's a huge group, but private limited. Now I was a group corporate planning manager there. So I worked in finance, strategy and general management, as I told you. In one of the companies in that list was Brown's. When I was working at Brown's in 95-96 during that period, Brown's had a situation like that. I can still remember the figures. When I joined, when I looked at the P&L, operating profit was, at that time, 56 million. Okay? Interest cost was 72 million. Again, by selling Sharp and Massey Ferguson and Suzuki Vitara and Excite batteries, they are making 56 million. profit. හැබැයි බැංක් වලට කියනවා two banks. Bank of Sri Lanka and HNB. 72 million. And interest, මෙතන මේ දාන්නේ interest, not your loan repayment. ඒ කියන්නේ capital කැල්ල නැතුව ඉතින්. Where is the HNB Towers in Colombo? You know where it is? Down? Nile Road. එතන මොකක්ද ඉස්සර තිබුණේ? Branch. එතන they had a HNB small branch those days. Chudi branch in a badly, furnished branch. Actually, that was the place where HNB had been registered. Registered office එක වහන්න බෑනේ. Company register කරද්දී දුන්න address එක කවදාවත් වහන්න බෑ. They had that branch there. Now they have the entire HNB tower there. Now you know how the tower came into that. No joke. By the way, you may not know this. HNB was a fully owned subsidiary of Browns. ඒ කියන්නේ Browns තමයි HNB පටන් ගත්තේ. කියන්නේ Browns කියන සල්ලි වලින් දාලා HNB පටන් ගත්තා. එහෙම එකක්. Later ඒක පොඩ විකුණලා subsidiary එක associate වෙනවා. associate වෙලා ඊට පස්සේ they are owning your property. Huge loans. So the problem was not that operationally Browns was not a sustainable business. Their trading operation by that time was sustainable. But the interests were too choking. They couldn't handle it. Now it's not the case. Then Brown's situation is, now it's management. They think, oh, many things happen. But before the management, then these things are sorted out. But they sort out correctly as a truth. Then they don't take care. Actually, Browns had owned at one time. I mean, even before I joined, they had owned the entire area where Browns where Indra traders are there, including the Apico new entrance. Kama had been Brown's property except for one related property in the middle. There was an engineering company, I think, Brown's property. They have Brown's property. Now Brown's head office is also not there. They moved out. They have a HNB tower, property Brown's. But the head office is not there now. They have a rented place somewhere else. Down at Ramada, thing, Army headquarters thing. Is that, hey, that's besides the point. But you understand what I'm trying to say? Businesses can have this problem where if your financing is all messed up, operationally you're viable, but the financing is choking you. So, and you want to know that. You want to know, is the problem in operations or is the problem in your financing? You can't really see who's the culprit. So for companies, we do that. Now you understand the meaning of operating profit and why it's done? Yes?
Why don't you capture the capital of the loan?
Because in the P&L, what we put is income and expenses. Capital, again, then when you give me a loan, me paying the loan back is not an expense. It's paying back the amount you gave me. My expense is what you charge in excess of what you gave me. If you give me 10 million, if I end up paying 13 million, the 3 is my expense. Other 10 nega, it's just a repayment. No? It doesn't come to the P&L because it's not an expense. By definition, it's not an expense.
It's a liability.
It's a liability. Ek account karana, mean. You hit the nail on the head. It goes to balance sheet as a long-term liability. In the there, etana given to the Israel okkama gana දාන්න. Right? Now balance sheet දාන්න අද තව ටිකක් like right? So there you put the entire liability from now then ගෙවල ඉවරනට පස්සේ අදින් ගෙවන්න තියෙන ඔක්කොම ටික දැන් දාන්න. ඒ capital component දෙනවා. The outstanding capital component. But P&L එකට දාන්නේ the current year incomes and expenses. And that capital part is not a part of the expense. It's a repayment of a loan. It's a repayment of liability. Good question. Okay? Right. Then you have what? Profit before tax. Over the NPBT again. Say that. Profit before tax or NPBT. NPBT stands for profit before tax. You also need to go there yesterday. Yesterday? අඳුරු පාට ඊම හොඳ වයිබ්‍රට් පාට නම් ඉතින් අපුණ අඳුරන්නේ එතන කළුවක් නේ මට 40 සැන්දරි කියන මටත් තියෙනවා නේද හරි හා මොකද මට දිනවා 40 සැන්දරි කියන පේන්නේ අතට නෑ tax expense then you take away tax මෙතන tax expense එක මොකක්ද දන්නවද corporation tax කියන්නේ මේ VAT NBT turnover tax එකක්වත් නෙමෙයි. හරිද? This happens only if there is profits. The tax that you pay on your profits. So tax that you pay on profits is only paid if there is profits. No? This is not always something that is there. Now, for example, if you have a net loss, මෙතන profit before නෙමෙයි loss before tax නම් එතකොට මෙතන tax එකක් ඉන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද? This is not like then VAT එක මම කොහොමද කියවන්නේ බෑ. ඒක profit එකට සම්බන්ධ නැහැ. Connect to turnover. This is not like that. This is corporation tax. Now, currently in Sri Lanka, it is 28% for most businesses, but there are other percentages. Again, how many? I mean, මෙතන තියෙන කීයෙන් හරි 128ක් ගෙවන්න වෙනවා. Then you are left with what? Again.
Profit for the year.
Profit for the year, which is called NPAT. NPAT and NPAT කියන එක නෙමෙයි. Net profit after tax. Must get used to this. So if I say NPAT later or NPAT or NPBT, උඩ බලන්න බෑ. අදම කියනවා. Next lesson I'll be using those abbreviations. And you can use this. This kind of abbreviation which is commonly used in finance, I have shown, and you all have to use it as well. Alright? හැම එකක්ම ඔයාට ඕන විදිහට අප්ඩේට් කරන්න එපා. හරිද? That is not allowed. මේක වෙන වචන හතරක් විතර දෙනවා. මම එකක් හදන්න. එහෙම කරන්න බෑ. එහෙම කරන්න බෑ. Because there are standard abbreviations that I use. Right? Then you pay dividends. That is, it's a distribution of profits for the owners. Now, එහෙම එකක් තිබුණේ නැහැ sole traders. මතකද නියම කිව්වේ? Depending on the type of business, some of the transactions are different here. You don't pay dividends in the case of sole trader. He can take whatever money home. Here, companies wala you have to pay dividends. You have to, yeah. ඒවා මෙතන නැහැ. ඒවා net එන්නේ මෙතන. Revenue කියලා කියන්නේ net. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙම ඒවා එකක් පෙන්වන්නේ නැහැ. Because you see, now when I sell my 20 million වල, or the 20 million, 20 and 1000, 20 million වලට ගහපු taxes, ඒ කියන්නේ මේක කතන්දර වෙන්නේ. Now I charge the customers. හරිද? 20 million plus something. Say 10% or whatever. ඒ 10% එක මම ගත්තා ආණ්ඩුවට ගෙවුවා. මෙහෙන් ගත්තා මෙහෙන් ගෙවුවා. So I do account for it. එනකොට දානවා යනකොට දානවා. එළියට ගියා කියලා. But ඒක මගේ P&L වල බලපන්නේ නැහැ. You see, government is using the companies as a medium of collecting taxes. That's what they're doing. So, ඒක මට බලපන්නේ as a company මේක මට income එකකුත් නෙමෙයි expense එකකුත් නෙමෙයි. Only the cash flow එකට බලපන්න මුලින් ඔක ආපුවම ආලා දිනනකොට දවස්. You understand? ඒක මෙතන පෙන්නන්න බෑනේ cash flow පෙන්නන්න බෑ මෙතන. This profit no. So, we don't show it. But there is an account for it. ඒක P&L එකට affect වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියන එක කියන්නේ. Okay? Because there are any other accounts like balance sheet එකට affect වෙන accounts උත් තියෙනවනේ. There are 4 types of accounts: income, expenses, assets and liabilities. So this is actually a liability account because you have to show pay the government. ඒක collect කරලා දෙන්න දානවා කියනවා. ඒක eventually becomes zero. At any time it may not be zero, but anything a timing difference එකක් තියෙනවා. මේක බලපන්නේ. මේ corporation tax කියන්නේ ඒක නෙමෙයි. Whether tax කියන්නේ is a tax on profit, which is an expense. It is an expense. Huh? All right? Okay, good. So dividends gave what dividends is this? Ordinary dividend. What dividend is this? आइए, ordinary dividend क्या है? This is what is paid for the ordinary shareholder. Now a company sometimes may have who is referred to as preference shareholders. Who? Again, preference shareholders. A cut you have to pay another dividend. That is called what dividend? Ordinary shareholders get ordinary dividend, na preference shareholders get preference dividend. Okay. So preference shareholders like කියන කට්ටිය preference shares කියන එක හැම වෙලේම දින ගන්න නෙමෙයි. Every company may not have it. Preference shares ඉන්නේ if you issue preference shares only. තේරුණාද? Preference shares issue කරන්න ඕන කියලා කියන්නේ නැහැ. Ordinary shares issue කරන්න ordinary shares නේද company එකක් තියෙන්න බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ owners නැති company එකක් ඉන්න බෑ. හරිද? loan නැති company එකක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. Owners නැති company එකක් තියෙන්න බෑ. Ordinary shares is a must. Preference shares is not a must. It's also a way of raising finance. You could issue preference shares. So, but dekama diyena. Preference shares and ordinary shares dekama diyena na. Remember always you have to pay preference dividend first. Why? That's the law. You have to pay preference dividend first, then pay ordinary dividend. Clear? Are you with me? You first pay preference dividend, then pay ordinary dividend. Clear? Whether dividends but ordinary dividend will definitely be there, unless of course the company is not paying ordinary dividend. Company can say no, our profits are low or no profit this year. Here, board of directors. Board of directors of the public quoted company, let me finish the sentence. The board of directors of the public quoted company will decide the rate that they are going to pay at the AGM and pay. Now, if they say no, we are not going to pay, the only thing the shareholders can do is, if they don't like, so that's a decision by the board, they can change the board, that's all. They can't insist, even if you are making a lot of profit, board can say, no, we need that for expansion, there are a lot of projects, we have talked about the projects to you, we need to you can't compel the directors to pay. But what the shareholders can do is, they can kick them out if they want. So for that, they must have power. But if the board of directors has the most of the shares, but then it's like self-defeating. If I have most of the shares, if I don't pay dividends, then you are. So there is, if actually board of directors is not the majority shareholding, and they can kick them out if they don't pay dividends, if they don't like dividends given, if they are making good profit, then they can kick them out, they can get together and kick them out. Okay, that's how it works. Who asked the question, right now? What's the question?
No, I was asking, apart from who decides that,
Yeah.
the percentage or the amount,
Yeah.
that is also decided by.
Yeah. Given the that decision is with the board. It's with the board. Board makes the decision whether to pay, as well as whether to pay. You pay. How is it? Because then the stock market share price also goes down. Not only these fellows will kick you out, because fellows are watching at this, looking at this share to buy. This looks unattractive. Dividends given. Then there's only capital gain. Then the share price will come down because there's no demand for the share. So then board of directors is not anyway doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is to push the share price up eventually with their operations. So normally what companies will do is they will pay a dividend which is higher than say the deposit rate or whatever, and try to maintain that and maybe marginally increase it in a very good year. Again, me out the profit take out the double dividend rate double කරන්නේ. මොකද ඒතකොට ඒක එනවද 125 ගේ වටනවා ආයේ එනවද 125 ගේ නලන්නේ. You understand? එනවද 140 ගේ වටනවා. Sometimes you might pay the same dividend as last year or maybe 1% less. Yeah, because you see, investor connector, if I invest money in shares, now if I'm holding it for a while, I don't want my income fluctuating like that, no, because what has it done? It's an investment. Now, bank it's a steady thing, no? Oh, when fluctuate interest rate. So, after that, so you must understand, investors look at different options. So shares is one option. So, if the returns from that fluctuates widely, then it's unattractive to the shareholder, the investor. But when I say investor, they can buy shares or they can buy something else. So, what as a policy, now you learn about dividend policy in the strategic financial management. Dividend policy is but generally, as a principle, you try to maintain a consistent policy. 1% up, 1% down, 0.5% up. Fluctuate profit fluctuate. So sometimes, if you've been paying dividends in a year where you made a loss also, still you might pay the last year dividends or maybe 1% less. You fluctuate. Share price will become very volatile. A shock absorb the company. Because value they don't balance it over time. Okay, that's how it comes. But anyway, you learn about dividend policy in detail. Things to look forward to. Balance sheet. Okay, so basically we got retained profit for the year. Then what's the next item? Retained profit? Brought forward. Very good. This is brought forward. Now this 1,005, or actually 1.5 million, is this year's retained profit? No. Now this year may not be the first year of operations. No? You may operate this company for 10 years before. And assuming that all those 10 years you made profits, or out of those 10 we'll say 8 years, last 8 years made profit. There is a retained profit of each of those years. No? There. එතකොට අද වෙනකන් ඒ retain profit තියෙන ඔක්කොම ටික තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. That's why if you look at the proportion of money එක ලොකු ගණනක් දාලා තියෙන එකයි. This year's retain profit is 1005. මේක almost 10 times. Sorry. Yeah, that is not of this year, that is for several years. එතකොට carried forward මේක. So next year's brought forward profit එක කීයද? 11.5. So next year when you prepare the P&L, then 10 වෙනකොට you put 11.5. Then so ඒක වැඩි යනවා. That is what is called reserves. The reserves of a company. Now you will see that in the balance sheet. Okay? I'll explain it. Is this okay now? Yes. Okay. Or can give, or 10,000 can give. Okay.
Now, when I just want to know the practical scenario.
Huh.
When companies come to operation, do they use this profit for their business?
Okay, I know what you're getting at. You need to understand something about reserves. Anyway, then retain profit කියලා කියන්නේ මේ ගාන 11මාරක් ගණනලා මේ තියෙන්නේ. කියලා මෙහෙම කරලා safe එක දාලා lock කරලා තියන්නේ නැහැ. හරිද? Retain කියලා කිව්වද කොහෙද retain? එහෙම කොහෙවත් retain කරලා නැහැ. This is just a book representation. Bank way you can have a OD. 11.5 නෙමෙයි 1005වත් නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන් bank way. ඒ කියන්නේ if you are not collecting the money from the debtors, ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මෙතන turnover කියලා කියන්නේ විකුණපුවානේ. When you sell, it is revenue. Collect කරාද කියන එක මේකේ පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ. මේ කියන එකක්වත් අපි ගන්න නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. You will understand this in a little while. Okay? I will take you through not this one. Fourth lesson. Again, other cover. When I talked about cash flow, how frustrated? In other words, your question is actually based on cash and profit. I'll explain. Then you'll understand very thoroughly. But for now, understand that, sorry. Okay. For now, understand this is the reported profit. Cash may not be there. May be there, may not be there. Because these are two different concepts. Right? So, maintain retain mixture. We are saying up to now we have retained him. Retain company. Physically, is another question. Okay? I hope I answered your question for the time being, but we will visit this in our fourth lesson. Not next one, the one after that. Okay? Then there's a slide also why cash and profit differ. I'll give you reasons. Then you will become more creative. Okay? Right. Any other question? Alright, great. Now we come to the balance sheet. P&L had what? Essentially P&L is omega. All of this final is what? Omega is either incomes or expenses, revenue or expenses. What are the other two types of accounts? Assets and liabilities. I have done with them. Okay? What is it? That is something else. Right. IT manager එක කියනවා නේද? IT manager. IT manager. Well. මේ ඉන්නකොට ඒ IT manager. නෑ ඒ අමාරු දෙයක් නෙවෙයි.
Running done no matter.
නෑ අපිට මෙහෙම. ඒ පැත්තෙන් එන්න බා. ඒ පැත්ත තාන ප්‍රදේශය මේ පැත්තෙන්. නෑ මේ මොකක්ද මේ අතන පෙවුනට මෙතන පොඩ්ඩක් පිස්සුවක් කියනවා. මේ නේද මට එකක් මේ මොකක්ද get updates කියලා මේ කොට අයින් කළා. මේ mouse එක පෙන්නේ. අයියේ. My pointer was touch me. touch me. හරි ගොඩ ඒක ටික වෙනවා. Thank you. අත්තරම මම තමයි. අත්තරම මම තමයි.
I have a spare one if it is not working or something.
No, it's this is my one. Okay. Sorry about that.
Sir, I have a small question.
Yes, it's small, maybe big question, no problem. Huh? තේරෙන දේ අහන්න කියලා දෙන්න. Yeah, the major shareholder. Okay. What I got? Hari. Then minority shareholder. Reference? Preference share. නෑ මේම ඒකට අදාළ නෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක නිකන් preference කියලා එකක් දෙනවා නෙමෙයි. Companies can issue two types of shares. Okay, පටල දෙකක් හ. Ordinary shares are what is issued to the owners of the company. Right? Ordinary shareholders become the owners. They bear the risk. යාළුවා තමයි dividends නොගෙව ඉන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? කවදාද company එක dissolve කළොත් profits එක distribute වෙන්නේ යාළුවට. company එක risk එක bear ගන්න යාළුවා. Preference shares කියලා කිව්වට shares කියලා තිබ්බට ඒක නිකන් loan වගේ තමයි. හරිද? The rate that is paid for preference shareholders is fixed. يعني issue කරද්දිම කියන අපි 212 ගවන්න කියන. ඒක තමයි ගවන්නේ. ඒකයි ඒක මුලින් ගවන්නේ. තේරෙනවද? and ඒක මේ අවුරුද්ද ගවන්නේ නැත්නම් අවුරුද්ද ගවන්නත් ඕනේ. يعني you can't දැන් ordinary shares වල ගවන්න පුළුවන්. මේ ගවන්නේ මේ අවුරුද්ද ගවන්නේ අවුරුද්ද ගවන්නේ. Most preference shares have a feature called cumulative. Cumulative කියන්නේ මේ අවුරුද්ද ගවන්න නැත්නම් අවුරුද්ද ගවන්න. Non cumulative තියෙන්න පුළුවන් but very rare. Preference shares කියලා කියන්නේ ordinary shareholders ලගෙන් ලොකු අයට දෙන තව share එකක් නෙමෙයි. එහෙම ගන්න නෙමෙයි. තේරෙනවද? It's another way of raising funds. Preference කියන වචනේ තිබුණාට ඒ කියන්නේ මේ ordinary shareholders ලගෙන් preference කට්ටියට එහෙම ගන්න නෙමෙයි. ඒක preference කියන්නේ they get dividends before these fellows කියන එක. නැතුව ordinary shareholders ලගෙන් ලොකු කට්ටියට හරි පොඩි කට්ටියට හරි දෙන තව share එකක් නෙමෙයි. එහෙම කිසිම සම්බන්ධයක් නැහැ. Preference shares, when you issue, you advertise it in the papers and all that, and whoever wants to apply can apply. Ordinary shareholders make other ki sambandhan nahi. If the ordinary shareholders want to buy that, they have to separately apply for that. මට ප්‍රශ්න ඇහෙන්න දෙන්නවද අහවද? ඒක නේද ඔය ආවේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙතන මේ ඒ විශේෂ කට්ටියට දෙන එකක් දෙමක් කරේ එහෙම නෑ. මේ preference කියලා කියන්නේ they get preference in the payment of dividends කියන එක. යාළුවා ඉස්සෙල්ලා ගෙවන්න ඕනේ කියන එක ඔය කියන්නේ. නැතුව මේ ලොකු කට්ටියටවත් පොඩි කට්ටියටවත් දෙන එකක් නෙමෙයි. නෑ එහෙම ගන්න. හරි? good. Anyway, no doubt ඇතිව අහන්න. It's good. Okay? ඔයාලට accountant doubt ඇතිවද?
But the law allows ordinary, the owners also to buy the.
ඒක ප්‍රශ්නේ නෑ. ඒක ඇඩ්වර්ටයිස් කරපුවා ඒක වෙනම ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. ඒක එහෙම ගත්තා කියලා ඒක ප්‍රශ්නකුත් නෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙමනේ දැන් මම මේ කම්පැනි එක බැංකුවක ඩිපොසිට් එකක් තිබුණා කියලා මට ඒ කම්පැනි බැංකුවේ ෂෙයාර්ස් ගන්න බැරිද? ඒ වගේ වැඩක් ඔය අහන්නේ. අයිතෝට ෂෙයාර්ස් දෙන කට්ටිය ඩිපොසිට්ස් තියෙන වෙලද? තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක වෙන එක දෙකක්. ඒක කිසිම පැටලෙවිල්ලක් නැහැ ඒක. Okay. Now we come to the balance sheet. Okay, again. Balance sheet. Some people call this statement of assets and liabilities. What is it? Statement of assets and liabilities. Statement of assets and liabilities. එහෙමත් කියනවා. හරිද? ඒ balance sheet එක තමයි. හරි. මේකට බලන්න යන්නේ පොඩක් විනාඩි 10ක් විතර බලන්න. Give me 1 minute, I'll do the PE and Okay? චිත්තේ බලන්න කිව්වා කට්ටිය කතා කරගෙන. පැටිද? කොහෙද? හරි. දැනන්නේ God's given voice. ඒ කියන්නේ කොහෙද තියනවද කියලා මම වැළුවේ නැහැ. නේද? Okay, plus හරි කවන්නේ. රූම් එක කියනවනේ දාලා රූම් එකේ. ඔය කතාවනේ දාන්න. කියන්නේ අර වගේ. නෑ රතු වෙලා තියෙනවා නේ. I can manage without it. ඒ ආවද මම දාගන්නවා. අගේ හැම මොකට දාගන්න බෑ. කොහොම ප්‍රශ්න දෙකක් තියෙනවා. අද තියෙනවා. Jesús, por acá, ¿qué vamos a Ah, explícanos por acá. Me llamo, tío. Hotel के बैटरी के ना यहाँ बैटरी ना फौसी all right, so had a look at the balance sheet apart from your little chit chat. मैं पे तुम्हारा दिए नहीं मैं तुम्हारा दिए नहीं equity क्या है equity क्या है the name you give to the liability which is what you owe to the owners. කියන්නේ owners වලට ගෙවන්න තියෙන ගාණ දෙනවනේ. ඒකට කියන්නේ equity කියලා. මම understand equity in finance and equity in law is different. Equity in law is fairness. Equity in finance is not fairness. It is the liability towards the owners of the company, meaning the ordinary shareholders. How much you owe to the ordinary shareholders of the company is what is called equity. Alright, now let's try and understand this. Right, look. Let's look at the asset side. What do you find there first? Non-current assets. What is non-current like the fixed තමයි. Right? Non-current current ප්‍රතිචින අධි කට්ටිය fixed. හරි? ඒ ඉතුරු කට්ටිය current. තේරෙනවද? ඒ අප්සෙට් නැහැ. දැන් මොකක්ද මේක වෙනස? Non-current and current කියලා කියන්නේ මේකයි. Now assets, first of all, current and non-current assets are what? Things that the organization owns. OWNS. What are these? Things that the company organization owes. OWES. OWNS. OWES. They're right? Assets are what you own. Liabilities is what you owe. OWE. Right? Now, the assets you own again are divided into two. Now, this classification, what is the classification like? Asset liability classification. Asset non-current classification. So you will learn as we go on. Some of those activities you will see. Current, non-current if the value of an asset of the organization is not expected to fluctuate within a financial year. What did I say? If the value of the asset is not expected, don't say won't fluctuate, meaning is not expected to fluctuate. Again, machinery, motor vehicles, office furniture, furniture and fittings, but you have office equipment. ඒවල ඒවා මේ අදින් හෙටට හෙටින් අනිද්දාට හෙටින් තව මාසයකට මාසෙකින් තව මාස දෙකකට එහෙම values fluctuate වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ ඒවල. It's not expected to fluctuate. වෙන්න පුළුවන්. But එහෙම බලාපොරොත්තුවක් නෑ. ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් වෙන්නේ නෑ. පොඩ්ඩක් ABC කියද්දි XYZ දාන්න බෑ මම හිතට එනවා. I said short time period. It's not expected to fluctuate within the financial year. Within. කියන්නේ අදින් හෙටින් මාසෙකට. අද මේ මේසේ අද ආවත් තව මාසෙකින් ආවත් මේ මේසෙම වань. අන්න ඒක මම කියන්නේ. You understand? Current assets are not like that. Current assets, the value can fluctuate during the year, during the day. Sorry, not during the year. During the day. කියන්නේ බැංකුවේ තියෙන සල්ලි චෙක් එකක් දාපම වැඩි වෙනවා. චෙක් එකක් ගෙවපම අඩු වෙනවා. Debtors, people who need to pay us. When we sell, it goes up. When they settle our account, it goes down. Can you see? It will fluctuate all the time. If you look at the list here, method non-current there are examples and the examples for current, you will understand what I'm saying. Current can fluctuate. On the nature is it goes up and down all the time. Are you with me?
Yes.
මේවා එහෙම fluctuate වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම නිකන් උදේ ඉඳන් හන්දට අන්දෑලා හිටට එහෙම fluctuate වෙන්නේ නැහැ. These can fluctuate very much. Right? All the time. Okay. Are you with me?
Yes.
ඔයා අහව ප්‍රශ්න උත්තර දෙනවා දැන් නෙමෙයි ඈ. දැන් මේ කිව්ව පොඩ්ඩක් කටින් there are signs to say XYZ කියන්නේ UV, TUV, W කියලා පස්සේ. දැන් කියපිට දෙනවා. I will come to that. I will use that word but not now. Okay? Clear?
Yes.
So the difference is it's a case of permanency. These are more permanent. These are the value is not very permanent here. මේවා තියෙන පුළුවන් දෙයකට මේවා value is not permanent. Come to the other side. What do you find? Okay, by the way, මෙතන දෙන මේ examples ඕන මොකක් හරි තේරෙන්නේ නැතිව තියෙනවා බලන්න. Look at the ones that are given. Inventory කියලා කියන්නේ stocks කියලා කියන්නේ. Inventory is the American term, stocks is the British term. What happens is in US, these terms are a little different. The method trade receivables again American. Receivables is an American term. The equivalent of British is debtors. Got it? Now, US call the share market what a stock. British fellows say shares for that. The British fellows say stock for merchandise. Americans call it inventory. So this part of the world you will hear most of the American term. Back in Sri Lanka, whether we like it or not, British colony itself, we use most of the British terms still. Alright? Alright. Okay, so where do you go again? Cash at bank, cash in hand. Wait a minute, there's something that I forgot to teach you earlier. Wait, just remember. Maybe there's something that I didn't teach you. Where is that? Make it also. I didn't teach you this. I just went back, huh? What a BL area. I forgot. I'm මෙතන එන්නම් කියලා මේවට ගියා ඊට පස්සේ මෙතනට ආවෙනේ මම ඉස්සරහට ගියා. ඔයාලට මතක වෙනවනේ එමුණා. Okay. So gross profit එකට පස්සේ මොනවද දෙන්නේ? Other income. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. Now දැන් gross profit එක ඇදලා තියෙන්නේ you know from turnover. දැන් මේකට කලින් දෙන්නේ trading එකේ revenue කියන්නේ that's what you do. That's your business model. Okay? But you can have situation, very common situation where තනියම ඉන්න බෑ දුන්න පරණ පරක්කල එතකොට කිසිම අනාථ දරුවෙක් වගේ නෝ. වෙන්නේ මොනවද කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් නිකන් ළඟින් ආනන්න පුළුවන් නේ පොර පොඩ්ඩක් කනෙක්ට් වෙලා ඉන්නේ. මම ආනන්න වෙලා ඉන්නේ කියලා. තනියම ඉඳලා තමයි තවත් දෙයිද මම කියන්නේ 11 12 සාජවල කට්ටිය දෙන්නේ. කවුදානේ. ඔය නම් ආවත් ඉතින් මේ හිට පොඩක් කලින් නැගිටින. හරි. දැන් ලංකාවේ අර තුනට විතර නැගිටලා වැඩ යන කට්ටිය ඉන්නේ. මොකද ඔය අකවුන්ටන්ට්. එන අනාදයිනේ. එහෙම වෙනවා. අකවුන්ටන්ට් කෙනෙක් වෙනවා නම් කමන්නේ. තාම එහෙම ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ ටොපික් එකකින් යනවා උපරිම ඊට ප්‍රශ්න වමාව. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඒක මම දන්නවනේ මම දන්නන්නේ මොනවද කියලා. ඒක බලන්න මොනවද මෝ කියන්නේ. මොනවද මේක කියන්නේ. මේක කියන්නේ මට. කියලා වෙනවනේ. යාට කියන්න මම කියමු. වෙල්කම්. Accountants. It's කොහොම හරි වෙලාවට එන්න. එච්චර කෙටින් කිව්වොත් මම කියපු කපුරේ හෙට වෙලාවට එන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ තුනට හරි නැගිටලා කමන්නේ හොරෙන් වෙලා. නෙමෙයි. මේක මඤ්ඤම් වුණොත් උපරිමන මඤ්ඤම් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක නිකන් කියෝලා තේරුම් ගන්න ඕන සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකක් නෙමෙයි account එකේ නෙමෙයි නම. දැන් I'm not trying to insult other subjects, but because I teach, I told you other subjects in Colombo. HR, marketing, ये वाली नहीं है ये क्यों बोल रहे हैं ना मैं क्यों बोल रही हूँ नोटे रहे so किधर बात करेंगे बात ये बात लाभ हम बहुत कराने नहीं but you know for you it's not good इधर नहीं आना कर सकते हैं subject ये मैं आना करना सकते हैं subject by the way मैं even है हम बच्चे के මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් එක ෆේල් වෙන සෙට් එකක් ඉන්නකොට ඒ ඔයාලා එහෙම නොවෙන්න නම් මම කියන දේ කරන්න හැම බැච් එකෙම නෝ ගිය පාර 2015 had the largest number හැබැයි ඒකෙම වැඩිලා නැහැ actually it was good 2013 was the best 11 ඉඳන් ගත්තම 11 12 13 මෙහෙම pass rate එක උඩට ගියා ඒ කියන්නේ fail rate එක වැඩුණා 14 was not as good as 13 but still they were pretty good. Yeah, podi mehma. 15 එක උන් අන්නතරයි. දැන් 16 එක උන්ට කියලා දෙනවා ට්‍රෙන්ඩ් එක වෙනස් කරන්න කියලා. මේ දැන් ඒ කට්ටිය අපි හොයන්න ගියා අපි ඔය දෙන්න කතා කරමු. එහෙම ට්‍රෙන්ඩ් හදන්න එපා UA. දෙන්නම non accountant ඉන්න කියන්නේ you might think I'm joking and all that is my way of delivery. What I'm saying is still very serious. Huh? Because මේක කියවලා දේරුම් ගන්න පුළුවන් නෙමෙයි. now මේක කට්ටියන් අහන්නේ මේකට පිටින් කොච්චර දේවල් මම කියනවද කියලා. මේක මම කියනවා these slides are actually for me to lecture, not for you to study. ඒක නම කියනවා අරගෙන ඉන්න. වරක් කරලා ඉන්න බෑ. ඔය හරි යන්නේ වන්දනාව යනවා වගේ උදේ නැගිටලා එන්නේ. හරි? අනිත් කට්ටියත් ආදාවන්නේ හිට බලක එහෙම බැලුවට බෑ. දැන් ඉස්සරහට දින ඔක්කොම අමාරුයි. හරි. මේකෙන් පස්සේ after second lesson it's everything is technical. දැන් අර 3 feet එකේ මෙහෙම කර කර විතර හරි දැන් 10 feet එක යනකොට පීනන්න බැරනම් ගිල්ල මැරෙනවා. මං ගැන නෙමෙයි කිව්වේ ඔයාලා ගැන කිව්වේ. මගේ දිහා බලලා ඉන්න එපා. ඔන්න දැන් හොඳ සුද්ධ සිංහලෙන් කිව්වා. හිමින් දීපා. මට මේ I don't get insulted when you come late. I am more worried about what will happen when you are the exam. Remember all the exam එකයි Colombo exam එකයි will be of the same standard. මේ UAE රටේ අඩු කරලා මේකට එපවුනේ ඒකට අඩු කරලා දෙනවා. එහෙම කරන්න බෑ. because you are getting the same certificate no. ඒකත් ප්‍රොෆෙසර් ධර්මසිරි කියලා තුන් කාලක් විතර දෙන්න ඕනේ certificate එක. නේද? PIM MBA එකේම UAE ඉවර කරා නම් මම කියලා ලියන්නේ නැහැ ඔගේ. මං හිතන්නේ ලියන්නේ නැහැ. You what standard is the same that's what we promise. Okay? ලියන්නේ නැහැ නැහැ. ඒක මම කියන්නේ that of course I don't know but එහෙම ලිව්වත් we never had two different standards. ඒ පේපර් එක හදන්නේ මමනේ. මම දන්නවා ඒක නම් දාන්න දෙවල. ඒකට ලියන්න ඕන knowledge එක මම දන්නවා. ඒ නිසා මෙහිම අමාරුයි. ආදනේ ලංකාවේ ඉඳන් ආව දලාවට එන්න ඕනේ. කරන්න බෑ නැත්තම් හිට එන්න. තාම නෑ. දැන් නිකන් අර අද සිටුේෂන් එක OPD එකෙන් බේස් ගන්න සිටුේෂන් එක. වාට්ටුවට ගිහිල්ලා ICU එකට ගිහිල්ලා ICU එකේ රෙස්පිරේටර් එකට ගිහිල්ලා ආවොත් තමයි මැරෙනවා. එළියෙන්නේ නෑ. මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකේ ICU එකට ගියොත් ලෙඩා මැරෙනවා තමයි. ICU එකේ මැරෙන සෙට් එකක් නුනොත් ICU එකේ යන්නේ කම ලෙඩෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම ඉන්න පාට. අනිත් කටර එකකේ please revise it not. This is technical subject. Okay, so anyway, I will tell you at the end of before I leave tomorrow, I will tell you what I will do with you after I go also to help you that you pass. Right? Because normally in Colombo I do revision. The revision run may well after you watch the 8th, 9th, 10th video also. The part that I'm not doing here. I get video color then I edit කරගෙන සමහරව වෙනකොට ඔක්කොම අප්ලෝඩ් කරගෙන. හරි. එතකොට ඒ ටික පස්සේ then there's a revision part. මම ඔයාලට එහෙම කරන්න නැති දෙයක් කරනවා. I'll send you the questions and the answers. Exam what do you mean ask? Again, revision revision questions but we have a revision class. Again, panti ala karala ame gattama karana විදිය කියලා දෙනවා. මෙහෙම revision එකට but ඒක කරන්න මෙහෙමයි. revision since I talked about it. revision එක කරන්න මෙහෙමයි. paper එක ඔයාලා කරන්න ඕනේ. Then you look at the answers again. නැත්තම් revision question එක මෙහෙමයි. answer එක මෙහෙමයි. ගණන් එහෙම පාඩම් කරන්න බෑනේ. මතකයිනේ? ඉතින් ගණිතය කරන කාලේ ඉස්කෝලේ ප්‍රශ්නේ උත්තරේ. එහෙම කරපුවා හරියනවා. එහෙම කරපුවා තේරෙනවා හරිය. හරියන්නේ හරියන්නේ මම අගේ උත්තරේ වැරදි වෙන්න බෑනේ. මං එවන එක. ඒක හරි තමයි. ඒක හරි කියලා මම මට හරි දීලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. ඔයා ඉඳගෙන එක කරන්න ඕනේ. කරලා හිර වෙලා එතකොට ඔයා දන්න මොනවද වාඩි වෙන්නේ කියලා. මොන මොනවද දන්නේ කියලා. Then you look at the answer. හරිද? ගණිතය පාඩම් කරනවා නම් accounts උත් හරිද? accounts although I'm not going to give final accounts there are numerical areas. Here මෙතන මම numerical දෙයක් කිසි දෙයක් කරන්නේ නැහැ. Right? Yes, thank you. Numerical area කිසි දෙයක් කරන්නේ නැහැ because we don't කිසි දෙයක් කියලා I teach you but we don't have time to do questions. කොළඹත් එහෙම තමයි. කොළඹත් පන්ති numerical area කරන්නේ නැහැ. But what we do is we do a revision. Revision කියලා පන්තියක් කරනවා පැය තුනක්. දැන් මෙතන ඒ ආය පරමට වෙන්නේ නැහැ as much as I like to. So the model is not that. Right. Okay. So ආත්තනේ පොඩ අමාරුයි මේකත් එක්ක පොඩ. අම්ටි ඩම්ටි වගේ ඉන්නේ. Right. බබා හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ මට මේ 40 සෙන්චරියද මොනවද මේ කන් ඇනේ ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ හොඳට උපරි වෙලා යනවා මයික්‍රොෆෝන් එකක් වැඩි වෙලා නැහැ I don't get inside no මම ළමයි දෙකින් ළමයි වාට ළමයි කියන්නේ බෑ කොළඹ නම් ළමයි ඉන්නවා 24 25 ළමයි කවන්නේ no not a joke so here I will send you the answer I will sit there and write all the answers and send you but you have to practice those and if you can get hold of some past papers මගෙන් past paper ඉල්ලන්න බෑ එහෙම official වල දෙන්න බෑ past paper අපි ඉතින් කොහෙන්ද බද past papers ඒක කරපුවා ඒ past paper තුනක් විතර කරලා revision දෙන questions කරලා ඒ ටික කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් ආයෙ පාරක් දුන්නා උපරිමයට ගොඩ ඒව කරන්න බැරි නම් උපරිමයට මඩ with regards to numerical questions there will be some things to write also ඒවා revision එකේ නෑ ඒවා පාඩම් කරලා එන්න but numerical areas වලට මම කියන්නේ තේරෙනවද සාජා නෙමෙයි ඇල්ලෙන් නෙමෙයි සෞදි වලින් නම් ආවත් වෙලාවට එන්න හරිද එහෙම don't make that excuse හරි I know you all are married you are කියන්නේ මේ I will be buried so let me go කියලා කුඩින් එන්න හරිද ඔය කට්ටිය කොහොමද ආයෙත් මේ පාස් if you are part of this class must come very important. තාම ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ තාම OPG එකට තමයි දැන් වලට දැන් OPG එකේ ලක්ෂයක් දැනෙන්නේ. දැන් මේ කරන ටිකට what to කියලා ICU නම් යන්න එපා. හරි. So where are we? Other income. Right. Other income කියන්නේ මොකක්ද දන්නවද? What you normally sell is your sales. හරි? ඒක දන්නවද? Other income කියන්නේ ඒකට පිටින් එන income තියෙනවා. Example, a company may have scrap items that you sell. Now at Richard Pierce used to have things like that. We used to buy chemicals, various chemicals for our production, or PU production. ඒවා එන්නේ containers වල. නිකන් containers කියන්නේ container නෙමෙයි. පොඩි එහෙම plastic බාල්දි වගේ. නැත්නම් metal බාල්දි වගේ. දැන් මේ metal බාල්දි අපිට වැඩක් නැහැ. අපි ඔය ගුණනවා. ඒක there was a fellow was buying from Jaffna, he was making wheelbarrows out of it. Wheelbarrow එක අර බක්කිය. So it is raw material. So අපි හරි ඒ ටින් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා අපි ගාව. ඒක අපි විකුණනවා. ඒවට කියන්නේ scrap sales කියලා. Now that is not the reason why Richard Pierce exists to sell metal barrels. But ඒකනේ income එක එනවනේ. අන්න ඒ වගේව තමයි other income කියන්නේ. other income එක ඒ වගේව තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. If you buy and sell shares and you make a profit ඒවා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරි I'm just giving examples. ඔය වගේ raw material scrap material තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. If you buy and sell shares ඒ profit තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. තව common එකක් තමයි තියෙන when you sell fixed assets. දැන් තියෙන fixed assets පරණ වෙලා මාරු කරන වෙලාවක් තියෙනවනේ. where you replace them. එතකොට if you make a profit on that. එහෙම මොකද profit එකක් වෙන්නේ? හරි. දැන් මම කියලා දෙන්න නේද royalty ලාභය. depreciation. දැන් calculate කරන්න නේද? Listen to me. This is how it works. The asset is bought as a cost. Okay? So let me put a value. I'm going to give an example. Huh? Let's say the asset, we'll say some furniture here. Alright? The cost of that was 100. We see here. Right? We assume that this furniture will last for 5 years. Right? Right? Now, 3 years has passed. That means we have depreciated this. That's what he asked earlier. Depreciation. Every year, the make value adu venoni. Avuru paak karana value adu venni. So what we do is, එතකොට අවුරුදු 5 නම් 1/5. අවුරුදු 5 නම් 1/5, අවුරුදු 10 නම් 1/10. ඒ වගේ percentage එකක් හැම අවුරුද්දම අඩු කරන මේ value එකකින්. ඒක entry එක කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. It's called depreciation. What is it called? Depreciation. What is depreciation? It's the acknowledgement. Okay, it's the acknowledgement that the value of a fixed asset or non-current asset. Okay, same thing, huh? Non-current asset fixed asset same. That the value of a non-current asset reduces with usage and passage of time. Okay, පාවිච්චි කරන ඇතුළත නිකන් තියන් හිටියත් අඩු වෙනවනේ. With usage and passage of time. තේරුණා? So ඒක කරන්නේ council පෙන්නන්නේ, right? You take 1/5 of that expenditure. If you are wondering depreciation, I will help you write. Some people are looking at the diagram, right? I told you I read faces very well. Depreciation is what? Is the acknowledgement that the value of non-current assets, okay, falls with their usage and the passage of time. Right? So now 3 years have gone, so we have depreciated for 3 years. Ek account can't have every year the depreciation is put as an expense to the P&L. That's what 1/5. How about them? 1/5 down P&L expense agile. Then make a furniture can admin. Hey, admin or selling and distribution finance and you know. So if you have some delivery vehicles, you can down selling and distribution depreciation. So 1/5. Then out to not give now 3 years after. 3 years passed. Right? එතකොට 1/5 ඒවා තුනක් නේ. So 3/5. ඒ කියන්නේ 60ක්. එහෙම නේද? බලන්න. depreciate කරලා දෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපේ books වල මේකේ value එක විදිහට පෙන්නන්නේ net book value කියලා පෙන්නන්නේ 40. මේක තමයි මේ Excel හැවුවේ. balance sheet එකේ fixed assets කියලා දෙනවා නේද? non current assets. එතන මේ පෙන්වන value එක. Let me go to the balance sheet. මේකේ. මෙතන මේ non current asset වල මේ දාන items. Okay? මේක වන්දකම නේද? මේ දැන් දෙකම. මේක track panel වගේ දිනේ ගණන් ගන්න එපා. මේක උඩ යන්න ඕනේ. land and buildings මේක මේ මෙතන value ගන්න නේ. මේක මෙහෙට ඇවිල්ලා දෙන්නේ. ඒ පොඩ alignment offset කියලා මම දැන් දැක්කේ. මේක මම පොඩ වාල් අලුතෙන් හැදුවා. මේ කොළඹ තියෙන site එක පොඩ වෙනස් කරා පොඩ. ඒ track panel එකේ පොඩ. ඒක පොඩ උස්සන්න දෙන්න. මෙතන තියෙන්නේ the values here are the net book values. Not the 100. මේ level එකෙන් නෙමෙයි පෙන්නන්නේ. මේ level එකෙන් පෙන්නන්නේ. Depreciated value එක මෙතන දාන්න. තේරුණාද? Actually when you take the annual report, මෙතන මේ each of these assets මෙතන there will be a note number. ඒ note එකට ගියොත් there you will see the cost, the accumulated depreciation කියන්නේ all the years until now එකතු කරපු depreciation and the net book value. Clear? ඒ ඔක්කොම they will show. All right? So now I hope I answered the question. Okay? So current year depreciation is an expense. හරි? ඔක්කොම ඩිප්‍රීසියේෂන් එක එකතු කරලා අද වෙනකන්. ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 3ක් තිබුණා නම් ඒ තුනම එකතු කරලා අඩු කරලා තමයි මෙතනට දාන්නේ. හරි? දැන් 40 එක තමයි පෙන්නන්නේ. Now why I said this is we are talking about other income. Make profit on sale of a fixed asset. Then well, in our books, what's the value of this furniture? How much? Then you make a big selling price, we get 50 here. And there was profit taken. There was theoretical loss. Both are possible. If you get a profit, it's a 10 net. 8 10 negat, medan 10 negat tamai. 8 10 negat, medan 10 negat tamai. So I give you 3 examples. What are 3? Scrap sales, profits on sale of shares or investment scandal. Profit on sale of investment scandal, and profit on disposal of fixed assets or profit on sale of fixed assets or non-current assets. Got it?
If you make a loss.
Loss එක ආවොත් මේවයි වෙන්නේ. ඒකත් මෙතනට තමයි එන්නේ. ඒක net කරලා දාන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේවනේ දැන් asset in any year normally a company will be selling some assets. ඒ ලෝ කම්පැනි එක මොනවාරි පුටුවක් දෙයක් කරලා ඉවරනවා. එතකොට ඒ වල net effect එක තමයි මෙතනට එන්නේ. No actually wait. No sorry very mistake. Loss එකක් මෙතනට දාන්නේ නැහැ. Sorry. එතනට දාන්නේ set off කරන්නේ income. මෙතන ඒක දාන්නේ the relevant expense item, admin. How is selling and distribution? You look at where that item was. If it was in the sales and marketing department, selling and distribution expense at the loss on sale of furniture. If it was some office equipment, some photocopying, loss on sale of admin, loss on sale of office equipment, but admin but yada. Then set off karna. Sorry, yeah, you better remember. Then set off karna. I gave you 3 examples. What are 3? Scrap sales, profit on sale of investments, profit on sale of fixed assets. All right, everybody with me? Yes, question.
Now we show the financial costs separately, right?
Oh.
So if we make a profit from the finance department decision, like maybe they invest the money somewhere or interest, do we show that also separately as income?
Then a income. Then මම sale on fixed shares කියලා. ඒ වගේ treasury bill හරි මොන මොනවාරි කරලා දිනනවා නම් ඒක මෙතනට යනවා. Other income. That is not your main. I'll argue with why ඒක එහෙම ලොකුවට පෙන්නන්නේ නැත්තේ කියලා. හරි. shareholders සල්ලි අපිට දෙද්දී shareholders අපිට සල්ලි දෙන්නේ අපේ business එක කරන්න. shareholders අපිට සල්ලි දෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ සල්ලි අරන් කියලා invest කරන්න කියලා. Invest කරන්න කියන්නේ වෙනම තැන් වල. ඒක නේ ඒක වැරදි කියන එක නෙමෙයි. But that's not the purpose why they're giving you money. If they want to invest in the stock market, they'll find a market, private equity market, කරන company එකකට දානවා. Why they give? If I am Richard Pierce එක සල්ලි දෙක Richard Pierce එක business එක කරන්න නිසා Richard Pierce එකේ finance accountant එක share market එක බලලා treasury bill බලලා ඒවට සල්ලි දාන්න නෙමෙයි. That is not why they given us money. You understand? So our responsibility towards them is to do our business. ඒකට මේ වගේ දේවල් කරොත් ඒවා අද මිසක් is not a main source. තේරුණාද කියන්නේ? Even if it is large. හැබැයි මෙහෙමයි. ඕක ගොඩාක් ලොකුවට ආව දුකු profit 30 profit එකක් ආවද කියන්නේ එහෙම එකකින් එනවා company එකේ profit එකට වඩා. එතකොට පෙන්නන තැන පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස් කරනවා. මෙතන දාන්න නැතුව there is something called exceptional items and extraordinary items. ඒක මම මේ course එකේ කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ I told you all what an accountant learns we are not going to do in these 10 lessons කියලා. And Ravi is not going to touch some of these things. With 20 lessons, we can't teach everything. ඒ වගේ ලොකුත් එහෙම එකක් ආවොත් ඒ දාන පෙන්නන දැන පොඩ්ඩක් වෙනස් කරනවා. මෙතන දාන්න නැතුව there is something called extraordinary items and exceptional items. ඒකේ what is exceptional extraordinary එක definition නැත්නම් මම එකක්වත් මෙතන කරන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක ලොකුවට ආවොත් එහෙම පෙන්නනවා. නැත්තම් මේක අස්සර ගෙලින්ම දාන්න. එච්චරයි. ඒ ටික දාගත්තා නේද?
Loss incurred in investment, there is
Loss on sale of
say you buy shares at a higher price and
මෙතනට ඒක set off කළා දාන්න. මෙතනට ඒ කියන්නේ profit on sale of investments උයි losses උයි set off කළා දාන්න. ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් admin වලට දාන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක admin වලට ඒක admin expense එක නෙමෙයි. ඒක financing වලින් යන්නේ. ඒක එයාලගේ ඉන්කම් එක. ෆයිනෑන්සින් එකෙන් එන දැන් ඔයා කිව්වා වගේ ෆයිනෑන්ස් who was that yeah you are the one was ෆයිනෑන්සින් එකෙන් ඉන්කම් එක වෙනම පෙන්නන්න දෙලා නැහැ. ඒ ඉන්කම් එකත් එක්ක ඩොක් කරනවා. එක්ස්චේන්ජ් losses, exchange gains ඒවත් දාන්න මෙතන තමයි. ඒ ෆයිනෑන්සින් එකෙන් එන ඒ වගේ losses තියෙන පුළුවන්, profits තියෙන පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ මෙතන තමයි දාන්න. So I gave another one now. Exchange gains is also there. Okay? Question? No. Yeah, yeah, good. These are your thinking. Very good. All right. Let's move forward. Right. So we were on the asset side. We started 8. Eh? What time you want to break now? What time? It's 9:30. You want to break now? 10? 10 is fine? You want to go to the I want to come to the camp. In person. Can I go to the camp? Okay. ඒ කට්ටියට දිනවා free pass. නෑ ඔයාලට ඒවා දිනවා යන්න බෑ. යන්න දෙපා ඒ කට්ටිය. යන්න දෙනවා ආවේදී exceptional rate. Hi. Okay, look at so asset side is okay. Right, now we come to liability side. What do you find here? What's the first item? First item කියන්නේ කියන කඩවලගේ ඕකට තමයි share capital කියන්නේ. I share capital කියන්නේ දෙන්නේ 2007 Companies Act එකෙන් ඔය නම වෙනස් කෙරුවා. ඇයි මම දන්නේ කාටද මේක වෙනස් කරනවා හිතන්නේ? හරි? ඉතින් මෙහෙම මම ස්ටේට් කරනවා you state it as the capital no ඒකින්ද වෙන්නේ. හරිද? ඔය share capital කියන්නේ ඕකටම තමයි. දැන් මම ඊගොල්ලෝ සමහර වෙලාව ඒව එහෙම තමයි කියන්නේ. මේකත් මේ ඒව එහෙම තමයි. I share capital දැන් මේ I think in this part of the world you still call it share capital. ඔයාලා ස්ටේට් කියන්නේ ඒකේ අපේ ලංකාවේ තියෙන Companies Act එකෙන් කරපු වෙනසක්. I still prefer the share capital word because that's a more universal term. Stated කියපු ගමන් අමාරුම වෙන මොකද? Stated කියන්නේ state කියලා නේ ඒකයි කියන්නේ. Right? Reserves. Remember retained profit from the P&L. Remember retained profit from the P&L? Now that comes here. Reserves කියන්නේ ඒක තමයි main but there are others. Now let me explain කොහෙන්ද මේ others එන්නේ කියලා. The retained profit carried forward කියලා මතකද? 11.5 එක. ඒක මෙතන තියෙනවා. but මේක ඇස්සේ තව ඒවා තියෙනවා. මේක ඇස්සේ තව reserves තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. Retained profit is one of the reserves. Make a note of that. Retained profit is one of the reserves and there could be other reserves as well. Okay? Now මේ volume එක කඩි කන්නේ මොකද? මට මගේ volume එක අඩු කරන්න ඕනේ ඒකයි. පුරේ පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ නේද? වැඩි එකනවා කියනවා වගේ තේරෙනවා. අතරින් වැඩි ගන්න. හරි. Okay, that's fine. Now I can operate at a low level and you can say here well. No, I can do but then එකක් කරන්නේ බෑ. ඒකට යන්න හිතලා නේද මොනේ මේ කාප් එකක් කරගෙන පොඩ්ඩක් උගුරණිය අර මර්චස්ෙන්නේ. කස්සෝගේ සෙනකන්නේ මේකක් තියෙනකොට දැන් ඊන අනේ වැඩි වුණත් මේ කතා කරනවා වැඩි වෙනවා. ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් අඩු කිමිරලා කතා කරනවා. දැන් එහෙමනේ ඊට පස්සේ. හරි. Okay. Reserves mainly is your retained profit, but there can be others. ඒක වෙන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. Okay. Now I want to take you back to the P&L. Balance sheet එකේ ඉන්නව නෑ ඊට මෙහෙට දුවනවා. එහෙම තමයි. Balance sheet එකේ එන දේවල් ඉන්නේ balance sheet එකේ නෙමෙයි. මේක ඊට මෙහෙට යන්න වෙනවා. Now look at this. What is this? P&L of income. දැන් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ගියම මේකට පස්සේ company sector පස්සේ income statement කියන්නේ. මේ තමයි P&L කියන්නේ. income statement කියන්නේ. P&L එක තමයි. ඒ ඔක්කොම company sector එකේ වෙච්ච දේවල්. මොකද අපේ company sector එක දැන් අලුත් 2007 නේද? ඒකෙන් ඔය සමහර වෙනස් කරා මේ keeping in line with international things and all that but මේ සමහර වෙනස් නැහැ. හරි? වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Right. Now I want you to understand something that I didn't teach you earlier. Method. Profit for the year. Net profit after tax. ඒක calculate කරලා පස්සේ companies can do another thing which I didn't show you here. There's another thing that can come in between profit for the year and dividends. Now dividends itself I told you there are two, preference shares and preference dividend and ordinary dividend. What they can do, trebles put up very, subject trebles are doing, king and that's very good. Anyway, right. Okay, that's fine. So, method you can put, companies can put an entry like this. Where they say transfer to reserves. Yeah? Transfer to reserves. Again, you're creating reserves. Actually, where do you know? හරිද? කෝගාන වැඩි වැඩි නේද? කෝගාන ස්ටීරියෝෆොනික්ස් ගතිය වැඩි නේද? වොලියුම් එක බේස් එක වැඩි කරලා ට්‍රබල්ස් අඩු කරන්න හරි. Okay. Right, okay. Testing 1 2 3. Okay. Right. So what is the entry that you can put there? Transfer to reserves. Phone වල silent mode එකක් තියෙනවා බලන්න මම දාලා දන්නේ. දාලා තියෙන්නේ. silent mode එකක් තියෙනවා. silent mode කියන එක නැත්තම් ෆෝන් එකේ මාරු කරන කාලේ හරි මොකද ගොඩක් කල් නෑ එහෙම තියෙනවා. දන්නේ නැත්තම් silent mode දාන්න off කරලා. So transfer reserves can make it. From the profits you have made for this year, you can set aside money. You can set aside money saying reserves. දැන් මෙතන තරිසරම කිව්වගේ සල්ලි ටික ගණන් කරලා කොහේ හරි රාජ්‍යයට දාලා වහන්නේ. නිකන් එහෙම නේ එන්ට්‍රි එකක් විතරයි. නිකන් මෙච්චර ගණන් set aside කරලා දෙනවා. ඇයි එහෙම එක එක දේවල් එහෙම කරනවා. They might say transfer to asset replacement reserve. ඒ කියන්නේ asset replace කරන්න ඕන වුණාම නැත්නම් dividend equalization reserve. ඒ කියන්නේ in years that you don't have enough profits to pay dividends. ඒ වගේ අවස්ථාවල reserve පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම you can create reserve. කිසිම හේතුවක් නැත්නම් මේ transfer to general reserve කියලා දාන්නත් පුළුවන්. ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. එහෙම reserves create කරන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඒ create කරපු reserves උත් තියෙනවා කොහෙද? Now this part you missed, huh? හරිද? ඒ reserves උත් තියෙනවා කොහෙද? මෙතන. So මෙතන තියෙනවා retained profit එක. Remember retained profit 11.5? That plus any reserves that you create like what I just told you now end up as reserves. එහෙම. So ඒකයි reserves and retained profit කියලා කියන්නේ. මෙතන retained profit කියන්නේ ඒකයි. retained profit විතරක් නෙමෙයි අනිත් reserves උත් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. Clear? Okay with me? Right. Great. What's the next item? ඔක්කොල ඕකනමයි long term liabilities කියලා කියන්නේ. Now I will sometimes in future say LTL කියලා. LTL කියන්නේ long term liability කියන එක තමයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක non current කියන එකම තමයි. හරිද? මේකත් මේ non current කියන එකත් due from the annual non current के ओकत में came from the what do you call Companies Act. ओकरा long term liabilities के लिए we have used for many years. Here also again I don't know you may be still using long term liabilities. ये कहने दो बताओ है non current नहीं थी long term नहीं non current के आधा हफ्ते बताओ fixed assets के बताओ right non current के लिए कहने where you have to pay that loan beyond 5 years sorry beyond 1 year sorry beyond 1 year. Anything that is within the year is current. Anything that is more than 1 year, 2-year loan, 3-year loan, 5-year loan, 10-year loan, debentures, I'll explain what debentures are. ඒ හැමදේම long term liabilities තමයි. Okay? Including preference shares. Preference shares උත් එතන තමයි හිටින්නේ. හරිද? මෙතන මේ equity කියන්නේ මේ දෙක එකතු කරපුවම එන ගාන is actually ordinary shareholders amount only. The stated capital කියන්නේ ordinary share capital එක තමයි. All right? Clear? Are you with me?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes.
Saja? Okay? Right. All right. Saja කට්ටිය මේ ඔළුව සොත්ත තියාගෙන අප්සෙට් නෑ නේද? නේ ලාවට තේරෙනවනේ. ලාවට. ඉතින් අඩු ගන්න. ලාවට පත් වෙනවා. ඒක වරක් කරන්න එපා. අපුඩ. ඔය අතවල නේද? බර්ජ් කලිෆ් එකක් හදන්න වෙනවා. නම දාන්න වෙනවද? තේරුණේ කොහොමද? හරලා දැන් ඒ නම මෙහෙ දැම්මේ පල්ලි නැතු. ඉතින් ලකුණු නැතු වුණත් එහෙම වෙනවා. ඕනේ බර්ජ් ඩුබයි කියලා දාන්න ඉතින් ඔය ඉස්සෙල්ලා. එහෙම නේද තමයි. ඔයලා දන්නේ නැතුන අපි දන්නවා. Current liability. So these are the ones that you have to pay within one financial year. These ones you take a longer term. Now I'll explain what this is. Say this out loud. May I watch it? ඔක්කොම අබු ධාබි මේ මොකද්ද debentures focus එකකින් ඉන්නවනේ debentures කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි listen normally these loans now these bank loans from where do you take it from banks අන්නරේ බලන්න නිකන් focus එකේ ඉන්නේ banks what bank is it
That's a lie.
right you are not දැන් අපිට හරි මේ බැංකස් පොඩක් සම් then these bankers do an interesting thing. They lend money and earn money. Whose money is that? Depositors. Again, when bank was selling, I mean, yeah, I don't know here the rates. ලංකාවේ නම් මේ දවස්වල 3ක් 4ක් විතර ගෙවනවා සේවිංස් account වලට. ගෙවලා 12000 දැන් පොඩ්ඩක් වැඩි වුණා. එකක් දෙකක් විතර වැඩි වුණා. මට ඒ වැඩි වෙන ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඔය ගන්න තිබුණේ. හරි. 12000 වලට ඒ පැත්තෙන් ගෙවනවා. ඒ දෙදේ රිලෙන් 3ක් 4ක් මෙහෙ පැත්තෙන් දීලා savings accounts වලට FD වල ලෝකේ තව 6ක් 7ක් විතර දෙයි. මේ පැත්තේ 14ක් 12ක් එහෙම ඉවන. So it's not their money. The money is actually the general public. Got it? So companies looked at this operation and මේ සල්ලි දෙන්න හරි. මුංග වරෙන් සල්ලි දෙන්න. මොකද එකතු කරලා අපිට දෙන්න. That's why it's called mobilizing funds. That's why the banks use the word fund mobilization. They to collect it. Debenture can be very simply this. The company goes direct to the general public and says, will you lend to me? I will pay you interest. And they cut a rate in the middle. අතන 3ක් ගෙවනවා නම් 4ක් ගෙවනවා නම් මේ පැත්තෙන් if you are borrowing at 13 14 then 7ක් වගේ එකක් කිව්වොත් both parties benefit no. Company borrows at a lower cost, depositor gets a better rate than putting in the savings account. Debenture කියන්නේ ඒකයි. It's an instrument that public quoted companies can issue. Private company බෑ. Private නේ. Friends or family no. ඒක debenture issue කරන්න බෑ. Debenture issue කරන්න පුළුවන් public quoted company එකට. Just like preference shares වගේ debentures so that raise කරන්න පුළුවන් we are issuing debentures. So if the people subscribe, you pay interest on it. But the difference is you don't pay interest on it every month. එතකොට companies also you become like a bank no. හැම මාසෙම interest ගන්න ගත්තොත් so many people debentures ගන්න කට්ටිය they pay interest on debentures once in 6 months. එහෙනම් එකතු කරලා ගෙවන්න මාස 6ෙම එකපාරට chunk එකක් ගෙවනවා. Got it? And debentures are also tradable instruments. Again, debenture then when you say I'm the company, I issue debentures. Now I might redeem this after 10 years or 15 years, and there are some which are irredeemable also. Again, I'm කවදාකවත් මේක ගෙවන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම මොකටද සල්ලි දෙන්නේ? I tell you how it works. Get it? Again, I'm the company, I'm issuing debentures. I can issue redeemable debentures or irredeemable debentures. Say that again. Redeemable or irredeemable. Redeemable or irredeemable. IRR ඉස්සර. IRRE. Right? Irredeemable කියන්නේ කවදාකවත් මම ආයෙ සල්ලි දෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මම ඒකට කොහොමද කියන්නේ? You can sell the debenture in the debenture market. එහෙනම් debentures are tradable instruments. shares වගේ. debenture එක ඔයා ගත්තට පස්සේ ඔයාලට දැන් අවුරුදු දෙකකට පස්සේ මේකේ පාගය දෙනවා නම් ඔයාලට debenture market එකේ ඔය විකුණන බල තෝර ගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට එතනින් පස්සේ debenture interest තමයි යාට. එහෙමද? Are you with me? Yes. මෙහෙමයි. That's why I said redeemable and irredeemable කියලා. Redeemable කියන එකට එහෙම කාලයක් තියෙනවා. මම I don't know how it happens here. මෙහි irredeemable එක නැද්ද දන්නේ නැහැ. I don't know that's why they are asking that. Irredeemable එක තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක මම කියන්නේ. Redeemable normally වෙන්නේ issue කරද්දී අපි කියනවා හරි. දැන් අද issue කරලා 2016 වල issue කරද්දී මම say anytime between 1st of April 2025 and 1st of April 31st March of 2030. ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 5ක් වගේ කාලයක් ගන්න යාලා. අරගෙන කියනවා ඔය කාලය ඇතුළත කවදා හරි issue redeem කරනවා කියලා. Redeemable නම්. හරිද? ඒක එක දවස් issue redeem කරනවා කියන්නේ මොකද companies find money no. So within a period of about 5 years they will say starting this date ending this date we will redeem this කියලා. People can't say I want it this date to get back. When you buy the debenture you have to know the conditions on which it is issued. Irredeemable නම් එහෙම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම time specify කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා මම කියන්නේ. ජාති දෙකම තියෙනවා කියලා මම කියන්නේ. ඔයාලා කියන්නේ time period එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ redeemable වල. දෙකම තියෙනවා. redeemable උත් තියෙනවා irredeemable උත් තියෙනවා. Irredeemable ඒවා if now you buy a irredeemable debenture what you have to do is you just have to sell the debenture in the stock market. Sorry, stock market එකේ there's a counter for debentures. A market එකේ you can sell and he might buy. Did I answer question? No, I still have a question I think. මොන බලපෑම හොඳටම තේරෙනවා ඒක.
Irredeemable question. The question is like irredeemable you can recover your investment.
Oh, so he recovers by selling it in the stock market. It changes hands and ඒ අතර ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙම වෙන්නේ. ඒකේ මාකට් එක ගොනන්න පුළුවන්. කම්පැනි එක කවදාකවත් ගෙවන්නේ නැහැ කියන එක කියන්නේ. එහෙම කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? පුළුවන් ඉතින්. පුළුවන්. People. දැන් stock market එකේ shares වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? share market එක කොහොමද වෙන්නේ? share market එකේ I'm the company. මගේ shares මෙයා විකුණනවා. මෙයා ගන්නවා. ඒක තමයි මෙයාට කියන විකුණන්න එපා. ඔයා තියාගන්න කියලා කියන්නේ අර නෑ විකුණනවා. විකුණනවා මෙයාට උන මෙයා ගන්නවා. මෙයාට උන මෙයා ගන්නවා. මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ ඒ වගේ තමයි ගත්තා. ඒ වගේ තමයි ගත්තා. දැන් separate account කොළඹක් තියෙනවා. ඩිබෙන්චර් මාකට් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඔක ගොඩාක් පරණ share market එක පරණ නෑ. But some years back ඔක පටන් ගත්තා. ඩිබෙන්චර්ස් විකුණන්න පුළුවන් බයෙන්ද. හැබැයි ඒක ලොකුවට develop වෙලා නෑ ලංකාවේ. But in this part of the world, in US මේක ලොකුවට තියෙනවා. ලොකු කියන්නේ it's an instrument. right? හැබැයි වැඩි ඔගේ deep යන්න ඕනේ වැඩි දැනගත්ත නැති. alphabet එකේ පිටේ අපි කියලා දෙන්නේ නෑ. දැන් ඔය ටික දැනගත්ත හොඳ නැති. ඊටතර මොකක්ද අමුතුවක් නෑ රවිගෙන් අහලා බලන්න රවි එයාගේ alphabet එක ඇතුළේ නම් කියලා දෙන්න නැත්නම් එයාත් මොන හරි කියයි. මගේ alphabet එක ඔය ටික දැනගත්ත හොඳ නැති.
There's a common word here which is called suku, which is the same word in
Suku?
Sukuk, S-U-K-U-K.
Sounds like Arabian dish to me.
It's the same word for debentures, but in a Sharia compliant manner.
අයන ශාරියා කම්ප්ලයින්ට් মানে සුකු.
Sukuk. So that's
Suku.
what is your
මම දැන් සුකු යන්නේ හෙන්නදී. මේ අකවුන්ටන්ට් මම දන්නේ මේ මොකක්ද නම මොකද ශාරියා කම්ප්ලයින්ට් විදිහට හිතන. මේ ඔක්කොම ශාරියා කම්ප්ලයින්ට් නේ.
So it's very common word
ඒක
here.
කෙලිය ඔක්කොම ශාරියා එකෙන් කෙලිනවනේ ඒකට. මුටි කන්න යනවා නේද කියන ඇතුලේ. ඔයාලා ඉන්නේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඒතකොට ශාරියා කම්ප්ලයින්ට් වල කියන ඔක්කොම මේ විදිහට නැතුව යන්නේ. හැබැයි මෙහෙකින් කොහොමද ඩුබායි is US has adopted child no ඒකෙන් සමහර වෙලාවට ඇති මම කියනවා සෞදි වල එහෙම වෙනවා කියන්නේ කියනවා සමහර වෙලාවට right හරි okay බයෙන් so debentures then not debentures can only right okay time for the break I think no not yet current liabilities trade payables trade receivables trade payables क्या कहने what's the British term for this trade creditors කියන්නේ අර buying and selling කට්ටිය. වෙන කට්ටියක් ඉන්න පුළුවන් නේ. payable මොනවා හරි electricity bill ගෙවලා නැහැ. ඒ වගේ ඒවා එතකොට other payables. right? bank overdraft accruals කියන්නේ ගෙවපු නැතිව තමයි. accrued expenses accruals කියන්නේ ගෙවපු නැතිව. ඒකේ opposite එක තමයි prepayments කියන එක. කලින් කියන එක then it comes here. Again, you rent here, your landlord says you have to pay for 5 years in advance. Right? එතකොට මේ පියන්ලට අවුරුදු 5ම රෙන්ට් දාන්න බෑනේ. අවුරුදු 5කට නිරවලදී මේ අවුරුද්දට පියන්ලට දාන්නේ අවුරුද්ද රෙන්ට්. ඉතුරු 4 මොකද කරන්නේ? ගෙවුවනේ පහම. ඒක දාන්න මෙතන. Because for the future. පියන්ලට හදද්දී මේ අවුරුද්ද දාන්නේ 1 year rent එක. ඉතුරු 4 දානවා for under current assets. Okay? Right. So we are done with this. Yes?
Any payment done non-refundable basis.
Any payment done in non-refundable expense. ඒක හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ non-refundable කියන්නේ කපාරන වගේ.
Prepayment.
Prepayment නෙමෙයි.
Prepayment but non-refundable.
එතකොට පොඩ්ඩක් I don't know what to get here. You can accrue it and take it over the next few years, especially if it's large. You see, there are some concepts which kind of override. This question, I don't want you to have that in. Accounting, the standards, you know the standards in that? Now they make, you can justify to make so you can take it. Especially if it's very significant. ඔය ගොඩක් ලොකු නම් ඔක මේ අවුරුද්දේ දැම්මොත් ප්‍රොෆිට් එක හොඳටම නන්නත්තර වෙනවා නම් එහෙම කරන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් ඔක මැටීරියල් නෑ කියලා මේ අවුරුද්දේ දාලා දාන්න. Because especially ඔක non refundable එකක් හින්දා. නැත්නම් ලොකු ගණනක් නම් you might still appropriate and like you can justify to make a benefit එක අපිට අවුරුදු 5කට හම්බ වෙනවා කියලා ඒක 5කට වගේ කරන්න ඉඩ දෙනවා. But that's another thing you have to sometimes negotiate with the auditors in how they interpret the standard. සමහරට එහෙම යවුත් දෙනවා. සමහර දේවල් සමහර ට්‍රාන්සැක්ෂන්ස් වලදී ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක කියලා දෙන එක බලපුවම මේක නම් කරන්න පුළුවන් වගේ. වාඩි වෙන තුනනේ යාළුවා කියන්නේ නෑ එහෙම බෑ කියලා. ඒක ඉන්ටර්ප්‍රිට් කරන්න මෙහෙමයි කියලා එහෙම තැන් එනවා. So sometimes at finance director, head of finance level and the partner at the audit firm level discussions යනවා. audit එක finalize වෙන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා. ඕවගේවත් එහෙම පැත්තකට යන්න පුළුවන්. But generally if you can argue it's logical that you can the benefits in future years ඒක දාන්න පුළුවන්. ලොකු නැත්තම් පොඩි නම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එහෙම තියන්නේ prudence කියලා concept එකක් තියෙනවා මේ වර්ගම දාන්න කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. Okay? Are you accountant? එහෙම incident එක වෙලා තියෙනවද company? නෑ නිකන් හිතලා කිව්වේ. හොඳයි ගොඩක් හිතනවා හොඳයි බොහොම හොඳයි. නෑ වෙන්න පුළුවන් but either you will rate it. Okay? Anything else? Any other questions? තේරුණා? I didn't follow this again. Customer deposit කියන්නේ බැංකුවක් දැම්මේ. Okay. එතකොට liability එක. Customer deposits in a bank is a liability. In a bank මෙහෙම දෙකට කඩන්නේ නැහැ. බැංකුවක මම දන්නේ මේක කොහොමද කියලා. ලංකාවේ නම් asset liability කියලා heading එකක් විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. මෙහෙම non current කියලා එහෙම නැහැ. Liability කියලා තියෙනවා. asset කියලා එහෙම තියෙනවා. එහෙම current non current කියලා කඩන්නේ නැහැ බැංකුවල. Next answer in Colombo මේ නම් මොනවද කරනවද දන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙනම් එහෙම වෙන්නේ. තේන්නේ? බැංකුව කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා. I think එතන පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මේක අපිට දිගු ගානද පෙට්ටි කාලේ වල නෑ liability කියන එක කියන්නේ. Okay? Right. So then if it's the same here then no problem. Right. Then මේ slide එකේ නම මොකක්ද? ඔක්කොම explain කරලා තමයි නමට යන්නේ. Balance sheet horizontal. In horizontal කියන්නේ horizontal කියන්නේ මේ පැත්තට. දන්නවනේ horizontal මේ පැත්තට vertical මේ පැත්තට. මේ පැත්තට ප්‍රශ්න නෑ. දැන් මේ balance sheet එකේ නෙමෙයි අතන P&L එකේ තියෙන්නේ. sorry P&L එකේ annual report එකේ තියෙන්නේ. එහෙනම් ඒ කියන්නේ මේක තේරුම් ගන්න ලේසි කට්ටියට තමයි. මේ පැත්තට මේ මෙතන තියෙන value එක මෙතන balance වෙනවා කියන එක. එහෙනම් ඒක it's easy to understand. But in reality ඔහොම නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. reality තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. මගේ දෙපන්. දැන් asset මේ පැත්තේ මම දැම්මේ. liability මේ පැත්තේ. ඔය අතර තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙම. මේ තියෙන්නේ ඒ කරපු එක තමයි. Okay. ඒකම මුලින්ම පෙන්නන්නේ නැත්තේ people find it easy to understand this. asset එක පැත්තේ liability පැත්තේ. මේ value එක මේ balance වෙනවා. ඒක that's true ah. Make always the total of assets will equal the total of liabilities. IA accountants උත්තර දෙන්න බලන්න IA කියලා. There's a common before you answer. There's a common wrong answer. Or not a very appropriate answer. And I said accountants can answer. එහෙම කිව්වේ එහෙම common misunderstanding එකක් තියෙනවා IA එකේම වෙන්නේ ඒක. ඒකෙන් නෙමෙයි වෙන්නේ. ඒක වගේ කියලා හිතනවා. හැබැයි ඇත්තටම වෙන හේතුවක් ඉඳලා වෙන්නේ. දැන් මට උත්තර දෙන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් හිතලා කියන්න. My question is what? Why does this balance? And I'm saying there's a common, not wrong here, not a common, not so appropriate answer. Wrong not nahi, but that's a better answer. Why does the assets and liabilities balance? Huh? Huh?
Because we follow double entry.
That is the common wrong answer. ගොඩක් අය ඉතන ඒක කියලා සමහර කයි Q&A එක තේරුණා ඒක තමයි කියලා wrong answer එක. Q&A ආවා සමහර කයි. That is the common misconception. No, not because of double entry. Double entry වලින් debit කරනවා කියන credit කරනවා කියන. ඊට වඩා මොකද උත්තරයක් තියෙනවා. Wrong මත් නැහැ. but ඊට වඩා මොකද උත්තරයක් තියෙනවා. Why you to explain actually.
This is finance by liability.
Assets are?
Finance by liability.
Yeah, I would have explained that. That kind of thinking is correct. Robot explain that over the uncutting non-finance cutting මොකද වෙන්නේ කිව්වේ? හරියට තේරෙන්නේ. තේර භාෂාවෙන් කියන්නේ.
Who funded to purchase the assets? And then like how you are going to settle the assets when you are going to say if you want to sell the assets, to whom you have to settle the assets.
Again, මෙහෙමයි. Then assets are what? Things that the company ඉස්සරහින් පුටක් කවම මොන්නේ. අර අපිට වැඩි කරපින්ද දෙන්නේ. What are assets? Own. ඔය own කියන එක ඇත්තටම own නෙමෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙම පොඩක් මම කියන්නේ. මෙයා කියන එක මම වෙන විදිහකින් ඔයාලට තේරෙන භාෂාවෙන් කියන්නේ. මෙයා කිව්වත් තේරෙනවා ඊට අපිට accountants එකේ උත්තර දෙනකොට යාළුවා වචන පාවිච්චි කරලා උත්තර දෙන්න. Now a company when it's formed, again certificate of incorporation come now, you give all the documents, Register of companies again dunna, certificate of incorporation. Is the company in existence? Yes. Is the company in existence? Yes. Does it have, then register of companies again, certificate again. Is the company in existence now? Yes, because it directly legally it is there. Then escalator are they assets? Are they liabilities? May not certificate company is in existence? Yes. Are they assets? No. Are they liabilities? No. At that time this is 0, 0. මුලින්ම asset tax එන්නේ මුලින්ම shares issue කරපුවම. එතනනේ සල්ලි එන්නේ. So you issue shares and take the money and put it in the bank. We'll say 100 million here. So shares 100 million equivalent. මේ පැත්ත මෙතන state capital 100 million. ඔය සල්ලි ටික අරගෙන දැම්ම බැංකුවේ cash at bank 100 million. Does it balance? Yes. For the first time from 0, 0 it became some figure. Then that 100 million මෙතන තියෙන එක අරගෙන you buy buildings, machinery, cars මොනවා එතකොට වෙන්නේ ඒ 100 million එක distribute එක වෙන්නේ. මේ පැත්තේ still 100 මේ එකතු කරපුවම 100. So you see, like he said, he was not there yesterday, no? Other Abu Dhabi.
No, I'm here. I was out.
You were there yesterday?
No, I was not here yesterday.
Okay. Are you accountant? Yes.
I was out of city actually. I was
No, that's okay. Are you accountant? I understand. Yeah, because if you're not an accountant, then man karne wadi deep. එතකොට පොඩ්ඩක් නිකන් පොල්ලෙන් ගාලා කරකවලා තාරගෙන අය ඉන්න මම කිව්වා දැන් මේ අබු ධාබි නම් ආපු නෝන අකවුන්ට් එකට හෙට 3ට රැගෙට හරි එන්න කියලා. ඔයාට ප්‍රශ්නේ නෑ අකවුන්ටන්සි කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 20කට ඉස්සෙල් නෙමෙයි නේද? පොඩ්ඩක් බලමු තේරෙයි ප්‍රශ්නේ මතක් කරන්නේ අපිට. නෑ, so I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about you too. Tomorrow පරක් වෙන්නේ කියලා. Right, coming back to this. The assets were funded. තේරුණාද? ඒකයි මම කිව්වේ. Assets were funded by whom? Share capital. So again, asset කියලා එන්නේ වෙන එළිය කියන්නේ asset is always matched by a liability. ඔය කියන asset actually asset නෙමෙයි. own කිව්වට own කියපුවම අර පැත්තේ ඕනේ. 100 million own 100 million owe. එතකොට ඔක දිගටම 100 වලින් you manage. Then you take another loan. We'll say 50 million loan එකක් ගත්තා කියලා. Then maybe then 150. Right? Share capital 100, bank loan 50. එතකොට ඒ 50 කොහෙද දැන්නේ බැංකුව වල. එතකොට ආයෙ කෑෂ් එක ගන්නද? මොකද ඒකෙන් ගන්නව මොනවද ගන්නවා. එතකොට ආයෙ ඩිස්ට්‍රිබියුට් වෙනවා. දැන් තේරෙනවද? That is what he said. All the assets are financed by liabilities. Then therefore, actually it is not yours. You don't really own anything. You just have a name. That's all. It is either given by owners or by loan providers. Okay? Right. Okay? This I mentioned yesterday about the assignment and all. They not again. I suggest you. They videoed everything. So watch that. මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් ෆේල් වෙන කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා කොළඹ ඔය කට්ටිය ෆේල් වෙන්නේ නැහැ අකවුන්ටන්ට් නේ වань ජීවිතේ ෆේල් වෙන්නේ නැහැ හැබැයි අර මම කිව්වා අකවුන්ටන්ට් වලට නන් අකවුන්ටන්ට් ලබව ගන්නවා සමහර හැම කියන්නේ ඉන්දියාවේ කරනවා එක අකවුන්ටන්ට් එකක් කටයි නන් අකවුන්ටන්ට් කියන 92යි අර මම ඊගෝ වගේ කැතයි මොන අකවුන්ටන්ට් අරුණ කමන්නේ අකවුන්ටන්ට් එක ගද නෑ වාඩි වෙන්නේ මම නිකන් You must get this my humor. I am used to me, these were already used to. That's why they're laughing their head off. I'm not insulting you, I'm just saying. Even කොළඹ හැමදාම ඉන්නවා. හැමදාම ඉන්න සෙට් එක රවුන්ඩ් කරලා ලවුන් වල අයියෝ කවුන්ට් yeah, the other fellow getting 92 is okay for me. Then you must at least get අඩුම 90ක්වත් 78ක් වෙයි ගත්තම කැතයි නේ පොරේ මේ. අර වොන් දෙකක් ගත්තම. පාස් වෙනවා ඉතින් කැතයි. Right, okay. Right, we are done with this. Okay, nothing else to explain. Event is done. We have the tea break. Okay. Right. We have the tea break and continue. Okay. I will go for the tea break in a while. Huh? So, we're done with this. So, this is the vertical format. Huh? Vertical format can make a asset take a liability lecture. That's all. This is what you see in your annual report. Okay. Now, there's assignment where you have to do with annual reports. The few people who walked in today, I'm telling, right? You all need to get into your groups. You are in already groups, right? No, wait a minute. You are all in groups. Sorry. So you need to work in those groups and do the assignment. So I briefed yesterday and watch the video. Especially the one. Okay, so what does the P&L balance sheet tell us? P&L balance sheet there are things that we can get to know. There are things that we can't get to know. Let's see what those are. Okay? Right. Yeah. Cable ligation again portal em wire karanga portal offset. You look at your printouts, huh? It's okay. All right. What does it say? First one? Financial position. Okay. They did not starting, huh? Financial position of the government. How do you get it? Oh, can what does that mean? Again, you see balance sheet. Balance sheet is actually a snapshot of the financial position, assets, liabilities. P&L tells you the profit, yes, but balance sheet especially assets, liabilities. Balance sheet is also financial selfie. A company can have that. So it does tell you something about the financial health, but asset that did. Asset that did. You will come to that also in a little while under limitations. No wonder me slide it up like to right. What's this one? Liquid. Yeah. So all areas of concern within worker. The liquidity can the name. Accountant liquidity can when they say liquidity problems can basement is flooded can roof is leaking can okay. Liquidity problems can salary no cash. Liquidity the liquid is cash. Liquidity problems can cash again short term cash short term cash to pay the short term dues. To pay the short term dues, there's not enough funds. Liquidity problems can. Liquidity can the availability of funds for short term payments to meet them as and when they fall due. What is liquidity? The availability of short term funds to meet. Sorry, the availability of funds. Don't say short term funds. The availability of funds to meet short term dues as and when they fall due. Short term the bar can do. The availability of funds to meet short term dues as and when they fall due. That's what liquidity is. Okay. So we can see that in the balance sheet. You know how? You know how that can be seen? And let me go to the balance sheet again. Watch. Let's look at the other one. Now look, everybody look here. Everybody can everybody. Everybody can everybody. Everybody can everybody. Look this way. Current asset. Current liability. Method total compare current asset can assets that will become cash in the short term. Current assets can they become cash in the short term. This is what you have to pay in the short term. Make adukar you get an idea about may given the pulon the may not take given current liability given current asset you have to pay for current asset. Current liability given may not given building machine you get what I'm saying? මෙතනින් තමයි සල්ලි එන්න ඕනේ. So මේකෙන් මේක අඩු කරපුවම you get an idea about whether you have enough money. And we'll look into the detail. That is lesson 4. Okay? We'll look into that. Working capital management. We're going to look at that. So, but we can get an idea about liquidity. Then මෙතන stroke දාලා තියෙන්නේ areas of concern within working capital කියන්නේ liquidity කියන එක නෙමෙයි. This and this which are connected. Liquidity is actually what I told you. But working capital වලට සම්බන්ධයි. Working capital කියනවාද current asset minus current liability calculation එකට. But I'll explain conceptually what working capital is when we look into that topic. Okay? දැනට current asset minus current liability කියලා දාගන්නකො. හරිද? current asset වලින් current liability ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. ඒක ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්ද කියන එක. We can see from the balance sheet. Are you with me? Great. What's the next one? Again? Hi. Gearing. Gearing क्या है बात? What is gearing? Gearing is actually looking at this. I'll go to the balance sheet again. Balance sheet එකේ මෙන්න මේ දෙක. මේකයි. Okay? What is this? Equity liabilities කියන්නේ මුළු එකටම මේ පැත්තට තමයි equity liabilities කියන්නේ මේ කැලේ මොකද්ද? Equity. මේ මොකද්ද මේ? ඔව්. මේකට දානවා නම් long term liabilities. මතකයිනේ? මේ දෙකේ සම්බන්ධය තමයි ඔය gearing කියන්නේ. ඒ මොකද්ද? Look at me. Okay? Look at me again, look at me. Right. Now I'm the company. I obtain funds through two sources. What are the two sources? One is this, one is this. Either I get it from the owners, that's called equity, very good. Or I get it from loan providers, long-term liabilities or non-current liabilities. Short word for that is debt. From a funding point of view, we say I get money either from equity or from debt. Hurry, but මේකට කියන කොටි නම තමයි equity, මේකට කියන කෙටි නම තමයි debt. අපි ඒක balance sheet එකේම ලියන්න බෑ. But I'm just saying the conceptually that's what it is. Now, why do I get these things? Why do I get equity? To run my business. Why do I get debt? To run my business. Either way, it's funding money. Right? When I take equity, I have to pay what? Normally? Profits, dividends. Profits, dividends. Ordinary dividend. Debt, what do I pay?
Interest.
So for equity, I pay dividends. For debt, I pay interest. Either way, there's a servicing, there's a payment. Got it? Right? So, since both have a cost, we say there's a cost of the capital. Capital has a cost. These equity capital, this is debt capital. Both capital has a cost. Right? So, the comparison of මම වැඩිපුර අවන්ත ඉන්නේ debt වැඩිපුර අවන්ත ඉන්නේ equity කියන එකට තමයි gearing කියන්නේ. Gearing කියන්නේ the mixture, the mix between debt and equity. ඒක බලන එක. Debt වැඩිද equity වැඩිද? The evaluation of whether debt, the company is funded more through debt or equity කියන එක. And මෙහෙමත් කියනවා අපි. Debt වැඩි නම් ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් 150කට වඩා debt තියෙනවා. Equity 130යි debt එතකොට කීයද? Equity 130යි නම් debt කීයද? ඒ 100ක් වෙන්න නෑ ඒක දුර වෙන ගණන් ගන්න බෑ. හරිද? So debt at such a company we say highly geared. මොනවාද? Highly geared. The American term for gearing is what? Accountant? අන්නරි. කවුද? Leverage. Leverage. American කාරෝ leverage කියන්නේ ඔකම තමයි. Gearing කියන්නේ is the British term. Highly leveraged කියන්නේ highly geared කියන එක තමයි. Highly geared කියන්නේ පස්වෙනි gear එකේ දාලා යනවා කියන එක නෙමෙයි උපරිම debt තියනවා කියන එක. හරිද? company එක හොඳටම highly geared කියලා කියන්නේ හොඳ දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. debt portion එක වැඩි කියන එක. දැන් ඒකෙන් අදහස් වෙන්නේ just because you are geared you are in trouble කියන එක. We will look at that. When we look at lesson 3 we will understand what is good and bad about gearing. Then right? Okay. So what is gearing? Gearing is an evaluation of how the company is funded in relation to debt and equity. The proportion. If there is more debt, that means more than 50% is debt, we say highly geared. Another name for that is highly leveraged, which is the American term. Clear? In lesson 3, we'll see that how exactly it's done. What is this? High. Net worth. Another name for that is? Net assets. Right. Let me explain it. The net terms, the more you learn, you must remember you must use it in the correct way. Arakat net, makeat net, net take a net profit can be net worth, I'm just saying that I know that sounds silly, but how are you watching again? That's why I'm getting you to say these words. What is the word? Net worth or net assets. Alright, so I'm going to call it NA. NA can not applicable name. NA can another net assets. Not applicable, not available name. I'll give you a formula and I want you to tell me. I'm going to use abbreviations now. And I want you to think and tell me what I'm writing. Okay? Everybody. NA equals. Good. Because net assets and this thing is total like the end pay. Net net can then this will be even easier. No. Mama, everything minus blue. If I do that, net and this in total and not the make total. For the end. Okay. Current assets. Total assets. Then minus. You make a part of the minus plan. And net is in total and back. Balance sheet take non-current. NCL I'm still used to this LTL word. Okay, that's okay. NCL again, total assets are long term current same thing. Okay, same thing. Okay? Alright? The Samara is a Bindu. Bindu in shareholders funds are to equity. By the way, equity, another name for equity is what? Tell me, thank you. Shareholders funds. SF. SF क्या है सारा funds से क्या नहीं है? Shareholders funds. When I use this SF क्या नहीं? Right? So this is equal to NA is actually equal to what then? Which is equal to right equity. Equity and shareholders funds is the same thing. Another name for it. I'm familiar with these terms, huh? Alright? Okay. So make a theorem calculate the net assets can net assets can make it. Now look at me. Everybody, okay? I have assets, I have fixed assets, I have current assets. That's what I own. Then made if I sell all my fixed assets and current assets, I'll get some money, right? Correct? Again, give long-term liability, give current liability, give what is remaining is actually the true value of this business. Fixed asset good current asset good tibunata arapatti liability once you pay that off, what is remaining is what is really remaining for me as a company. That is why that is equal to shareholders funds. And there one. Ek ID card for the owners who are the shareholders. Thank them. Shareholders funds. Okay. So Colombo,
ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අලුත් ඇලියොන්. දැන් නම් ඇලියොන් නෙවෙයි වෙසල් එක. හරිද? වෙසල්ස් තියෙන දැන් වැඩිපුර. වෙසල් එක අලුත්. ඒ වුණාට ඒක ලීස්. මොකක් කරේ ටීසෝ වොච් මගාව නැහැ. මගේ බලන්න එපා. මේ ඒ වුණාට ඒකත් ක්‍රෙඩිට් කාඩ්. ඒ කියන්නේ ක්ලීන් සූට් එම්ටි පොකට්. ඒ වගේ තමයි අර මොනම ඇසට් ගොඩක් තිබුණා ලයබිලිටිත් නාන්න මේ පැත්තේ තියෙනවා නම් එතකොට ඇත්තටම net worth එක නැහැ. net worth එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ එහෙම liability ගොඩක් නැතුව asset ගොඩක් නැති වුණා liability ගොඩක් නැත්නම් තමයි net worth එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ. You understand? So this gives that impression of the company. Actually, how much is this company worth? A company's value grows when this grows. That's reflected in the share equity growth. You reserves එකතු වෙනවා එතකොට. ඇයි share capital එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ. දැන් මේ SF එකේ SF එක ඇතුළේ මොනවද දෙන්නේ? Shared capital reserves වෙයි. Shared capital එක නිකන් වැඩි වෙන්නේ නැහැ unless we issue shares. Only if you issue shares shared capital වැඩි වෙනවා. වැඩි වෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? Reserves. Reserves කියන්නේ the profits. එතකොට තමයි net worth එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ. You understand now? Clear? Are you with me? Right. Capital adequacy. Capital adequacy කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. You can have situations when Colombo also get companies like this. Company was formed 75 years ago. At that time, the owners put 100,000 rupees as share capital, and it was a big amount at that time. 100,000 was a lot of money at that time, 75 years ago. But today, they are not increased the share capital. Tama balance sheet share capital 100,000. Reserves may be in millions. You can have share capital 100,000. Reserves is 30 million. So equity is actually 30 million plus 100,000. Then I'll give it. 30 million plus 100,000, 30.1 million. But take a 30 million reserves, 100,000 on share capital. That kind of company we say is undercapitalized. Then they run. Again, a company assets තියෙන ප්‍රමාණය අනුව මේකට share capital එක වැඩි වෙලා නැහැ. As long as it's a private company and only few people are holding the shares, it's okay. එහෙම company එකක් බැලුවත් public වුණොත් ඒක උපරිමයට public වෙනවා. ඇයි? shares පොඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙන්නේ මේ company එකේ. Whoever wants to acquire the company has only buy few shares. The price of the share may be high. Okay? But by buying a few shares, you can throw out the fellows and get into the company. So what you need to do at a time like that is you need to increase the share capital. What they normally do is the reserves got reserves share capital debit credit share capital reserves debit that's called capitalization of profits. That's broad based shareholding. That's what leasing card think about you can't own the companies. Okay. What's the next word? These are all technical terms. Right. Trading. What is trading? Buying and selling. So buying and selling is a good thing. Am I right? Over so trading you understand my question? Now we are saying the balance sheet can reveal over trading. So over trading, why over again? They were trading beyond a certain point, if you do, is it bad? When does it become bad? Can somebody explain? Not margin. Credit because isn't all business done on credit? Most business done on credit. Doing business on credit is not the problem.
Not collecting.
Recovery, collection. Again, you can't say do business in cash. Business is done on credit. The problem is business is done on credit, but at the rate at which you add to credit, at your credit, again, debtors are adding from even bank was me did you follow that? You see, Debtors must be like this. Can increase, but it must keep make me not get out better in negative. That is overtrading. That is when you go on giving credit and building the receivables, debtors another name is receivables, and the rate at which the monies are collected from receivable accounts is way low compared to the rate at which you're adding to the credit. The rate at which debtors are created is far exceeds the rate at which the collections are happening on the other side. That is overtrading. So don't say what is overtrading. Selling on credit. Selling on credit is not the problem. Selling on credit is the way to do business. But you must collect at the same pace. In Hamadama, 10,000 will be like only the time. That's why sometimes the accountants will say, no, until you collect that, we can't release this again. Next time, let us income more. And when we learn the liquidity lesson, you will understand why that is a big problem as well. Alright? Make a reflected, you have to look at two things. You have to look at the sales, you have to look at the debtors and the bank balance. And you have to study it over a period of time. Keep back balance. So overtrading in looking at annual report. Company management can look at it because they have access to the accounts on a regular basis. No? They can look at it. The analysis requires data over a period of time. You need to see what's happening. Debtors, bank balance, very simple. Annual report taking make the error, make explain balance sheet fixed assets depreciate again, depreciate the example 5 years. In the last year, you make it 1 rupee. Again, attack fully depreciated. But the balance sheet assets are very low. So you're looking at the value of the fixed assets, you can say whether it needs replacement. Alright. That all is well or not well. Now we are looking at what? What the balance sheet and P&L cannot reveal. You can't look at the P&L and balance sheet, right? And say, gives an indication that it is okay or gives an indication that it's not okay. You know why? What is the main reason? I kind of told you the reason a little while ago. Why is it that you can't say like that? That everything is fine, everything is all wonky here. Just because the P&L balance sheet is either fine when you look at it or is not fine when you look at it. Why? What's the main reason?
Certain.
A bigger explanation is dramatized. It's a moment. It's a moment. Balance sheet is a moment. So you can't say. I'll give a classic example. This is the best example I can come up with. Remember, a couple of years ago, Dialog made a loss. 2 years. What is it? VRS Tribuna. See, Dialog was a celebrated company in Sri Lanka and it is still a celebrated company. But 2 years they made a loss. How many of you didn't know that they made a loss? VRS made a loss. Poti loss में sell करने में Dialog के लोगों गलंग में ज़्यादा कराने लंका इधर first year 2 or 3 billion 2 billion loss. इधर पास से और 8 billion loss. इधर पास से और 1.5 billion का हमारे profit. और देगा loss. Loss से ऊपर में क्या है? 3 and 2 and 8 can or 3 and 8 ये वाला. Now my point is not about the loss. My point is about the year before that. Again, then, 2 billion loss when this thing out coming out there, coming out. That year was not. Again, then profits very well. It was profits put duela. Either pass the loss से क्या है? ये मैंने होने होगा. The year before their first loss was their best year. In the history until that point. It possible now I have not been following it. But the story is a loss was their best year in the history of dialogue. In terms of profits, revenue and everything else. Again, that all is well or what will kill him. Samahata කියන්න බෑ නේ. Of course this is an extreme example. හැම වෙලෙම එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. උඟක් කියලා මෙහෙම ගිහලා මෙහෙම වෙලා මෙහෙම තමයි වෙන්නේ. But මෙහිම දේවල් වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක මම කියන්නේ. Now if you want to එහෙම කොහොමද වුනේ? ඒක නේ හැමදේම easy practical කියලා වෙන්නේ. I'll explain. But එතනට ඉස්සෙල්ලා මට මේක කියන්න නේ. කියන්නේ now for example, if you took the annual report of that year which was before the last year, the CEO के report එක, MD के report එක, එහෙම කියවොත් ඒක නේ වීලොක් වගේ වෙනවා. Because looking at that trend, they would have said about something nice for the future. If this is for your best year ever, will you say, by the way, best year ever, and out the loss of Balapurtu? And it's not that they lied either. I'm not trying to say that they lied. They said, I mean, in good faith, what they thought will happen. But that's not what happened. If you wonder, why something may be out of place? You know, balance sheet PM will only tell you what is out of place. It won't tell you why. I mean, why it's out of place. Then, again, you see, balance sheets and P&Ls are like a blood report, urine report. You take the blood report, urine report, balabo, amiga, case, amiga, abis balan, abis dostar na nela, megala, ek athletic again, I give a pen and report. For bana, you might be me. Well, I am a dostar then. Mega, good. Also, it won't tell you how to fix it. It won't tell you what's wrong, why it's wrong. No, it will tell you that's the doctor. So that's why the accountants are still required to try the doctor like that. It's not doctor can. Oh, we will try this one and see. Another thing the balance sheet can't reveal is it can't tell you about the assets that are intangible. You see, the natural assets the fixed assets and current assets, remember? Those are actually tangible assets. Balance sheet take again. Tangible assets. Fixed and current is a division of that. There's another category called what? Balance sheet now before the accountant says, I took because the accountant you have to verify you bought machinery, you bought for 10 million, documented. Oh, intangible, verification again, the like what? Brand values, HR, human resources, brands. Marketers will say, the Coca-Cola will say, our brands are 6 times more valuable than our net assets. What are net assets? Okay? They say things like their brand values are more than 6-7 times more than the net assets. So, balance sheet if you sell the company, values of the brands are so much, but your balance sheet is done in account. Why? It can't be verified. So the thing is, but actually Coca-Cola balance sheet net assets do you understand? So intangible assets. I'll give you an example of something that actually happened. Dialogue bought into CBN set and converted to Dialogue TV. Dialogue TV. So Dialogue TV is actually what? CBN set which was acquired and turned into Dialogue TV. What are the Harita values? I know the proportions, but exact numbers. But just to explain, I'll take some figures. If the CBN set's balance sheet net assets value was 100 million, Dialogue paid something like 300 million. Yeah. The license, the satellite license. So that's intangible asset. Take a balance sheet, take a satellite license. Take up me. Do you get what I'm saying? Our license asset tax is a bad. But when they paid, they have to pay for that because CBN said what they're really selling is that right now, not their customers, CBN sector එකේ customers වෙන ඒ දවස්වල කවුරු තියෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔය dialogue TV එක grew නේ dialogue TV ගත්තට පස්සේ when they marketed it. Then people had the confidence to go there. CBN sector එකක් only few people had satellite TV in Sri Lanka. You understand what I'm saying? So even intangible assets, brands, HR, which is actually a value. But I told you HR depends on who you're valuing. What the future holds, එහෙම කියන්න බෑ. Balance sheet එකේ crystal ball එකක් නෙමෙයි. මම කියවනේ dialogue එක වෙච්ච කතන්දරේ. ඒකේ අන්තිම P&L එකේ balance sheet annual report එක කිව්වොත් you will think this is the best company in Sri Lanka. And probably it was. But they had so many things growing underneath which got exposed. They want, I think Malaysia also would have got a shock of their life. Injection everything හැමදේම දුන්නා. So that's why the next year 1 billion or 1.5 billion higher profit එකක් ආවේ. Then it's a high part than good. So what I'm trying to say is you can't say it's not a crystal ball. And also that එක මොහොතක් ගන්න එකත් වැදගත්. Right? All right. Okay, so that's the last one, isn't it? Okay. Now what do they have here? Right. Now what are we going to do? Then P&L දන්නවා, balance sheet එක දන්නවා. Then ඒක තියෙන්නේ මොනවද කියලා විතර දන්න. We only know what is in there. We don't know how to tell whether it's good or bad. Now we are going to learn how to check whether it's good or bad. This is actually the financial analysis of the assignment. Remember? Actually, not necessarily the first part. First part is easy, but after about 2-3 slides, the hardcore stuff comes. Okay? All right. So, how are you going to analyze? There are tools. Okay? MBA balance sheet there are no we are in good shape. Nobody understands the financial statements. See that there. Accounting can do again. CEO can do again. CEO office again. CFO again. But they have in the after doing this course, you have to theory. So now we are going to see how to understand. There are tools. What's the first one? Horizontal I'll tell you what horizontal analysis is in a little bit. Right? What's the second one? P&L balance sheet. Balance sheet. Horizontal. You want so you do horizontal analysis, vertical analysis, and the last one. ඒක තමයි වැඩිපුරම ඉගෙන ගන්න. මේක ලේසි horizontal and vertical හට්ටක් හට්ටාවල් තේරෙනවා. තීරසුත් තියෙන දක්වා තේරෙනවා. ෆස්ට් යන්නේ මේක පොඩ්ඩක් තේරුම් ගන්නවා. හරි? Okay. So let's see what horizontal analysis is. Horizontal analysis is also called what? Yeah? Trend analysis. Trends කියන්නේ මෙතන horizontal කියලා කියන්නේ across years. අවුරුදු 5ක් දැන් ඔයාලා your assignment I said you have to take 5 years for the companies. Trend analysis again, you take say sales, see how the sales is growing or coming down. Trend, very simple. One another. It's a technique of used for evaluating financial data over a period of time. Purpose is to determine the increase or decrease. That's a problem. Make it make as long as you can calculate a percentage, make better seeing medical or make right? Make a more non-financial categories make easy make in an annual report, last point, you will find all the figures are given for 2 years. Every figure is given for current year and previous year. Have you seen that? If you look at annual report, you will know. In annual report, the ජීවිතේ බලපෑම ටිකක් ඉන්නවා කියලා පේනවා මම ප්‍රශ්න කියපුවම ඒ කට්ටිය නිකන් විහිළුවට වගේ annual report එක අරලා බලන්න. හරිද? ඕනම නම් මාලා ඇති ඔය PDF ඒ වගේක් පරණේවල. හරිද? ඕනම නම් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරි? එතකොට anything today when you go to the company website annual report එක download කරලා when you go to the tab called investor relations ඒක ඇතුලේ තියෙනවා නැත්නම් if you go to the stock market ඔක්කොම download කරලා PDF විදියට. Stock market again Colombo stock exchange ඔක්කොම computers කරලා ඉවරයි. හරි? So you will see the this year figures, last year figures. So it's a trend and the trend and and in another place in the annual report, they will give us selected items, not forward. Now, current year and previous year for everything they give. Okay? But in a selected place, selected sheet, they will select a few things. Actually, the ones that they have done well on normally, it is a 5-year analysis or 10-year analysis. Like breakdown make a good. They know. Clear? Okay? Right. Now, I must tell you something. I mentioned that. But put the assignment again, put that here. Now, the annual report, you will realize annual report again, current ratio analysis. Annual report again, copy paste annual PowerPoint back. So, now I'm going to tell something which you will understand. PowerPoint, there's another file you have to give me. No, report, ratio to calculate for Excel sheet. Oh. It will copy paste that. No, I wanted to learn this, okay? So again, P&L data down, balance sheet data down, it was calculate, making medical, you know. No annual report make it so you have to give me both. May files name karadi. Michael, yela dena make assignment again. Namadani de man kila dena. Ek me product to binas karan dipa. A syntax set dena assignment take kila. I don't know. Mara sort karan bolam. I should be able to put all of it and member groups kiya din or had. Hey, hi 1 2 3 4 5 6 ඔක්කොම දිනවලට බලන්න. මෙතන ලොකු ප්‍රශ්න 6ක් තියෙනද? කොළඹ තියෙනවා 30ක් තියෙනවනේ. ඒ 10 වතුනක් නේ. 10 දවස් 3 ගෙනවනේ. එතන මම sort කරපන් මම ඔක්කොම දීලාද කියලා මම බලන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් කවුරුගේ missing ද කාගේ missing එහෙම I should be able to sort it. ඒ ඉන්න ඒ syntax එක කිසි දෙයක් වෙනස් කරන්න එපා. capital නම් capital, simple නම් simple, hyphen නම් hyphen, underscore කියන hyphen නෙමෙයි. Space දාන්න එපා. දාන්න එපා. ඒකෝර එන්නේ මට ගිහිල්ලා ඔයාලගේ නම් හදන්න නෙමෙයි. හරි ඒක කරන්න එපා. අනිත් එක ඒවට අමතරව assignment එකට අමතරව නම් දාන්න එපා. ඒ කියලා තියෙන syntax එක කරන්න. හරි? That is easy for me to sort. Okay, that's the main reason. So point is you have to give me now 2 files. එකම නමෙන් Excel file එකේ නමම PowerPoint එකේ තියෙන්න. ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ නේද? file format එක වෙනස් නැකින්ද? ඒ ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ. හරි? තේරුණාද? Just by the way, what I'm not saying, copy paste කරන්න බෑ. ඔයාලට ඕන නේ ඒක කියලා බලන්න පුළුවන් මේ copy කරපු එක මේක හරිද කියලා. ඒක වැරදි වගේ නම් ලොකු ප්‍රශ්නයක් කරගන්න එපා because they may know information that you don't know. Again, you think they are calculating those ratios only from the figures that they are showing you. No, they have a lot of other details, breakdowns. Sometimes they may be omitting things, including things which you don't know. You have to base it on the annual report. So you calculate it based on the formula that I am going to give you. Clear? Don't try to somehow get the answer because I am not going to give you marks based on what they have put as the answer and him checking I am actually not going to look at the annual report and see what they have calculated. I am going to see based on the formula that I teach you whether you use the formula correctly and calculate it. That's all. Clear? Good. Alright, so that's by the way, horizontal analysis can hear it. Next one, what's the name?
Vertical.
Then horizontal analysis across years. Horizontal can give you across years. In other words, vertical give you across years and back. Minimally, it can be within the year. But within the year, analysis but you must at least know vertical analysis can be within the year. You can't be going across the years because then it's become horizontal. Right? So it's also called what? What's the name? That's another name. What again? Alright. Okay. Here? Common size analysis. Okay? Common size analysis. ඒකයි common size analysis කියලා කියන්නේ කියලා දැන් තේරෙයිවලු. මොකද්ද මේ common size එක කියන්නේ? හරිද? We'll see. The technique for evaluating financial data that expresses an item in terms of percentage or base amount. Let me explain. Right. This is where you again look at me. You take the annual report information. P&L balance sheet තියෙනවනේ. ඒ ටික දැන් ඔයාලා assignment එක කරනවා වගේ you copy it to a Excel sheet. P&L copy කරලා එක sheet එකට, balance sheet එක copy කරලා තව sheet. ඒ ඔයාලා තුන්වෙනි එකේ ratios calculate කරනවා. හරි? දැන් මෙතන නෙමෙයි. Now you copy the P&L to the balance sheet. Okay, look at me. Then you create another 2 sheets. ඒක ඔක්කොම sheets 4ක් වුණා. Excel එකල එහෙම sheet 256ක් දාන්න පුළුවන් අතන. හරි? So then 4ක් තියෙනවා. P&L, balance sheet and 2 blank sheets. 2 blank sheets වල අර දෙක ආයේ copy කරමු. Got it? So P&L දෙකක් තියෙනවා balance sheet. මේ පළවෙනි P&L balance sheet දෙක is the source data එකත් එක්ක මොකුත් කරන්නේ නැහැ. That's we are going to keep it. ඒක මොකුත් figures වලට මොකුත් කරන්න බෑ. මෙතන දැන් තව P&L එකක තව balance sheet එකක් තියෙනවනේ. You have another P&L balance sheet. You take the P&L and you want to do vertical analysis now for the P&L. Right? That is within the P&L window. Vertically. In the P&L, what is the largest figure normally? Revenue. මොකද එහෙම නෙමෙයි නම් gross loss නේ. cost of sales එකට නම් revenue එකට gross loss. ඒක සාමාන්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම gross loss තියෙන business නේ. ඒක මම කියන cost plus loss කඩේ වල ගෙදර යන්න ඕනේ කියලා. මේක 60ට අරන් 40ට ගොල්ලනවා නම් මොකද ප්‍රශ්නයක්. එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ සාමාන්‍යයෙන්. එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන් හැබැයි. වෙනත් ඒ කියන්නේ උපරිමයට මොකක්ද ප්‍රශ්නයක්. So largest figure normally is turnover. What we do is, then remember now, picture this one, P&L is here, balance sheet is here, P&L is copied here, balance sheet is copied here. Take the P&L copy here. What is the largest figure? Revenue. What you do is, first of all, මේ figures ඔක්කොම ටික zero කරනවා. මේ දෙක එහෙම තියෙද්දි එකෙන් මුත් කරන්නේ මේකේ figures ඔක්කොම zero කරනවා. හරිද? දැන් ඒක items විතරයි දෙන්නේ, නම් විතරයි දෙන්නේ. Revenue figure එකට මෙතන 100 කියලා දාන්න. That's the highest figure. You may 100 කියන 100% කියන අදහස. Now this 100 which is there for revenue is 100%. This is the 100% of the P&L කියන. Then you represent every other figure using the source data figures ඒක පාවිච්චි කරමින් as a percentage. ඒ කියන්නේ now for example if your turnover was 100 million and if your gross profit was 60 million, then මෙතන එන්නේ turnover 100, gross profit 60. Cost of sales. We say cost of sales is 60 million කියලා. එතකොට මෙතන cost of sales 60, gross profit 40, administrative expenses 12, distribution expenses 13.5. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? As a percentage of say turnover, make it a percentage. Isn't that useful, that information? To say that our administration expense is 13% of our turnover, and last year it was only 9%. Again, you can do the vertical analysis and then do horizontal with that also. You can horizontal करने का vertical करना पड़ा. ये तो नया कौन है? Right. So okay. So balance sheet tech. You can mix and match the two analysis. Not a problem. Okay? Clear? All right. So, mummy, not because I have a crude mind, मैं माता के हिटिंग देखी है ना, तो वो अनिवार्य horizontal vertical माता के हिटिंग I say in the bag. So, it's a way of evaluating financial data within a particular year. Clear? Balance sheet take over the ground. Balance sheet take एक figure करने में 100% वाली दान में बोलो. Because balance sheet take if you take the total is the total of fixed assets and current assets. Balance sheet take what करने you take section by section. You take the fixed assets and make the total of fixed assets 100. Current assets एक आएगा current assets के total 100 करो. even एक figures 100 करो you can do this. Wherever एक 100 देने के theorem आती है ना. You get what I'm saying? यानी you do a separate analysis. So एक करने में fixed assets 100 कर ला. You say our machinery is 40% of our total fixed assets. Our office equipment is 30%. The office equipment is 30%. Machinery is 30%. That means you invest only 40% of our fixed asset investment in machinery. In a factory that is important. You understand? Clear? Current assets totaling 66% of our current assets is inventory. Only 1% is money in the bank. एक देर मत कर. ऊपर भी देर मत दियो. Current assets तीनों जो है मुझे दिखाई देने बैंक में. सीट हटाया तीन inventory. Details लगा देना दिया तावत 30 पाक. अन्य क्या? So you do section by section and do the vertical analysis there. Got it? Everybody with me?
Yes.
So me horizontally vertical කියන එක හරි lazy. මේක අමාරු නෑ. Just a percentage thing. Now the thing with vertical analysis is it allows you to compare organizations of different size. You see, when you take in the same industry, if you take a large company and a smaller company, now let's say banking in Sri Lanka, you take commercial banks balance sheet and P&L, and you take Pan Asia, Union Bank and market balance sheet. එතකොට Pan Asia, Union Bank නිකන් නන්නත්තර වගේ පේනවා. ඒ අර ඔක්කොම බිලියන් commercial bank කතා කරන්නේ. අර නිකන් අමාරුවෙන් tens of millions ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. So this looks bad because it's small. But small can be beautiful, as you know. And big is not always better. I'm talking about balance sheets now. Okay? So it is good when you do a vertical analysis, you can compare. Now you can compare dialogue with Hutch. Next time Hutch will look puny compared to dialogue or Etisalat. They may be big, but this fellow is small. But now, when you represent saying Hutch's administration expenses is 9% of their turnover, but Dialogue's administration expenses is 30.5% of turnover. Got it? So the comparison, it shows efficiency. It gives a better feel of the efficiency. Clear? Are you with me? Brilliant. Right, we are done with vertical and horizontal. Now the rest of the time we are going to spend on this. Okay? Right. Okay. Yes, breathe. Put up smaller. Not put up other dead billion. Make current city. Not put that. I'm going to okay. Right. So under ratio analysis, make a break time. Ratio analysis is done under 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas. Okay? This is not an individual ratio. I'm not going to give you individual ratios for this. There are 5 areas. Under each of these areas, there are separate ratios. Am I winning? So, Podda heavy. Podda heavy make from exam point of view also very important. Then again, hammer pass paper. No, make pass activity. 10 paper. I'll get a little method. Summer paper compulsory in Colombo. In a particular year, manga compulsory. Hammer power may work right down No, but anyway, you need to know this. I mean, you can't say you know finance and you don't know ratios. This is like, that's like saying, I don't know. That's like saying I'm non-vegetarian, but I'm not eating chicken, you know. Chicken, mulimma chicken are which not venison. You understand what I'm saying? So you make a but they're heavy. Right? Also, when I get to the area, so I'll go to the next slide. Profitability ratio. Make it nan tika vitarai. Therenoda. ඊට පස්සේ අනිත් slide එකට යනවා මේ. Now you understand why you need to really write. මම ඊ කියපු ගාල මේ ratio එකේ නම විතරයි දෙන්නේ කිසි දෙයක් නැහැ. So I'm going to explain the formula. I'm going to explain the meaning. I might give some examples sometimes, especially for certain ratios. ඒ ඔක්කොම ඉතින් ලියාගත්ත සමීපයි. Then the reason is this part I want you to write. Actually, there's a reason why I not put the formula here. I want you to write when I say it. And then there are more things to put inside. But I'll dictate it slowly. I'll dictate the formula. So I just showed you what is in store for you. So you need to get writing. පොතක් කියම අරගෙන එන්න ඕනේ. ඕක මේ අස්සම ලියන්නේ. අන්න එන්නේ පැඩ් එකක් අරගෙන හොටෙල් එකේ ඉඳන් ලියන්න. මේ තමයි ෆ්ලයිට් දැස් ලියන්න යන්න බෑ ස්පෙෂලි අර ෆ්ලයිට් හතරක් විතර වෙන් කරලා මේකට එහෙම කරන්නේ නැහැ අතෙන් පයින් යන්නේ කියලා ෆ්ලයිට් එක කොළඹුන් තමයි හතරක් විතර එක පොලේ ගහගෙන සම්පත්ත අඩුවක් නෑ නෙමෙයි හොඳයි එහෙමත් උන් ගහගෙන ඉන්නේ අර පල්ලෑක අර වුණා දෙකක් ගන්න මම කිව්වා සොෆ්ට්වෙයාර් කරගෙන ඉන්නේ ඌ ගහලා දෙනවා පොඩි ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරලා that film is fantastic මම පස්සේ කියන්නේ ඔය නියමයි කොල් ළමයින්ට වඩා ඌක තේරෙනවා අපි උගන්නන සබ් you think I'm kidding මම වෙච්ච එක ඉන්සිඩන්ට් එකක් යනවා නගගෙන since my head I can tell you this මම කියන්නේ සිලබස් වෙනස් වුණා කියලා ඉස්සර 3ක් තිබුණා ඊට පස්සේ 2ක් වුණා කියලා finance subjects එතකොට ඒ 3 2 වෙන්න ඉස්සරින් 3න් 2ක් කරේ මම ඒ දෙක තමයි මේක කරේ ඒ දෙකක් කරේ මම මේක කරන්නේත් මම තේරෙනවද දැන් පළවෙනි බැච් එකේ ඉන්නවනේ ඔය දෙක එක වුණාට පස්සේ 2011 බැච් එක ඒකට පාස් පේපර් නැහැ එතනගේ එතකොට දැන් they have to look at the papers of the other two subjects too. One day when I was going past the photocopying place in BIM, the photocopying guys have a chat with one of our students. Can I point thing again? Photocopy එක out කියනවා නෑ සර් ඕක එන්නේ මම පේපර් ගන්න ඕනේ බලන්න යනකොට ඌ කියන එක හරි අපේ කාලේ තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ ඌ කියන්නේ I'm serious ඒ කියන්නේ and then I don't know how he did it like what කරන්න විදියක් තියෙනවා you are all you have to do is you have to take the two course outlines previously take the new course outline and see whether මෙතන topic 20ක් තියෙනවානේ topic subject දෙකනේ මෙතන 10නේ ඒතර මෙතන සමහර දේ topics මෙතන නැත්තම් ඒවා එන්නේ නැහැනේ ඒක උඩ තේරෙනවා අපේ කාලේ තේරෙන්නේ උඩ නැසෝකේ නැස මම කියන්නේ අහරන්න සෝගෙන්නේ නෑ කියනවා I was shocked now directors to find out this fellow is more than industrious කියලා seriously there was a conversation like that with an MBA aspirant and MBA කරලා නැහැ තාම මේ එතකොට අපි කියනවා තව MBA එකට තව එක්තේමත් දානවා නේ right but available නෙමෙයි නමාගෙන දන්නයි නෑ ඒ කියන්නේ mentally below average අර ඒකට තමයි වැඩින්නේ උට තේරෙන්නේ අර කියන එක ඕක අරමුණේ කරන්නේ පොස් අවුට්ලයින් එක ගන්න කප්පය කරපුවා උට ඒක දෙන්නේ අර සර් කියන්නේ නැස මම ලයින් එක මගේ පේපර් එක මම දෙන්නේ ඒක මොනවද කරන්නේ නැස මේක එන්නේ නැහැ නේද කියන්නේ මම බලනවා ඇත්ත මොකද කියන්නේ මම කියන්නේ ඒක තමයි මම යාට කියන්නේ ये लॉजिक के मामला दिखाने लगे ना ये लोग ज़रा सर्चिंग for class so यहाँ चल रहा है so अभी आऊँ मैं so what you need to understand is you need to take down is important huh? also at the exam now you are not going to like this one but that's how it happens there also मैं formulas එකක් වත් exam එකේ paper එකේ ලියලා දෙන්නේ නැහැ ඒ කියන්නේ ෆෝමියුලා ටික කටපාඩම් කරලා ඉන්න. ඉතින් කටපාඩම් කරන එක රෝට් ලර්නින්. රෝට් කියලා සමහර තැන්වලදී කරන්න වෙනවා. මේ වගේ තැන්වලදී කරුවොත් තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් හරි උඩ යන්නේ. නැත්නම් ඒකත් දුන්නා කිසිම දෙයක් නැහැ අනේ වන්දනම බෙදුවපන් ආපෙක මම කිව්වා. එහෙම බෑ. Ratios you have to have a little deep understanding and I want you to remember it. Okay, and there is quite a few ratios. So පොඩ්ඩක් cut හැබැයි දැන් මම මේක සමහර දේවල් I'll tell you how to remember it. I'll tell you the logic behind it. එතකොට සමහර කඩපාඩම් කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. but ඒක කඩපාඩම් කරන්න ඕන කන් තියෙනවා. සමහර දැන් කඩපාඩම් කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. there is a logic. I will tell you the logic so if you catch that logic and write it down then you can try to remember. Now none of the ratios I'm going to tell you because of කඩපාඩම් කරලා. මමත් මුල්ම කාලේ when I was a student I used to කඩපාඩම් කරන then I realized එහෙම කඩපාඩම් කරන ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි. ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් හරි පැටලුණොත් වැරදෙන්නේ. net profit before tax and net profit after tax දාමු උත්තරේ වැරදි. So I will teach you the logic behind it. Then you make a note of it and you have the benefit of the video. So ensure that you know that then it's easier to remember. Again, amata guna making one make it. I can make another than here and here you can come to that conclusion if you understand. Okay? Right. So let's start with profitability ratios. But before that, what is a ratio actually? What do you understand by a ratio? Ratio can what? Huh? No, don't think of finance only. Ratio කියන වචනේ finance වල අදාළ වචන අදාළ නෙමෙයි. අයිති වචනයක් නෙමෙයි. Ratio කියලා කියන්නේ ratio කියන වචනේ අපි නම කියන්නේ නැද්ද? දැන් කතා කරා. So ratio කියන තේරුම මොකක්ද? A proportion, okay? What did you say?
Percentage of something.
Percentage of something. Most of the time ratios are percentages, but all ratios are not percentages. Yeah? Anything else? One second, one percent. Huh? Very good. Actually, what do you want to say?
The comparison is a
Okay.
comparison to
Actually, a ratio is a comparison of two variables. The ratio figure, ratio is always a number. Ratios are never words. Ratios are always numbers. It's a number that comes in the middle and expresses what? The relationship between two variables. For example, if I were to say, this may not be right, I'm just saying. If I say Abu Dhabi is twice as far as Al-Ain, that may not be true, I'm just saying. So what am I doing? I'm taking the distance between Al-Ain to Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Dubai and saying that is twice. May the relationship can take. Okay, what does it do? It connects the two variables together with that number. Get it? So what is the ratio? It's a numerical representation. This is the definition. It's a numerical representation of the relationship that exists between two variables. What is the ratio? It's a numerical representation of the relationship between two variables. Okay? So that is the definition of a ratio. Then අපි කරන්නේ financial ratios. එතකොට කොහොමද වෙනස් වෙන්නේ? So what is financial ratio? It's a numerical representation of the relationship between two financial variables. And financial කියන වචනේ දාපුවම financial ratio එක definition එක එනවා. හරිද? Okay? Condos of accountant කියලා ඔය තනියමත් නෙමෙයි එතකොට කිසිම ඒ disconnected ගතියක් තියෙනවා. මෙතන ඔයට දුමන්නේ බෑ. අතන ඉන්නේ. ඔය දෙන එකට වාඩි වෙන්නේ. ඒක අඩුම ළඟින් අර රස්නියක වදිනවා නේද නිදි ගන්නවා. ලාවට පොඩ එමු නනේ. මොකද කියන්නේ නැද කියන්නේ. එහෙනම් වන්ද දුරක්නේ. I know, I mean this level of energy තවත් වැඩි කරොත් එහෙම කට්ටිය මේ ඉන්න කට්ටිය ඉන්නම් බැරි වෙනවා. මේ ඔයාලට පොඩි ඩිස්කනෙක්ට් ළඟ යාළුවෙක් එක්ක වාඩි පාය පැත්ත යනද මම ආයෙ පැත්ත. දැන් යත් කමන්නේ. කමන්නේ. ආයෙ බුදියන් බෑ. නෑ බුදිය ගත්තොත් ඉතින් එක්සෑම් එකට බුදිය ගන්න වෙන්න පුළුවන් කවුන්ටර් වලට. I know I'm not insulting your qualification or knowledge, but still, you are not learning from me, no, you don't know how I test, no. I test what I teach, please remember that. Mama දන්නේ පොත්වල දිනනවා කියලා මමත් ඒවා කියවන්න ඕනේ. පොත්වල දිනනවා කියලා මම ටෙස්ට් කරන්නේ මම උගන්වන්නේ නෑ. මගේ ඔළුවේ තියෙනවා. You understand? So පොත් කියවගෙන නැත්නම් you are fast කියලා එක හරියන්නේ නෑ. මම කියන දේ ටෙස්ට් කරනවා. එතකොට ඒ ටික කියව නැත්නම් case. Right? That's why අරම වෙන්නේ accountant එක තුල ලබු ගන්න මේකයි. Hi, so these are the areas, huh? Tell the area, first one? Accountability. Second one? Next one? Or efficiency. Next one? Or gearing. Gearing. Alright, next one? Investment ratios. Investor, investment, market. Same, huh? So we have jati pahakka. We have jati. There are several ratios. In other words, I'll tell you what each one is when you go in. So let's look at the first one, which is, look at the word, what ratio? Look at that word slowly. Profitability. It's actually what they are. Profit and ability. They know. Profitability is ability to make, ability to generate profit. That's what we are going to look at. We are going to look at the organization's ability to generate profit. Very simple. Right? Are they doing that? First one. What's the name? Gross profit margin and GP කියන්නේ gross profit. Grand Prix නෙමෙයි අදින් පස්සේ finance doesn't become that interesting. GP කියන්නේ gross profit. හරිද? මේ දිනවනේ Grand Prix නේ. Right? So, these are two ratios, markup and margin. It's not the two names for the same thing. Well, markup margin in the bank. Right. So what's the formula for gross profit margin? Right. Gross profit. I told you I'll try to teach you the logic. Gross profit margin. Margin you can always against what? Against sales. Against revenue. My margin is 50% කියලා කියන්නේ cost එකට 50% එකතු කරනවා කියන එක නෙමෙයි. My margin is 50% කියලා කියන්නේ selling price එකෙන් 50% මගේ profit එක කියන එක. So what is the formula for this? GP over GP over GP කියන්නේ gross profit over turnover or revenue. කැමති කියලා ලියන්න පුළුවන් revenue කියලා ලියන්න. Gross profit divided by revenue into 100%. Profitability ratios ඔක්කොම ටික percentages තමයි ඈ. අපි සමහර ratios න පස්සේ percentage නොන ඒවා තියෙනවා. Profitability set එකම percentage. ability නේ. What's the formula? Gross profit divided by revenue into 100%. What are you checking? You are checking. By the way, one more thing. Please write down the meaning of each ratio. I will tell you. Because of the exam, if I give you a question, and how many times has that been if? All the time. Until now. Right? I will give the question in this way. I'll give you a P&L balance sheet and I'll tell you to calculate. So you have to calculate. So you have to know the formula, you have to put the figures, calculate, get the figure, answer. But you could also write and tell me what it means. Now don't confuse that with how has the company performed. That is not what I'm asking. You can't calculate ratios of 1 year and comment about whether the company is doing badly or good. You can do that for 5 year analysis. Account the ratio calculate kala good or bad කියන තරම් එහෙම ශක්තියක් වලට නෑ. You can't do that. Nobody can do that. Right? So what I expect by commentary, I'll call it commentary, commenting about the ratio. Commentary is actually telling me what you understand as that ratio to measure. What does that ratio actually find, or what does it communicate? කියන එක තමයි commentary කියන්නේ. So you need to tell me this measures the gross profit of the company as a percentage of its sales. Here you have to write the comment. ඒකට you will get more marks than calculating. Then තේරුණාද? Again, දැන් හිතමු at the exam for each ratio I'll give you 1.5 marks කියලා. අයි එක්ස්ට්‍රා අඩුවෙන් දෙන්නේ. ඒ ratio 10ක් 15ක් calculate කරන්න දෙන හින්දා. හරිද? එතකොට ලකුණු 5යි දෙන්න බෑ ratio එක. එතකොට එකමාරක් තමයි වටරන් දීලා දෙන්නේ. එතකොට එකමාරෙන් ඒ භාගයයි හම්බෙන්නේ ෆෝමියුලා එක දීලා calculate කරලා උත්තරේ ගන්නවා. ඔව්. ratio එකේ significance එක කියනකොට මොන ලකුණක්ම හම්බෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙහෙම ළමයි කරලා තියෙන ඉස්සර කොළ බෑ ඔයාලා එහෙම කරන්න එපා. ඒ කියන්නේ උඩ ratio calculate කරනකොට එකක්වත් calculate කරලා නැහැ. ratio එක නම ලියුවා ඒක meaning එක ලියුවා. එතකොට ඒත් 10ක් calculate කරන්න කිව්වොත් උඩ ලකුණු 10ක් හම්බෙනවා. What he has missed is 5 marks, but he has got 10 marks. You know? So I'm not going to, because the thing is for you all actually as non-finance guys, over calculate කරනවට වඩා මේකේ මොනවද මේ මිෂක මේක තේරුම් මොකක්ද කියන එක නේද? ඔය calculate කරන actually accountant, but still I want to learn that, but ඒකම ගොඩාක් මොකද දෙන්නේ? වැඩිපුර ලකුණු දෙන්නේ telling me what does GP margin tell you? What does PE ratio tell you? What does EPS tell you? Yeah, not whether the company is doing well or bad. What does it tell you? What can it tell you? You get it? Are you with me? If I do give you a question, and how many times has that if has happened? All the time. And you want to so the significance is more important than actual calculation, but still no. I'm not going to give you the formula. Okay? Formula then next. Right? එහෙම එකපාර මම දෙක එක ස්ටුඩන්ට් කෙනෙක් මම පන්තිතෝ කියනවා ඌ එකක්වත් කැල්කියුලේට් කරලා නැහැ කමන්නේ ඔය පහ ෆොගට් එකට දාන්න මට 10 දීපන් කියලා ඒ 10ම හරියන්නේ well so I give 10 marks. I have no problem with that. You understand? Because that is actually more important. Okay? Clear? Everybody? Right. So what's the meaning of GP margin? Shows the percentage of gross profit. Sorry, represents the gross profit as a percentage of the company's revenue. Represents the gross profit of the company as a percentage of its revenue. We said we'll stop at 12:20, no? Yeah. Okay. Represents or shows the gross profit of the company as a percentage of its sales or revenue. Represents the gross profit as a percentage ඔයාලට ලියන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනනේ කම්පියුටර් එකේ මොන ගහන්නේ නේද? ඒ වලට වැඩි කොහේ ඉන්න කට්ටියට වඩා ඉන්න කට්ටිය වැඩි කල් කම්පියුටර් පාවිච්චි කරගෙන ওই කට්ටිය කම්පියුටර් ගොඩක් කල් පාවිච්චි කරලා තියෙනවා. බලත් ඉන්න ලියපු කාලේ ගොඩක් මේක තියෙනවා. පැතුනේ තාම PI මෙතනට ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. තාම ඔයා මේ exams where you have to type and submit ඒක එනවා ඉතින් ඉස්සරහ. now Sima and all that they have changed into that. දැන් ලියන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් ඔක්කොම online ලියා ගාවා මේ word documents තමයි උත්තර. Yeah, ඒ වෙයි ඉතින් ඉස්සරහ.
Centers are equipped with those machines.
Then institutes have to have if you don't have computers you can't run Sima. ඉස්සරහේ පටන් ගත්තේ top Sima වලින් විතරයි. දැන් මුළු එකම එහෙමයි. දැන් all the stages වල අපි තමයි ඉස්සර මේ ඔක්කොම ලිව්වේ. පැයදුනක් ලියනවා මෙහෙම. අපි යන කාලේ පොඩ්ඩක් ලියන්න හුරුවක් තියෙනවා. දැන් යමාරු I did Sima when I was 22. Hey. Oh, ඉතින් මොනවද කරන්නේ පොඩ්ඩක් ලියලා උණු වෙන්න. ඉස්සරහට ඔෆිස් එකේ පුරා අතින් ලියන්න. Computer වල I don't know what that PM has not changed that but maybe we'll have to change. යන විදිහට. දැන් මොකද කොළඹ ඉන්න 24 25 මල්ලිලා අංගිලලා දැන් පොඩ අමාරුයි කුත් දැන්. මිලේනියල්ස් නේ උන් ඉතින් කොහොමද මිලේනියල්ස් දැන් ගහන්නෙත් නෑ මේ අපේ ලාට කෙනෙක් කියන්නේ okay. Next ratio. What's the one? Gross profit? GP markup. Hurry. Take a formula like the markup can margin aramana markup can now cost of sales unmarried. So numerator is still the same. What is the numerator? Bala kiyanda GP divided by cost of sales into 100%. Yeah. මේ සමහරකට මොකක්ද notes ගන්න එක ගන්න. ගොඩක් තියෙනවා exam එකේ බෑ. No, but these are things that will change. But තාම PI මේ තාම universities කවුරුත් එහෙම කරලා නැහැ. Foreign universities වල ගේනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පොඩ්ඩක් කොහොමද තියෙන්නේ. මෙහෙනම් ඇති knowledge village එකේ මේවා දැන් ඇති. Now even the ones I teach for 2 foreign programs. ACBT is foreign program. Slick එකෙත් මම foreign program එකට උගන්වන්නේ. මේක local එකට නෙමෙයි. ඒ වලත් තියෙන තාම exam තමයි දෙන්නේ. What is happening? One is a UK thing, one is Australian one. Some have online, but Israel and very. Vishesham me තමයි Israel and Colombo and Israel. These are things that we'll have to consider. So they got the complaints or feedback, writing for 3 hours. Everything they will consider these things. Hey, all time in there, then the family paper based tamai. Hi. But it will happen. I'm sure it will happen. So, method මොකක්ද මේක ගන්න? You represent the gross profit as a percentage of what? As a percentage of the cost of sales of the organization. Represent the gross profit as a percentage
Of the company's cost of sales.
yeah, or as a proportion of the cost of sales of the company. Examples in the Madina. Fine, thank you. Me දෙනවනේ මේ දෙකක් දෙන එක ලියන්න පුළුවන්. මේ අනිත් එක ඉවත් එකතු කරගත්තා. හයි එක ගන්න. ආදේක. ඒකේ නියන්න බපුව මොකද දන්නවද? දැන් ඕම ලිව්වට පස්සේ තමාර රේෂියෝස් වලට වැඩිපුර එක්ස්ප්ලেইন එතකොට ඔක අස්තර බලන්න බෑ. Unless you have microscopic lettering and you have ඒතර අන්වීක්ෂයක් කියලා එහෙම බලන්න පුළුවන් නම් මයික්‍රොස්කෝප් එක මම දන්නවා amount of content I give you in a little bit දැන් මේක මේ තාම බබා රේෂියෝ එකයි GP කියන්නේ. සෝ බබා පොඩ ලොකු වෙනවා වගේ. එතකොට අමාරු වෙනවා. ඔයව දින ගෙදර අරන් යන්න ඕන ලියන්න. I know you all don't take it. කොළඹ තමයි ඔය තරම් යන්නේ කට්ටිය. කොළඹ ගන්න අරන් යන්නේ ඉස්සර. එන්නේ තියෙනනේ. All right, so is the two ratios clear? First two ratios clear? Next one. What's the name? Then GP margin අරමන OP margin කොහොමද වෙන්නේ? මේකට OP margin කියන්න පුළුවන්.
Operating profit.
අර ගාලා කියන්නේ. That's how you remember, තේරෙනවද? Operating profit divided by revenue into 100. Right, right here. Okay? Operating profit divided by revenue into 100%. So I think GP margin එකට ලියපු එක දිහා බලලා මේකට කියන්න බෑ. Represents the operating profit as a proportion of the revenue of the organization. Yeah. Then there are ඔක්කොම කරවලම් කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Represents the operating profit. Represents the operating profit as a percentage of the represents operating profit as a proportion of the revenue of the organization. Okay, not difficult. Operating profit වල කියන දානමක් මොකද්ද? Operating profit වල කියන දානමක්. මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියලා දුන්නා. අකුරු හතරක් EBIT. එතකොට නම් මේකට මොකක්ද කියන බල දානමක්. EBIT margin එකක් තියාගන්න. Operating profit margin කියන්නේ EBIT margin කියන්නේ දෙකම එකයි. Okay? Operating profit margin and EBIT margin කියන්නේ දෙකම එකයි. How many of you have come across something called EBITDA? Apa sama? Wah, accountant right? What accountant nih? What accountant? But you heard EBITDA. Ini kan bukan dia kira EBITDA. මේක ලියා ගන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. මේක මම කොළඹ උගන්වලත් නැහැ. මේක මම දන්නවා මෙහි එහෙට වඩා භාවිතයක් ඇති. ඒකයි මම මේක උගන්වනවා. හරිද? මේක එක්ස්ප්ලেইন එක්සෑම් වලට දෙන්නේ නැහැ. නිකන් දැනගැනීම පිණිස. එමය ලියන්නේ. EBIT and DA. Okay? So එතකොට දැන් EBIT කියන එක ඔයාලා දන්නවනේ. EBIT කියන්නේ මොනවද? Earnings before interest and tax. එතකොට DA කියන්නේ DA කියන්නේ DA ඔය දෙමළෙන් කියන්නේ DA කියන්නේ ඔය DA අඩෝ DA. මෙතන DA කියන්නේ මොනවද? Depreciation and amortization. මොකද? මේක එක්සෑම් එක අහන්නේ නැහැ. වයන්න එපා. Depreciation and amortization. ඒ කියන්නේ earnings before not only interest and tax but also before what? Depreciation කියන දන්නවනේ. Amortization කියන්නේ if you have intangible assets වලට depreciation කියන වචන පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැහැ. Intangible assets තියෙන පුළුවන් balance sheet එක goodwill වගේ. goodwill කියන්නේ brand value වගේ එකක් තමයි. හරිද? ඒක අපි depreciate කරනවා කියලා කියන්නේ නැහැ. අපි කියන්නේ amortize කරනවා. ඒක නිකන් නම වෙනසක් තියෙන එකම දේ තමයි depreciation එක තමයි. ඒකට කියන්නේ amortization. ඒකට depreciation කියන්නේ තේරුණාද? එහෙම තමයි එහෙම. එකම දේ වුණාට වෙන දෙයකට වුණාම කියන දේ වෙනස්නේ. Okay? Why is that significant? In industries where there's a lot of fixed assets, the main oil and gas, airport, but you know, local company, local fixed assets in companies, airlines, it is a lot. Even though depreciation can be fixed assets, amortization is amortization if they are acquiring companies. Then I select a dialogue. Dialogue when they paid 300, listen. When Dialog paid 300 million for the 100 million worth net assets, what is it? CBN said, it's only 200 million. Dialog is paying 300, but getting how much? 100. It's only balancing. It's balancing. මේ පැත්තේ 300ක් ගිහලා මේ පැත්තේ 100ක් ආවා කියලා දාන්න බෑ. 300ක් ගියා නම් 300ක් ආවා කියලා දාන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට ඒක වැටෙන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. 300ක් ගියා බැංක් එකේ අඩු වෙන 300ක් 100ක් යනවා net assets. ඉතුරු 200 is goodwill. එතකොට balance වෙනවා. එතකොට මේ goodwill කියන එකට amortize කරන්න. තේරෙනවද? තේරෙනවද? goodwill වගේක් එන්නේ ඔම acquisition එකක තමයි. Tamari goodwill එක තමාට දාගන්න බෑ. Dialog can't say, our goodwill is good, no? We have a good name. Let's put about 100 million. එහෙම දාන්න බෑ. In an acquisition, goodwill එන්න පුළුවන්. Especially if the balance sheet values are very much understated than the amount that you pay. This CBN Act is a good example. You are paying 300, you are getting worth 100. Now 300 came and I just took the figure, but very poor ගෙවුවා. Exact figures I don't know. එතකොට 200 දෙක is what? Goodwill. Goodwill has to be amortized. Then books වලට අරගෙන ඒක amortize කරන්න. ඒක normally you have to amortize in the same year. 200 එකේ අවුරුද්දම කපලා දාන්න. එහෙම තියාගන්න බෑ. ඒක පෙන්වන්න බෑ. goodwill ඉතින් goodwill ඉතින් දැන් මේසෙ පුටු පෙන්වන්න පුළුවන් මේ තියෙන්නේ කියලා. අරව පෙන්වන්න එකක් නැහැ. ඒකේ value එකකුත් නැහැ ඇත්තට. ඇයි? After Dialog bought it, they made Dialog TV නේ. දැන් goodwill එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ කියන්නේ Dialog TV එක හරහා CBN Act එක හරහා නෙමෙයි. ඒකින්ද the rule is you have to write off in the same year. However, the auditors will allow you maybe 2 years wage, නැත්නම් 3 years wage if the value is very large and you write off කරොත් කෙලින්ම sorry වෙනවා නම් මේ අවුරුද්දේ. ඒ PN එක උපරිමයට sorry වෙනවා නම් write off කරපුවා. Again we'll say you have a profit of only 25 million. 100 million goodwill එක write off කරොත් 75 million loss no. ඒක operational වෙච්ච දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. එතකොට they might say okay the 100 million you divide and write off 33 in 3 years කියලා 8 it might be lost, but 25 minus 3 is 8 million loss, no? Not 25 million loss. No? Again. With me? Yes. Okay. So, EBITDA margin good karno. Or telcos, airlines, oil and gas companies, anywhere where there is huge investment, where depreciation is high. Amortization is in the right line below. But depreciation now, the one that is really high. Clear? Okay. Someone got it amaring in me. Come in the back. Cross one. You got oxygen again. We don't need to get air with you. Don't need to put down. I'm not buying for some. Next one. මේ ලේසි නේ එක ට්‍රෙන්ඩ් එකක් දැන් ඔක්කොම මාජින් මේමයි ඔක්කොම මාජින් ඉතින් මෙතන ඉවරයි ආ මෙතන ඉවර නැහැ දැන් මේක කොහොමද කියන්න බෑ net profit divided by turnover into 100% ඒක ෆෝමියුලා එකේ මේ significance එකක් තියාගන්න බෑ represents the net profit as a proportion of the turnover of the organization. Very good. How is that? Represents the net profit of the organization as a proportion of the turnover. Represents the net profit as a proportion represents the net profit as a proportion of the revenue of the organization. Okay? Okay? Right. What's the next ratio? Look. Ball again. Let's go. Within brackets, දාගන්න rota කියලා. දැන් virus එක උත් කියන rota කියලා. මේ නම් දන්නේ ඔය ලංකාවෙන් තියෙනවා. පොඩි ළමයට injection එකක් තියෙනවා මේක. vaccination එකක් තියෙනවා. How do I know? මගේ පොඩි එකාට හැදුනා මේක. injection එක දෙන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා මේ දවස්වල. ඒක දෙන්න ගන්නවා දැන් අවුරුදු 3 ඉඳලා ඒ එයා පොඩි අවුරුදු 3 කාලේ තිබුණේ නැහැ. එම් ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් නැහැ. දැන් තියෙනවා. ඒ අදනම් බඩ යනවා පොඩි උන්ට. පොරිමේ. So මේ ඒක නෙමෙයි. මේ වෛරස් එකට දෙන ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක නෙමෙයි. මේක return on total assets. මේක නම දිහා බලපුවම හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන්. denominator එක මොකක්ද? යට කියන්නේ හරකා ළමයා. Denominator කියන්නේ පල්ල. Okay. In the ratio. So what is the denominator? Total assets. උඩ? return එක මොකක්ද වෙන්න ඕනේ? Net profit before tax, NPBT. Why not NPAT? Why don't you put NPAT? Reason is this. Listen, let me understand. What are we trying to check? We are trying to check the ability of the organization to generate profits. Yeah.
Tax is also paid by the.
Tax is paid by the government company, yes, but tax is something that the government can change. May have the 28%, now the 32% කෙරුවොත්. එතකොට over compare කරපුවම company excess if they perform badly. No, government has got more desperate because then movement 11 trillion loss ne. Loss 11 trillion loss no 11 trillion debt ne. එතකොට ඔය හදපුවා හදලා තියෙන්නේ ඔහමයි. ඉතින් එතකොට 11 trillion දැන් හොයන්න වෙනවා. එතකොට government එකේ එන්න දානවා tax මෙන් දානවා. දැන් මේ දවස්වල උපරිමයට දෙනවා අපිට නාන්න දෙනවා. ඊට ඉතින් ආය කාරණේ හිතන්න දන්නේ දැන් මේ ෆස් දැන් මම මේ ආවට පස්සේ දැන් හරිනේ මේ ෆස් නේ. ඔව් දැන් හරි දැන් අපිට බබා හම්බෙලා තියෙන යනකොට. ඊට පස්සේ යමුනට අපිට හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා. උපරිමයට හම්බෙලා තියෙන. The vehicles are again gone up by about 900,000. ඔයාලා මෙහෙම ඉන්න. වාහන කියන්නේ දැන් නිකන් ගියක් වගේ. ගෙවල් වලට වඩා ගණන් වාහන ඕන තරම් තියෙනවා. මේ කුණු කොල්ලෙට ගන්න පුළුවන් නේ මේ ඇවිල්ලා කමනේ. උඩට අපි මේට ඇවිත් ඒක උඩට actually when I first came what?
Sri Lankans are rich.
අයියා ඔය මේ ඉන්නේ අමාරු යන්නේ.
අපි අලුත් වාහනයක් ගන්න සල්ලි වලට ලංකාවේ රීකන්ඩිෂන් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒකට සල්ලි වැඩි.
මොකද්ද මාරුනේ? අර වාහනයක් ගන්න සල්ලි වලට ආය රීකන්ඩිෂන් වාහනයක් ගන්නවා. එතකොට සල්ලි වැඩි කියන්නේ ඔය ඔය ඉතින් හරි. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ අලුත් ඒවා ගන්නවා කියන්නේ මේ විලාස් වලින් ආය වගේ. එහෙම තමයි කවන්නේ. නෑ මේ ප්‍රයිස් වාහන ප්‍රයිස් දැක්කම නෑ මෙහෙම ඉන්නේ ඉඳන් මම පළවෙනි පාර නෑ ෆස්ට් කියන ඩුබයි I thought Jesus Christ what the wrong country now මේ කන්නේ මේ කුණු පොල්ලේට ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ මම කියන කොරෝලා එක නෑ බේත කරත් කොරෝලා එකක් සිවික් එකක් සනියක් දැක්කොත් අර මං කිය කප්පයක් අපේ එකෙත් නෙවෙයි පක්කෙක් කර ඉන්නේ කාරේ අපේ උනේ වන්නේ තමයි අපේ උනේ මොනවද Rota, Ari. It's not like that. The numerator is net profit before tax because taxation we can't control. No? Government can change it. They can increase it, decrease. That doesn't mean the performance of the company has gone up. No. We want to see how well. Yes, the net profit after tax is not even. Even though we are trying to get the performance, how well they have done. Without NPBT, appropriate. Okay, clear? Right. I can see from the little restlessness of some people, then Dola is the pen lucky. Oh, but take it here, sir. I'm kind of body language. Micro expression again, what do you know over that? Huh?
It represents.
Represents. Okay. Yeah. It represents the return generated on the investment of total assets. On the total asset investment, what's the return generated? Again. Shows the return generated on the investment of total assets. So, on the total asset investment, what is the return generated? Come on, on the total asset investment, what is the return generated by the organization? Okay, alright, that's what it calculates. Alright, and we will take a break. Meaning lunch break. 1:30 we start. Okay, so we look at Rona on our return. From Rota to Rona. මේ හරි ඒක ROCE කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා පස්සේ ROS ROI කියන රෝස්ට තමයි ඒක මම කියන්නේ නැතන. You know, investment interest capital ROIC.
I was thinking even the total asset. No one said return on investment ROI. That's also
yeah. But investment කියන්නේ හරියට මේක නෙමෙයි. I'll count that bit. After the break, you ask this question, I will answer. Right, we'll have a break and come back. There's something to go. එකමාරද කම්මැල්ලා අයි වෝට පටන් ගන්නවා. Now you know this is heavy. Please come, get your butt into class wherever you go. Right, come on, then. But can you do other part of anatomy also? Great. Wait for 5 minutes. 1:35 will start. Okay, is everybody back? You extra 5 minutes now. You're back for it. Who else have to play? You win. 3 games. One is in the So one person is missing. Without technique, yeah. He's moved from there. No, she has gone. Right. Yeah, I'm not the videos, but I'm living now. Right. Okay. So. All right. So we are discussing profitability ratios. All right. Camera and camera person. Camera person profitability. Right. Okay. Last we discussed ROTA. Remember ROTA? ROTA. Return on total assets. Now ROTA we are going to look at RONA. Okay. Please watch the videos that you missed. Huh? Okay. This is RONA. Return on net assets. The denominator is net assets. Net assets is a formula. Denominator is net assets. Net assets is equal to fixed assets plus current assets. Total assets, right? Minus long-term liabilities. Long-term liabilities is non-current liabilities is another name, and also current liabilities. So the answer is not 0. Why? The shareholders' funds is what is equal to. So actually, material is not net asset ratio, but I said it's equal to shareholders' funds. This is also called equity. So return on net assets. So denominator is that net assets are younger, but net assets is calculated this way. How? FA plus CA minus LTL and CL. All right. Yes, because it's what you net investment. Now intangible asset are you accountant? Now accountant now I know why you asked it. Accountant is asking with some deep balance sheet is intangible asset. You understand? And I gave you an example of it before lunch. When you acquire a company, if you pay more than the value of the net assets, you may not, right? But a company that is ongoing, when you calculate their net assets or intangible asset in net, because we can't put intangible assets into balance sheet. When you buy a company, we will pay for their intangible assets. Yes. Right? Which is not in their balance sheet. They'll say, yes, this is our balance sheet amount, but this is what we want. If that's what you're asking, then I just gave you the answer. Okay? But for a particular company, when you're calculating net assets, intangible asset balance sheet, there's no intangible asset at all to begin with. So there is no confusion. So you can't just put intangible assets where certain specific instances are intangible assets in, and that one common one is when you buy a company and you end up paying more than the net assets value, you put that as goodwill. So make it a balance sheet so normal intangible assets. Even when CBN set was sold to Dialog, it's not that they developed a balance sheet, a new one, and they put intangible asset, goodwill to the they are saying yes, it's worth 100, but we want 300. It's right again. Balance sheet, you don't put the additional 200. You are saying we are charging you for this, but we are saying yes, balance sheet is only 100, worth 100. Quality balance sheet, the company is 100, but you want 300. Come over Chicago, you pay 300, if not, forget it. He might end you. That's a balance sheet thing. If that's what it's got him, balance sheet is what it is. That is prepared according to the accountants. Accountants are, conservative fellows who are okay. So you put the 100, but you say no, companies are for sale only for 300. Like Coca-Cola says, our intangible assets are more than 6 times the value of our net assets. That means if they were ever to sell their company, say, not that this is going to happen, but if Coca-Cola is going to sell themselves to the Pepsi, they'll charge it. 6 years of the value for Coca-Cola and Pepsi is very much higher. Normally they say according to brand valuation methods. There are brand valuation methods. Just like there are HR valuation methods. HR profession has come up with HR valuation methods. The marketing profession has come up with brand valuation methods. So according to those, Coca-Cola is saying if you were to value according to that, our net assets is only 1/6. Not that in the accounts they have that. But what they are saying is if we were able to sell ourselves, sell Coca-Cola to somebody else, they will be charging 6 times more on top of the net assets value again. But balance sheet will okay? I hope that is kind of clear. Okay, so let's move on. What's the next one? Rose. ROCE. Rose with a CE, not SC Rose. Rose sorry. Formula QA, formula Q with interpretation Q with bomb, right? And denominator net assets. What do you think the numerator is? GP OP NP BT NP AT NP BT NP AT Denominator is what? What's the first word? Net. Net to nam 80. Etana BT around there one. 80 BT NP 80. Net profit after tax. Or PAT, profit after tax. Yeah. So numerator is what? Net profit after tax. NPAT. Denominator is net assets. Into 100%. Because only the names are given here. They have to break down the formula, they have to break down the interpretation. You have to write. Especially during this session when we call it the graveyard shift. Trainers as a trainer, lectures lectures we don't do this one and make it a training session. Training and main session between lunch and tea. We have a name for it. Trainers we call it the graveyard shift. Not because people do the graveyard rock during that time. For information is in the reaction. Because make it make it Kamara ini apa pera uruak. Perlu nggak? Nih. Nih yang bodoh. Nih kawan, nih ege deh. That is okay. That is what I call power nap. That is okay. Again, you are allowed to do whatever you want to do. Mitten tahu itu save kan. Ini graveyard shift ke අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මම වල ලියන්න දෙනවා. මොකද නැත්තම් ඔක ඔක්කොම කියන වෙනවා kan. ලියනකොට පොඩ්ඩක් ඒ ගැටි පොඩ අඩු වෙනවා. Okay, ඉන්නදියා. Net so net profit before after tax divided by net tax is 100%. So what are you measuring? What's the meaning? What's the significance of this? Shows the return generated on the investment of net assets. Shows the return generated on the investment of net assets. Okay? Okay, good. Let's move on. Next one. Before that, I told you I'll do that after. Once I finish this, why am I talking about? Make you work around industry specific. I'm other ratio the assignment or something the killer you are. एक मंकिया दिन तो नेक्स्ट वाला क्या करना मैं अटेंडेंस शीट ठीक है मैं सेशन में एक असंख्य मरा है Rosie with a CE Rosie return on capital employed मैं कह रहा समाहरा क्या ROIC කියලා return on invested capital capital employed ඒ කියන්නේ එකම තමයි invested capital growth capital employed growth ඉතින් capital තමයි ඒ කියන්නේ ROIC කියනවා මොකද ROIC ROIC කියන්නේ ගොවනවා what's the formula return on capital employed නම් denominator එක මොනවද මේ යුත්තේ denominator හරකා අතකයි හරකා ළමයා උඩ හරකා දාන්න බෑ හරකා උඩ ළමයා දාන්න පුළුවන් ඒ කියන්නේ පල්ලෙහාදී ඉතින් ස්කෝරින් කියන්නේ හරේ ලාවේ ඉතින් ස්කෝරින් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද denominator is හරකා இல்ல what's the denominator capital employed denominator හරකා அவர்கள் தாம தேவனே ආරකා සිංහලෙන් denominator එකයි numerator එකයි කියන්නේ හරයසා ළමයෙන් ඕක ඉස්කෝල වල ළමයින්ට පැටලෙන ඉඳලා ඔය වගේ අයට නෙමෙයි ළමයින් හරකාසා ළමයා කියලා කියනවා මොකද ළමෙක් උඩ හරකෙක් දාන්න බැරි වුණාට හරකෙක් උඩ ළමෙක් දාන්න පුළුවන් සයිස් එකේ විදිහට ඒකවල හරය ළමයේ පැටලෙන්නේ නැතිනේ එහෙම කියලා දෙනවා එහෙම වල අහන්න නැත්නම් අඩු ගන්න දැන්වත් ඔයාලගේ ළමයිට මොගන්න හරිද එහෙම ඇත්තට ලොකු ළමයි කියලා ගන්නවා පොඩි ළමයි ඉන්නේ දාමනේ පොඩි චුටි කට්ටිය ඉන්නේ හරි මොහරි ඔයාලට ජීවන දැන් කාලේ හරි ඉගෙන ඉවරයි කට්ටිය හරි මගේ ළමයිනුත් දැන් ඉවරයි කියලා return capital employed so denominator is what haraka what is this word haraka capital employed calculate කරන්න කොහොමද capital employed CE okay I'll write here let's space here CE is it capital employed very simple SF කියන මොනවද පිටිපස්සෙන් කියන supply chain SF सात फंक्शन में याद नहीं पड़ता जब उधर ही बना दिन क्या करना है क्या टिको डालना एक्सेप्ट क्या है शेयर होल्डर फंड्स मतलब शेयर होल्डर फंड्स अब ना अंकट टिके दें इक्विटी अन्ना एक्सेप्ट फंड का डालना था इक्विटी है प्लस what LTL SF plus LTL क्या है long term liabilities Another name for long-term liabilities? Non-current liabilities. ඉතින් non current නම් long term තමයි ඉතින්. current නෙමෙයි long term. හරිද? everybody breathing හොඳට breathe කරන්න. දැන් පොඩ්ඩක් heavy වෙනවා හරිද? ඒක no graveyard shift. time කරන්න බෑ. capital employed. So denominator is what? Capital employed. So we are trying to see what? Now must understand what we are doing. Focus. What are we trying to find the return of? Capital employed. Now look at me. Capital employed. We have got money from shareholders and loan providers. Shareholders and loan providers. You've taken that and put it into the business. ඒක තමයි capital employed කියන්නේ. තේරුණා? ඒකට return එක. ඒ කියන්නේ the return we look at has to be before we pay anything to either party. Correct? Because we pay a return to either party from what we earn, no? Yes or no? So the profit we put, the numerator, I'm trying to help you to how to work out the profit, the logic. If I told you, if you know the logic, you can formulate the ratio. So what is the denominator? Equity, debt, capital employed. The return we are going to put has to be before we pay anything to either party, correct? Now what do we pay to ordinary shareholders? Ordinary dividend. What do we pay for loan providers? So that means the numerator has to be a profit before you pay both this. Right, now look at the P&L and tell me what is that profit from what you learned? Operating profit. Brilliant. And it's a theory. If you are not familiar with the P&L, interest given distribution profit tax, sorry, dividends given tax or the interest is paid first, no? Interest given what profit? From what profit? Operating profit. Format. Right? In the format, you have sales, cost of sales, profit. Gross profit minus admin and selling and distribution is what? Again, operating profit. It was not one. Interest tax करने का interest करने का काय बारक करूँगी काय बारक हाँ इसमें कपड़ा में बैठ मुझे मत revenue less cost of sales then gross profit then මේ වගේ P&L එකේ paying දොන නේද දැනට paying නැත්තම් paying මට්ටම දෙන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟට මේ කියන්නේ P&L කිව්වම මෙහෙම ඒ order paying දොන නැත්තම් සමහරව කරන්න බෑ I don't දැන් එහෙම ability එකක් නැතිවෙන්න මොකද අද දෙන්නේ නැගත්තේ හැබැයි කියන්නේ පහු වෙනකොට exam එක ලඟ වෙනකොට එහෙම වෙන්න ඕනේ තමයි P&L කිව්වා උන්ට paying නැත්තම් paying එකම එක බලන්න ඕනේ ඔය බැලුවත් හරියන්නේ බැලලා මෙහෙම ආක බලලා ලියන්න ඕනේ එතකොට ඒකම ඔළුවට එන්නේ නේද I'm just telling you how to study some of this right try that again first of all turnover less cost of sales then gross profit then operating expense කියන්නේ අද කැලේ දෙකට වෙනවම කියන්නේ admin expenses and distribution ඒ දෙකට කියනවා තමයි operating expenses then you have operating profit ආරකට දිස්සක් දිනන්න බල කියලා කියනවා එතකොට උන් ලියපල්ලා ඔයා වලපල්ලා හරිද ආරකට ලියපල්ලා කියලා පස්සේ now all were there except him all must still now දැන් අබු දාබි ඉඳන් ආපු කට්ටිය දැන් කියන්නේ හරියට ඉස්සරහ යාමපටි chance එකක් දෙන්න ඔයාලට හෙට වෙනකොට chance ඉවරයි හරි ආයෙ පටන් ගමු පළවෙනි turnover cost of sales gross profit admin distribution operating profit then interest tax net profit before tax or profit for the year sorry profit before tax then corporation tax then profit after tax profit after tax ඊට පස්සේ dividends දැන් කන්නේ දැන් එහෙම දෙනකොට කට්ටිය පොඩ්ඩක් මොකක්ද කියනවා එහෙම පොල්ලෙන් ගාලා කරකවලා තේරියෝගේ කියන්නේ හරි දැන් මම එහෙම ඔක් කෙරුවේ දන්නවද for you realize where you are and where you should be අද එහෙම වෙන්න ඕනේ exam එක ගාඩ එනකොට exam ලියන දවසේ මේ ඕනෙන් පේන්නේ. ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා රෑ හීනෙන් ඕක පේන්නේ. වෙන දේවල් පේන්න බෑ ඉතින්. හීනෙන් මං කියන්නේ. ඒක තේරෙනවා. මේකට තේරෙනවා. මේවත් ඒ වගේම තේරෙනවා නම් කොච්චර ලේසිද. Okay, so you need to P&L balance sheet කියපුවම මේව අපි කරන්න කියලා එහෙම you must have a mental image නැත්නම් අමාරුයි ඈ. එහෙම that image එක නැතිනම් P&L balance sheet එක ළඟින් තියා ගන්න බෑ. P&L කියලා කියන්නේ not the ABC stores නෙමෙයි ABC PX යා. ABC stores දැන් ඉතල stores වලට යන්නේ නැහැ බාරක්. Gold rate පැත්ත බලලා යන්නේ නැහැ. exam එකෙත් ඒවා ඉන්නේ නැහැ. අයි company stores වලින් පටන් ගන්න බෑ PLC යන්නේ ඉස්සෙල්ලා. හරි. So what are we checking here? Very simple. The return generated on the capital employed. Exactly from the name itself you can take. What does it show? Shows the return the organization has generated for the capital that is employed. Okay? Right. Okay. Next one. Okay? What is the name? Next one. Return on equity. ROE. 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 Not ROI. ROE. ROE. What is ROE? ROE. Return on equity. So we can denominator අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මොකක්ද වෙන්න ඕනේ? Equity. Equity කියන්නේ asset. හරිද? Denominator is what? Here again, තමයි කියන්නේ. Equity. Equity වලට දානවා shareholder funds. SF. Right? Denominator? හරි take the P&L out. මේක දන්නේ මේක profit එක තාම කියලා දුන්නේ. දැන් තවලුත් වචනයක් ඉගෙන ගන්න. තවත් profit එක. අයියෝ. ඔව් මේ තව ඒවා ඉන්නේ. ඉතින් ඉවරයි. දැන් ඒක කීයද දන්නවද? GP OP NPBT NPAT හතරක්නේ. තව එකක් මම කියලා දෙන්නම්. එතනින් යන හයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ පාරයි. මේ අන්තිමේ. P&L එක. PLC එකේ P&L එක. That is the previous lesson, na? Lesson 2 again. Lesson 2 again, ABC PLC again. The එක දිහා බලාගෙන මම කියන කාරණා, right? දැන් හරියට ගත්ත කියලා බලමු. ABC PLC ඉවරනවා. හරි. good. ඔක පේනවද? මට නම් පේන්නේ නැහැ. මට 40 සෙන්ට් එකේ තියෙනවා ඔයාට එහෙම නැති වෙති. Everybody sign. Sign nothing. PA කොළම නම් මෙහෙම කොලාවෙ ඉන්නේ නැහැ කෙලින්ම අඟිල්ල දාන්න ඕනේ. ආව නැත්තම් කැපුවා ඇඟිල්ල. ඒක පරිච්ඡ මන වෙලා නැත්තම් ඇඟිල්ල පොඩක් කපනවා. කොළම මම ඉතින් ඇක්චුලි එහෙම කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක නියපොත්තක් කපනවා නැති මම කියලා. Right. Good. ඔබ අසන් කරන්නේ? පස්සේ දෙන්නේ නැහැ කොලා. මම ඊයේ ක්ලාස් අසන් කරුවේ නැහැ. එහෙම දෙන්නේ නැහැ. දෙන්නේ නැහැ කියන්නේ දෙන්නෙම නැහැ. හරිද? මොකද මේක අත්ත මෙහෙම කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ නේ. මම කැමති විදිහට ඔක අසන් කරලා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Right? Those things are very strict at PI. හරි. ROE. Return on equity. So denominator is equity. Then numerator එක නෑ. හරි. එතකොට දැන් P&L එක බලන්න ඉස්සරින් it has to be a profit that is available for the shareholders. Profit has to be something that is available for them. No? Right? දැන් ඔයාලා P&L එක බලපුවම ඔයාලට ඒක වගේ පේන්නේ කොතනද? මේක තමයි available කියලා පේන්නේ මොකද්ද? NPBT ද NPAT ද retained profit ද මොකද්ද? NPAT. දැන් ඒක වගේනේ පේන්නේ. හරි. But I said you have not learned this. I'm going to teach you something like one. But not that I want to teach you something. I have taught you that, but you may not connect it. NPAT ගන්න එක sometimes it may not be correct. Sometimes it may be correct. It may not be correct at sometimes, at certain times. And that sometimes is essentially when you have preference shares. Preference shares, I said you have to pay what dividend first? Preference dividend. ඒක කෙවුවා පස්සේ තියෙන කෙනේ ordinary dividend ගෙවන්න වෙන්නේ. So it's net profit after tax minus preference dividend that is actually available for distribution to the ordinary shareholders. ඒකට නමක් කියනවා. ඒකට දිග නමකුයි කොට නමකුයි දෙකක් තියෙනවා. දිග නම ඉන්නේ I told you just now. It's profit available for ordinary shareholders or profit attributable to ordinary shareholders එකක් කියනවා. මොකද profit available for ordinary shareholders or profit attributable to ordinary shareholders කියලා කියනවා. දැන් එහෙම ලියපුවම න්यूमरेटर එක නිකන් කැපයිනේ දිගයිනේ. නේද? නේද? පල්ලා එස් අරක තියෙන සාගරයක් වගේ උඩ. ඒකද උඩ එකකට පොඩි කොට වචනයක් දෙන්න යන්නේ. Can an accountant tell me what the short word is? Accountant. වචන දෙකක something profit කියලා ඉස්සරහ profit attributable to ordinary shareholders එක කතන්දරයක් වගේ නෑ. Divisible. Distributable නෙමෙයි. Divisible profit. Divisible profit කියන්නේ ඕකම තමයි. So getting you there. Divisible profit divided by shareholders funds into 100%. Nah? Make it at the exam if you calculate answers, percentage to especially accountant, into 100%, 100 to 100% ke liye la uttareta nikan 18. Yalla 18% ke liye na. Tamam kajuwata the cost karada kiya liyana. Paper එක. ඒකෙන් දැන් paper එක check කරලා වා check කරන්නේ නැහැ. කොළඹ ඉන්න ඉන්දිරේට අයි මට ලකෝ මාරු. ඒක බලමු. බලපුවම kajuwata the cost karada. Yeah, you are right. But the new unit is important. You know, unit का ऊपर million हुई billion हुई पटलो. Million billion पटलो का मतलब million can million billion can billion. You top of them, right? So anyway, I'm very particular about that. Huh? You have to write the unit. Don't write the answer without unit. Huh? Okay. So what does it measure? Percentage into 100%. Into 100%. Numerator is divisible profit divided by shareholders funds into 100%. But if you take a textbook, okay, how divisible profit ka denna hai? Matlab this profit attributable to ordinary shareholders. Matlab profit available for ordinary shareholders. Eva ka how to do that, right? But at the exam, I am okay with divisible profit. You just write divisible profit, that's okay. Distributable profit can nahi. Divisible profit ka nahi kya? So what are you measuring? Profit generated for, not profit, sorry. Return, you can say return. The return generated for the ordinary shareholder. What does it show? The return generated for the ordinary shareholder. Got it? Clear? Alright. Next one. Actually, next one is not one ratio. Look at what I have given. Can I expend what? Expend to sales ratios. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයාට කැමති විදිහට ඒක කැල්කියුලේට් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක. ඒ කියන්නේ න්යුමරේටර් එක කැමති එක්ස්පෙන්ස් එකක් දානවා. හරිද? ඇඩ්මින් දාන්න පුළුවන්, ඩිස්ට්‍රිබියුෂන් දාන්න පුළුවන්, ටෝටල් ඔපරේටිං කොස්ට් කියලා දාන්න පුළුවන්. මොකක් හරි මීනින්ග්ෆුල් ඇඩ්වර්ටයිසිං විතරක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. And divided by what? Sales into 100%. ඒක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Divided by sales into 100% කියන එක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. උඩට කැමති එක්ස්පෙන්ස් අයිටම් එක දානවා. It can be a category, it can be an item. Advertising වගේ අස්සේ මුද තේරුමක් තියෙනවනේ. Promotional expenditure. නැත්නම් distribution costs. ඒ වගේ something that has a meaning. You know? Now something like cleaning expenses and sales might not have a relationship. ඒ වගේ calculate කරලා තේරුමක් නැහැ. Got it? ඒ කියන්නේ sales එකත් එක්ක මොකක් කරේ තේරුමක් තියෙනවා. Meaningful ratio. Yeah? So what does it measure? It measures that particular expense as a percentage of sales or revenue. Measures the expense as a percentage of sales. Very simple. Clear? Okay. Right. We have finished 1 out of 5. So 1 down, 4 to go. Right? Next one. Alright, मैं हमें के मतलब गुना में voice लाभ मत industry से इंडस्ट्री से wrong है industry securities talk about return investment you have ROI. I'll answer that question very keep it to you. මුලින්ම ROI ගැන කියලා දීලා ඒක නැත්te ඒ කියලා කියනවා මම වාඩිත් වෙනවා. ඒ මොනවා පොඩ මම අරින්න මම වාඩිත් කියලා. ඔය කට්ටියට මුකුත් එහෙම කිව්වේ නැහැ. forget කරලා. ඒ කියන්නේ especially in finance class මොකද වෙනවා. account එක නිකන් එක එක අහනවා. ඒකට යාලා දැනුම යනවා යාලා නිකන් තියෙන පොඩි doubt වෙනවා. ඒවා ඒ doubt එකක් වලට මුලින්ම නැහැ නේ. ඒකේ doubt එක ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියලා doubt එක උත්තරේ දෙනවා. පාරට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සාමකාමී විදිහට ඉන්න දෙන එක වඩා හොඳයි. මොකද කොහොමද මම ඔයාලගේ සාමයේ පිටිනවනේ මේ ඇති වෙනකම් මේකනේ. තව ඕන්නේ දිය වගේ දාන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. මම ඔයාලට උත්තරේ වෙනවා දෙන්න. මොකක්ද වෙන්නේ මම කවුරුත් ඉන්නත් ඉපයි වෙලා. No, but I'll answer you, but I'm not going to answer you in class. Huh? I'll answer you, but not in class. Okay? Coming back to you, that I need to tell in class. Now, when you do the assignment, minimum they are run. Now we've done one area, another 4 to go. When you take a particular industry, now you have to do the assignment in terms of the industry. No? Now you need to read the assignment, then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Huh? Say you are doing for hospitals, or for banks, or for plantations. You will find this situation. Some of the ratios that I'm teaching here, you might see make up with me about in bank work. Bank work, then you have to learn something called stock turnover. And stocks, stock bank work stocks stationary stock, complementary bag, umbrella, stocks. Stocks stocks. calculate balance sheet inventory sales calculate calculate किसी माप नहीं do you understand एक ही calculate नहीं आप when you do the assignment if it is not in industrial calculate you're correct. So then when you take the area now that comes not under this, that comes under another area. And this profitability, you must say in the report why you are not calculating this. You must say under this area, these are not calculated, these ratios are not calculated because of the industry related. So everything you learn here, I don't expect to calculate. Number one. But these are general ratios. Industry that is why I told you yesterday, we have a group game or accountant charging Indonesia. The certificate check accountant certificate. It had some in the report, I wanted to mention it also that I know that you know. That is number one. But that's number two also. Number two is, just like certain ratios, certain general ratios are not calculated for certain industries, each industry has what are called industry specific ratios. You know that? I think yes. Industry calculate now say hotels. Hotels have occupancy rate. The occupancy rate becomes bank occupancy rate. Hospitals are occupancy the number of beds available or no inactive. Or you can calculate how many patients per doctor. And bank so industry specific some of those are quite technical actually. Then bank keyboard beds the doctor in beds occupancy in a hotel. You don't have to come to finance class to understand that too. But there are some industries, especially the finance industries, banks, finance companies, insurance companies. So again, some of those ratios are fairly technical. Calculate technical. This is what I expect you to do. Listen and listen with that. A technical level, I don't expect you to do it in the Excel sheet. Remember Excel sheet? What I told you? AK1. Annual report paper bank current ratio මෙච්චරයි. bank එකේ tier 1 tier 2 එහෙම තියෙනවා. okay capital adequacy tier 1 tier 2 tier 1 කියන්නේ TIER tier හරිද? not TEAR tier. හරි. කවන්නේ. tier මේ tier නෙමෙයි. හරි. so you need to calculate කරන්න ඕනේ. take it from the annual report, land it, but you must give an explanation as to what that ratio measures. I don't expect you to actually go and calculate that. In other words, you must tell me, what it measures is this, what it looks at. Right? The banks have some liquid ratio. Liquid ratio what liquid ratio calculate. Meaning liquidity but bank liquidity අපි මෙතන කියන එක නෙවෙයි. ඒ විදිහේ 100% නැහැ. I expect you to do that in the science. I don't expect you to calculate general ratios which have no meaning. That I'm not going to tell you here. I want you all to figure it out, especially the accountant in the group, to be the person who drives the discussion and tells you why that accountant percentage එක විතර මේ පන්ති ගොඩාක් වැඩි. ඉස්සර බැචස් වල එහෙම කියන්නේ වලට ලොකුනාර බැචස් මේ මෙතන ඉන්නවා 11 කවුරුද? දැන් අබුඩාබි වලින් ආපු බැච් අහන්න. දැන් ඒකම 11. ඊළා කියන්නේ 10යි 11. so ගොඩාක් කියන්නේ 30 ගාණක් කියන පන්ති උපරිම එක ගන්න. තුනකට එකක් කියන්නේ. so I expect you all to do that. it's අමාරු නෑ. you will annual report will figure it out. okay? calculate කරලා නැත්නම් ඒක calculate කරන්න බෑ. ඒකට ඉතලා බලන්න මේ calculate කරලා නැති කියලා. හරි. ඒ for that purpose looking at the ratios is okay. but ඉතින් calculate කරන්න එපා. හරි. ඒක කරන්න බෑ දැන් you are giving the sheet. okay, so that's the point. All right? That's all right. Any questions here? No? This is up there. හරි උස්මක. හරි අන්තිමට. මෙච්චර ලොකු list එකක් නෑ අනිත් ඒවා බලන්න එපා. ලොකු list එකක් දෙන්න. And so we have finished the biggest one. Biggest list is that. Make it to my day. I tonight. I don't know what I got. Too many have hello. Too many world. How many are the better? For Lanka, too many I got gas ratio. Got ready. I get hello. Today, good. What's the name? Okay. No. Current ratio. Liquid ratio. Liquid can heading me. Liquid. මේ පළවෙනි මොකද්ද? current ratio. current. මේ current කියන වචනේ දෙපාරක් තිබුණා මතකද balance sheet එකේ? current කියන current assets එහෙම තමයි මේ calculate කරන්නේ බබා ඔයාලා ලේසි. ඒක හොඳට දාගන්න. current ratio කියන්නේ current උඩ current පල්ලයක් current. උඩ current asset පල්ලයක් current liability. into කිසි දෙයක් නෑ නිකන්. හරි හැම එකක්ම into වෙන්නේ නැහැ මම කියන්නේ හැම එකක්ම percentage නෙමෙයි. okay every ratio is not a percentage. so මේක current asset divided by current liabilities into මොකුත්ම නැහැ. එතකොට උත්තරේ එන්නේ මොනවද? times number of times or what you call ratios 2:1 3:1 ඒ වගේ. current asset divided by current liabilities. The item current asset 300,000, current liabilities 100,000. 300,000 divided by 100,000 is 3. Good. Not the graveyard shift yet. 3 and now. For every rupee or here, for every dirham of current liability, we have 3 dirhams in current assets. 3:1. That time 3 times. Yeah. The answer is 3 times or 3:1. Got it? So what does it show? Shows the ability of the organization to pay off its current liabilities. Shows the ability of the organization. Shows the ability of the organization to pay off its current liabilities from its current assets. Within brackets, the number of times. What's your times? Follow on the Okay? Here. All right. So acid bunera. Acid bunne water got liquid water got right? Come to that. Current ratio. What is measured? Ability of the company to meet its current liabilities on current assets. Again, current liability කොච්චර ගුණයක් current asset තියෙනවද 3 times කියන්නේ 3 ගුණයක් තියෙනවා කියන්නේ හැම රුපියලකටම රුපියල් 3ක් තියෙනවා ඉතින් ඕක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ටිකක් සම්පාත් කරක තියෙනවා හැබැයි මේක higher the better කියන්නේ මොකද කියන්නේ නැත්තේ higher ඒ කියන්නේ 7 times is better than 2 times or 3 times කියලා කියන්නේ there's a reason and I want you to understand that. Okay? Right. I want to take the balance sheet out. Balance sheet, whenever I say balance sheet, you take the horizontal. No, I can take it easy. What do you want to click correct? You put it. I don't mind you getting plugged in. Wala to naman namin din lang. Wala tayong hindi wala ko bayad bayad. Mga supply gallery ko mo supply chain ko. Okay. So look at the balance sheet. දැන් මම කියද්දි මම කියන්නේ මට ඇහුම්කන් දෙන්න මගේ මොන දේ බලන්න එපා. ඔය format එකේ බලන්න කන මෙතනට ඇහැ එතනට. නැත්නම් ඒක තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ. Look at assets. You have two assets. What are the two assets? Non-current assets and current assets. Non-current assets will come fixed assets again. Okay? Right. Now a company has the choice of investing money. Now remember then. No, again look at the balance sheet. Now remember, I told you, you source the funds and you invest here. Source करने का I told you it either comes from equity or debt. Then balance में liability बैठ दिया. SF, saved capital plus reserves. That is SF now. That is equity. Equity वाली source करना, long term liabilities वाली source करना. Long term liabilities किन्हें कहता non current liabilities के लेते हैं. ये देखें कहाँ source करने funds. ये बने इधर. मुझे दान नहीं पड़ेगा. Fixed assets are current assets are. So the company has a choice whether to put it in a fixed assets or current assets or that mix. कोच्चरक में दंड किन्हें के decide करने finance team में. हमें when you put money into fixed assets, okay, now you can look at me. Then the must diagram don't have. But that thing okay, when you put the money into the fixed assets, what are the fixed assets? Machinery, delivery vehicles, computer rack. It's a productive asset. Computer rack you might invoice. You can invoice like an invoice like dunna pass no given. Invoice generate can computer again. You get what I'm saying? Fixed assets have what is called an earning potential. What does fixed assets have? An earning potential. Non-current assets have an earning potential. Here current asset will be net. What a current asset is? Current asset will if money is tied up, that doesn't earn anything. What is the first item there? Inventory. Inventory is your merchandise. Merchandise se ke salary very the money is tied up there, but it doesn't earn. It earns only when you sell. When you sell, it's not called inventory; it's called sales. So don't inventory Hari. Inventory can sales. In double entry, in our accounting language, inventory can sales is good. Inventory is bad. But inventory hurry. If you have a company inventory, so inventory are you with me? So inventory doesn't earn. Sales earns a profit. Okay. Second one, what is the item there? Credit. They get debtors. Debtors can after salary के वन मुझे नो. एक value आपने होगा. ये value आपने बैंक में salary नहीं. एक ये नेगा cash window. They have one ingredient. කියන්නේ when your machinery. Machine is there. Machine එක දැන් බලන් ඉන්න එක ඒකෙන්නේ දැන් this is produced in a machine. Land building එකේ ඒතරනේ produce production කරන්නේ. මේ මත ඔතන කෑල්ලක් ඔෆිස් වගේ වල ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් අඩු වෙනවා. හැබැයි ඒක එතනින් ආයෙත් අපේ ඔෆිස් එකක් ඕනේ. ඔෆිස් එක වලවත් උඩට ඉතුරු කරනවා කරන්න පුළුවන්. Then so the argument is fixed assets are non-current assets. Current assets don't turn. Current assets වල පොඩේ මම පල්ලෙහාට නගුවොත් තේරෙයි. But let me finish. දැන් තාම පල්ලෙහාට ගියේ. පල්ලෙහාට ගියාට පස්සේ see whether you still ask the question. I know right now you might have a question like that, but let me finish. Right, then I told you investment. Sorry. I told you about inventory and I told you about receivables. ඊට පස්සේ other receivables කියන්නේ කවුරු ගෙවන්නද දෙන්නේ? Staff loan වගේ. හරිද? Then cash at bank. Cash at bank කියන්නේ මොන සල්ලිද? කොහෙද තියෙන සල්ලිද? current account වල තියෙන සල්ලි. ඒ වලට interest හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Cash at bank කියන්නේ cashier ලා ගාව දෙනවා. Cashier ලා ගාව දෙනවා ඊයේ රෑ වහලා ගියාම අද උදේ එනකොට ඒක පටව ගහලා දෙනවා. සල්ලි දෙක. එහෙම කරාම කොච්චර හොඳද උන් එකට දෙක අපි නෝට් එකේ මේල් පැත්තයි ඊමේල් පැත්ත ළඟට එකතු කරලා යනවා. ඒක වැඩිපුර සල්ලි නේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නෝට් එකේ දෙකක් තියෙනවා. So only thing what can happen is it can be less if robbers pay a visit. What can you tell them? Sorry, cash in cash form also doesn't multiply. Actually, there is only one asset under the current asset list, which actually has an earning potential. What is that? Non-account, sorry, account. Short-term investments. Short-term investments by definition is an investment. Short-term investment can treasury bill වල දාපුවා, call deposit වල දාපුවා. ඔය ඔකේ වගේ instruments තියෙනවා. ඒ වල දාපුවම ඒ වල interest එකක් එනවා. By definition it is short-term investment. ඒක විතරයි earn කරන්නේ. අනිත් ඔක්කොම what are called මෙන්න මේ වශයෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන් idle assets. So current assets are what? Idle assets. Except for one, which is non-current short-term investment. Normally ඒක got කියලා companies වල නැහැ. non short-term investment කියන එක balance sheet එක ඇත්තෙත් නැහැ. තියෙන ඒවා එකක්වත් earn කරන්නේ නැහැ. Now you must understand why I said earlier for current ratio we don't say what? Higher the better කියලා කියන්නේ නැහැ. එතනද? එතනයි කියලා. කියන්නේ current asset අපි දුමු 10 ගුණයක් තියෙනවා. current liability වලින්. ඒක අනියමයි. අපි current liability උපරිමයට cover. එතකොට එතන earning යන්නේ. එතන 10 ගුණයක් නැතුව 3 ගුණයක් විතර කියලා ඉතුරු සල්ලි ටික fixed asset වලට දැම්මම delivery van එකක් ගත්තා නම් machine එකක් ගත්තා නම් you are better off කියන එක කියන්නේ. තේරුණා? Are you with me? Did everybody understand that? So for this, although you need to have a certain amount, and that certain amount is actually 2:1. Make it that's a standard. What is the standard? 2:1. Again, 2:1 නැත්නම් case 2:1 වලට වඩා පොඩ්ඩක් කරවට නම් ඒ case කියන එක නෙමෙයි. A rough standard. It's a general standard. Generally twice as much තියෙනවා කියන එක. තේරුණාද? You might ask, why do you need to have twice as much? ඒ ගානම තිබුණා මම හිතන්නේ 1:1. No, because the current asset එකේ list එකේ normally current assets වල වැඩිපුරම තියෙන්නේ stocks and debtors. Stocks කියනවා ඇත්තට liquid නෑනේ. Stocks is the least liquid. Actually the current asset list එකේ ඔය list එක හදලා තියෙන according to liquidity. Now I'm telling you that. What is right on top? Inventory or stocks. That is the least liquid. What is right at the bottom? ඒක 100% liquid නේ අපේ තියෙන සල්ලි. බැංකුවේ තියෙන සල්ලි check එකක් කියලා ගෙන්න ගන්න බෑ. It's almost 100% liquid. We say 99.999% liquid. Yeah. Stocks is the least liquid. Debtors, it would have put the liquid away. They got the anecdote comparatively liquid. Why 2:1 again? Because stocks in good at in stocks we can't say we are liquid because after stocks spend and the bank after creditors okay, let me give a scenario for you to understand. Let's say I am a company, right? And I buy things from you all. So you are my suppliers, that means I owe you money. You sell to me on credit. I sell my products on credit to them. They are my customers. You sell to me. So I need to sell to you guys, okay? Now, this is a now, hypothetical scenario. I want you to tell me in general business practice how it will work. Let's say now you are dealing with me for so many years now, and you take me as honorable fellow. Honorable fellow can මොනවාරි කිව්වොත් කරනවා. එකක් කියලා හෙට කියලා භාගික දෝෂේ වගේ හෙට එන්නේ නැතිව නැහැ. හෙට කිව්වොත් දෙනවා. I honor my word, right? I must understand. Huh? Now, I have paid you now, so say couple of days. Now, it's overdue. I have not lied to you so far, and I don't lie. I tell you, we'll say now today is working day. So in your context, we'll say it's a Wednesday. I tell you, I'm getting some checks in 2 weeks' time, or in 1 week's time, or 10 days' time, on a particular day here. On a particular Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I say the following day I'll give you a checks. Now I've been honorable. Now when I tell you that, tell me, will you accept that or not? If I tell you that, how process will you accept it or not? In 10 days time, 11th day I'll give you the check. Will you be okay with it or not? Yes. Right. Now second scenario. Now everybody said it's okay. No? Second scenario, I tell you now you come to ask the money again. I'm still the honorable same honorable man. Now you come and ask me for the money. Now I tell you, I just got my stuff, and then I imported something. Stand the port, clean it tomorrow. No sooner I sell it, I'll give you the money. Or I tell you, my factory is running the current batch of production. No sooner I sell my batch of production, I'll pay you the money. Will you accept that one? Same honorable man. Why? Because stock beginning to call Badu Bayavat, Badu Haduat. Mulim over beginning the credit. Mulim Vikuranda Dawas Ganakan. I might take 20 days to sell this. Then given a card, given the dime person, a dime person, the young house is second, 3% of our second. It's all about all the Did you understand the difference? Again, for my creditors, for my current liabilities, I can show my debtors, not a problem. So debtors are again, I can't tell you, come on, I pay the end of one. But I want to buy stock print that I can show my inventory. Nobody accepts that. That is why 2:1. 1:1 is not enough. Because you may have a lot of money in stocks. Sometimes more than 50% is in stocks. That is why. Now is it clear? Everyone? Okay. Breathe. Good. Actually, although you might think I'm getting you to do something silly, no. When you breathe, you get more oxygen into your vital organs and your attentiveness all goes up. So that's scientific reason also for that. Okay? I'm not trying to make fun of you. I won't do that. Next one. So, sorry, there's one more thing I have to tell you. So, therefore, higher the better. I'll tell you something that actually happened to me. Long time ago, I still remember this incident very vividly. I was, I can't say a young accountant, I was aspiring to be an accountant at that time. I think I was doing stage 3 of SIMA. There was 4 stages those days. So, everybody in stage 3, ratio, so, Richard Pierce had a public quoted company. Right. That company was also quoted, but another company that was quoted was Richard Pierce Exports. They did rubber mat exports and things like that. Rubber products, mainly mats. One day I got to this Richard Pierce Exports and heard about them. I was not in exports, I was in another company. Young aspiring accountant. For that point, I ratio calculate. Accountant interesting. Ratio calculate. Even if I make it, I got the answer 7.6:1. 7.6:1. I thought, can't do a mistake. I got a calculator. I had 7.6:1. Then I thought, I had discovered, in my youthful exuberance. I thought I had discovered something that the accountants and rejected experts have failed to recognize. Now, for me, my finance manager and the finance manager of rejected experts was the same guy at that time. So, next time I met him, I told him about this. And he said, I met you. Again, as if I found something. When senior fellows look at junior fellows and they are talking as if they know something, but next to park again. They look at you some. So then, so what? He is like that, right? So what? He is sarcastic here. But the man done subject, man done with it, man can walk together, man can watch it. Ideal assets. So is the ideal assets here? But so, why is the company having so much ideal assets? That's so much. Is it so when you calculate, didn't you notice anything else there? What do you mean? Is it, did you look at the composition of current assets? Current assets are receivables. Again, debtors, stocks were debtors, about 60-70% of it was debtors. But the thing, common stocks are debtors, are the look at the end go. They came out a picture of a stack. So I noticed the debtors was high. He said, do you know why the debtors are high? I said, no. He said, go and find that out, then you'll understand the reason for it being so high. So then next what I did the movie and accountant umbrella it is high. Then he said something which you can never know from the balance sheet. Now this is learning for you also. Where annual report everything is fine, everything is wrong. So I got make example. He said, we draw the P&L balance sheet and P&L as at 31st March. Now their products, I told you governments now, apparently they have a seasonal sale. For December, January, and their buyers are international buyers. And the credit period is 3 months, not 1. So as at March, most of those are outstanding. Those invoices are outstanding. But if you extract the balance sheet as at say May, end of May again, over 2, 3 will be made by now. Hamadam have the year 31st March, Hamadam on the case. Again, after with an ideal asset, and then. So what I'm trying to say, you can't necessarily judge something purely by a ratio also. You must not comment like that. I'll give another example of something. This is even more interesting example. This actually happened in the CIMA exam. This has happened even before I did CIMA. I did CIMA between 92 to 93. Okay, started in 92, finished in 93. But this has happened before that. I was ready for my own lecture. Okay, so I'm thinking this is still a good example. Once the financial management examiner, those days, she was a very strict examiner. She had given a question in the FM paper in finals. He gave my ratio down. And question he gave the ABC PLC, which is an organization, which is a leading organization in the retail industry. We have a balance sheet. Current ratio calculate make it the answer had been 0.7:1. The amount of 2:1 on the idea. The 0.7 can sorry. So the students, final students, had crucified the company. So the company is having very poor liquidity, company will struggle to survive the short term, there's very high chance that they go into liquidation, death certificate, company. Right? So, examiner referred to this question and these particular answers. And that's how we know that students are written things like that, I would have answered something. They said, what the students failed to understand, or what the students failed to understand, what the students did not know, was that the balance sheet and P&L that I gave them was of Marks and Spencer. Was of who? Marks and Spencer. Ilakka name modila ABC PLC retail industry ke taraf them. And this was a time when Marks and Spencer was UK's little Toyota. Marks and Spencer gave out, it was like, we take it for example. This is like ideal company. In the past, Marks went through some difficulty. Now again they're okay, but this was like their high. No, this was got the certificate of the best company. No, so he said, now you might say, but the students can't know it's marketing. Yes, but that's not what the argument was. The argument was this. I had said it was retail industry. Because certain industries do not maintain 2:1. And retail is that one industry that doesn't do. If you take Carrefour and with the Choitram, you know what I mean? So, Pennies, okay, with even internet, all the other ones, Walmart, Tesco's, all of these fellows do not maintain 2:1. They maintain 0.7, 0.6:1 for this. You know why? And the non-accountants tell me, accountant again, accountant, no, not because of that. No. There is more fundamental thing from the operations. Yeah, again, most businesses buy on credit and sell on credit. These fellows buy on credit and sell on cash. When you have that operation, buy on credit, sell on cash, you don't need to have 2:1. You know why? Because then, I don't know how it happens here. I'm sure it's the same thing here because these fellows are far more powerful than our local supermarkets. In Sri Lanka, the supermarkets are very powerful. Around the world, they're powerful because they have so much outlet. Okay, Cargills will settle the best of clients. Again, Unilever's, Nestle's, GSK, the strong companies after 2 months. What do they want? Small than a master facility. They are being managers of the masking your eighth. Masking your what? Now you say the stuff from Unilever's comes. Say Lipton tea and Ada make color, what's the color on again? Yes. And normally in the that particular rate, retail rate, if something doesn't move in 14 days, it's considered a slow, very slow moving item. That's telling. That's why when you go to supermarket, you wonder, not to confuse you because they relook at the items. And young netta mind first you understand? Because for them shelf space is money. So normal standard now Sri Lanka they say 2 weeks, 2 weeks off take. 2 weeks for young netta, sorry. So it's about 2 weeks of yet mask. Now, so it works like this. Now what? I buy for 100 from Unilever's. I have settled this in 1 month. But if I sell it every 2 weeks, I sell 100 there, how many? 2. And with profit. And 5% profit. 100 there, I have sold and got how much of cash? 210. When I need to settle 100 rupees. Same. So, mass 420. A mass දෙකක් ගෙවන්නේ ඩිවිලියර්ස් වගේ කට්ටියලා අර දෙයියත් කණ්ඩියේ ඉන්න පාමාරි විලිටගෙන දත් ටික නැති කාගීසේ දාලා දෙන එක උට දෙනවානේ මාස 3කට පස්සේ නේද එතකොට මේක you can imagine now you know why Kagi is going into banking. Okay, liquidity, enough liquidity. Again, they have enough liquidity every day to pay the dues. Remember, liquidity can you ability to pay the dues as and when they fall due. The as and when they fall due කියන වචනේ වැදගත්. ඒකට current liability මුළු එකම අද ගෙවන්න ඕනේ නෑ. අද ගෙවන්න අද due එක ටික. හෙට ගෙවන්න හෙට due එක ටික. මාසිකින් ගෙවන්න මාසිකින් due එක ටික. So we take one more year no. Current liability කියන අවුරුද්දක් ඇතුළේ ඒ මුළු ඔක්කොම ටික අද ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. And they have more than enough cash to pay that with the cash. Actually, they have excess cash. The supermarkets, I'm sure it's the same here. They have within their finance team at least 1 or 2 fellows or a small team whose job is to invest that excess liquidity and make money on that liquidity. නැත්නම් ඒක බැංකුවේ current account එකේ දාලා උඩ බලන් ඉඳපුවා ඒක මහා පාපයක් ඒක. They invest that and make money also. ඒ කියන්නේ suppliers වල ගෙවන ගමන් they have excess money. They make money on money. But ඒක other income is significant. significant amount, but for the operation, I don't know, proportion wise, I don't look. But what I'm saying is they have enough liquidity. Even when you pay a credit card, same for them, it's cash. You know why? It's slip a check on cash. You know. See, I know what kapana percentage. I don't know how much. I kapana tunakida. 97%. We are seeing anu hatak. Anu hatak kada. Mujhe bila dawal ke bila bank ko duma. Anu hatak. Bila dawal ke. You understand what I'm saying? So when the credit card payment for them is cash. It's not credit. There are very little customers who buy on credit. Lanka is good at there are big companies like say Emirates might be buying on credit from Sekafu. So they can credit. But here, look what here retail look what you know what I mean? But still here also percentage wise that must be still lesser. You can imagine the operation and Kafu like not only here, around the world. Now you get it. So 2:1 is the general standard, but don't be too critical without knowing what she said is this. Actually, what her final point of this, you must tell that the industry standards needs to be looked at. So, for in the case of retail trade, industry standard is not 2:1, is actually 0.7, 0.6:1. Not that she was expecting them to know the 0.7, 0.6. She said, you must say that you need to evaluate and see what the industry standard is before passing judgment. Number 2, she said, this is a leading company in the retail trade. If you are a big player in the industry, you anyway maintain lower than other fellows also. AI. Because people don't do business with you looking at your balance sheet. They do business with you based on your name. Because you can write on your name, no? And Marks and Spencer. Now, if you are going to supply to Marks and Spencer, before you supply, will you say to Marks and Spencer at that time, that can I have a look at a balance sheet before you supply? They will say, come on, supply to nothing. The car gives to supply, and this is not the Japan in the farm, and a mother says a pathway for the Matthew. You'll ask the balance sheet. They'll take it as an insult. Do you understand what I'm saying? So people don't do business with Cargill to get a balance sheet. They do business with Cargill because Cargill is Cargill. Simple. Full stop. So then they make it even lesser. So industry standard and the market power within the industry. That's the second point. You need to look at both before you pass the debt certificate. Both are true. And 7.6:1 is also not idle asset. This is also not a debt certificate. 2:1 calorie most of the time him down. And then you get some insights. For certain things, I'll give you examples and all that. Alright, did you understand? Did everybody understand that? Let me check the last one who came. You understand the supply chain? Mr. Supply chain. Kapila, did you understand that? Got it. Thank you. What he did. Alright. But I am going to, everybody must get it. Yada must say. Okay, got it? Good. Any questions? No? Right. One down. Last one to go. Acid test, nothing acid. Done? And then. What is the name of the ratio? Quick acid ratio or acid test. Make it a Samaha bottle of quick ratio and acid ratio killer. At the time, have a thing where you not hurry over the bottle of the Inda. You put the end of the Potlian, they will remain health. Harinama, acid test and quick acid. Have a Potaka textbook over the Muna, Again, Okamatama, you can make a name. Quick ratio can Usain Bolt ratio got Nimi, acid ratio can at the picture ratio got Nimi. Make young make Matamai. But this is the better term. So let me explain what that is. How you calculate this is very similar to the previous one. Previous one is going to calculate current asset divided by make up current asset pulling inventory adu. Current asset minus inventory divided by current liability. That's how you calculate. current asset minus inventory divided by current liabilities. Okay? අයියේ inventory අඩු කරන්නේ දැන් තේරෙනවා. It is the least liquid asset. හේතුව අර මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියපු එක. මට මගේ ණයකාරයෝ මගෙන් සල්ලි ඉල්ලන් ආවම මට මගේ ස්ටොක්ස් පෙන්නන්න බෑ. මේ ස්ටොක්ස් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. අමුසේ කා ගන්නවා තමයි ස්ටොක් මට සල්ලි දෙනවා. but ණයකාරයෝ ඉල්ලන් ආපහු මගේ ණයකාරයෝ මට ණය හිමියෝ ඒ කට්ටිය පෙන්නන්න පුළුවන්. මේ කට්ටිය දෙනවා දුන්නා දෙනවා. as long as that's why I say I'm honorable. කියන දේවල් කරලා දෙනවා නම් කලින් they go away. මම පචෙක් නම් එහෙම ගන්නන්නේ නැහැ. but I can show my debtors to my traders. You can match it. You can show you can match it. You can match this with this. But not with stocks. Stocks වලට stocks ඉස්සර විදිහට බෑ. ඊට පස්සේ credit period පටන් ගන්න. එතකොට ඒ කියන්නේ coach එක ගිහිල්ලා when you get the money බබා අම්බල company. Okay? You get what I'm saying? Okay. So what does this measure? This also measures the ability of the company to service its current liabilities, but it's a more finer litmus test. It's a more finer test. It's the same thing like previous. So you can say this way, you can say, shows the company's ability to meet its short-term dues, shows the ability of the company to meet its short-term dues from the more liquid assets. From the more liquid assets. Yeah, more liquid assets. Can I angle? Inventory angle. Clear? Okay. Done. 2 down, 3 to go. Next one. Ability to service the current liabilities from its more liquid assets. Okay? හරිද? ය아가න්න ඕනේ නෑ. ඔය ය아가න්න ඕනේ. අනිවාර්යෙන්ම එනවා. Okay? අනිවාර්යයෙන්. Next one. What's the category? Asset management or efficiency. You see, assets must earn for you. Assets must work for you. What we are trying to see is how well does the assets of the company do that job. Assets can't just sit and wait. Assets must earn. We are talking about fixed assets here essentially. So they must earn, they must generate. They must. That's what we're going to look at. First one. What's the name? Inventory turnover ratio. Again. Inventory turnover ratio. Stock turnover, stock holding period. ඔය කියන්නේ මේක තමයි. හරිද? ඒ කියන්නේ කොච්චර ඉක්මනට අපේ ස්ටොක් විකිනනවාද කියන එක තමයි මේ බලන්න යන්නේ. What I want to look at, how soon does the stocks get sold? How do you calculate that then? The numerator what then? Stocks. Actually, it's average stocks. I'll tell you why average. What is the numerator? Average stocks or inventory divided by cost of sales. I give one can. You know cost of sales? Average stock divided by cost of sales into 365. Right. Into 100%. I'm into give 100%. Make a කාලෙනේ කොච්චර කාලෙකින් මෙයා විකිනවා කියලා බලන්න. මම කියන්නේ කොච්චර කාලෙ යනවා කියලා. ඒක into 365. Some people calculate 360 also එක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. අපි 365 වලට කරමු. By the way, one more thing. When you calculate ratios at exam, the answer I want you to give it always, remember, into 1 decimal. Not 2 decimals, not without decimals, but with 1 decimal. 1. So it is like 37.2, not 37.16. 2 decimals in the 5 because it is uniform, it's easy. Okay? Like it is half decimal. Those are not decimal 1 decimal. Okay? So just go into 1. All the ratios. Make it a hammer ratio. So if it is 0, then 37.0, but then it's 37. But if there is a value, go into 1 decimal. The answer should always be up to 1 decimal. Okay. So inventory turnover again into 365 days. Now the question is why cost of sales and why average stock? Listen. Look at me. Look at me again, quiet. If you take just the closing stock, if that closing stock figure is unusually high or unusually low, it may not reflect what happened during the year. So it's better therefore to take the opening plus closing divided by 2 when you have the annual report. But in a company, inside the company, when you are an internal person, you have a stock figure at the end of each month. You add all of that. Figures is a better average. But for students, you have figures and opening plus closing divided by 2 for students. But in a company, you can take all 12 and divide by 12. Practically, you are inside. Why? Then you get a better idea of what the actual stock is throughout the year. Because actually closing closing stock is a part of the financial self, Then stock balance sheet I find a name got the 9 and chop for the Manican. The one of name got the name got some chop and I have name got some chop for the pay. Nan, you get a closing together, one can super government account. We need a Rasudala, super surf excel Dadian. It's a better surf excel Dadian figure. Out the room surf excel than Nakati. Antimakalana was the gun. You get a better idea of what the stocks is. That's why average. Next, let's go to cost of sales. Now you might wonder, cost of sales is sales predominantly. Why is that? Yes, but now would the average stock all the cost of sales? Then make a kuchra, we can make a train the selling. This part you get it. Software you know this part cannot, other part cannot. I cost of sales done without putting sales. Why is it apple double? Exactly. Inventory is in cost. That's the answer. Inventory is at cost. So sales must be at cost. If you take sales at sales, a profit there. Inventory is not valued at with profit. Inventory is always valued at cost. Good. Okay. So inventory is at cost, valued at cost. Sales is valued at cost. When you say cost of sales, cost of sales, cost. Then there. So average stock divided by cost of sales into 365 will give you the number of days it takes on average to sell your stocks. Make argument we learned something in the morning when I can't remember. Over trading. Over trading. Over trading. What is over trading? When you sell excessively on credit and the rate of collection does not correspond with the rate of debtor creation. Debtor create rate collect pen. And if you go on sale, you put the in. Full flow. But the then එහෙම වෙලා මේක අඩු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙමද? මේ වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. sorry වැඩි කියන්නේ මේ number of days අඩුයි. 10 days 12 days. Now normally it's about 30 days. Around 30 තමයි සමහරට. But 10-12 days is okay as long as you're collecting. Because it shows that you're selling like crazy. You can sell like crazy as long as you collect equally in the same crazy manner. You're collecting peanuts, but selling much more when you're in trouble. You just need one fellow with the Sakvito gene. Sakviti gene. Again, Sakviti. Uncle. And also, Sakviti gene it's not only about somebody dishonest. Let me tell you another side to this. Sometimes companies don't realize. Let's say you lend me money. Not that I'm asking you money. Just let's say you lend me money. You give me $1 million. One scenario. Next scenario, you give me $100 million. In which of these two scenarios are you less likely to get the money? Why? It's the same me, same honorable me. Why? I may want to pay, but I may not have 100 million to pay. 1 million, Komari Mama, go to the under. You understand what I'm saying? In other words, not that I want to not pay, not that I want to be dishonest, but I may not have 100 million. You may have given me too much of money. Without looking at, can he pay 100 million? And if I've gone and done some stupid thing with it, invested and I've gone bust with the money, then this is not because I'm dishonest. I don't have the money. But if you pay 1 million and I bust it up, I might still raise the 1 million without much problem. Because 1 million may not be a problem figure for me. So this is not about dishonesty. This is about ability. The thing is, this no, the word is Alyamban they would have went from the debtor. It does it make a difference? Then I move dishonest name. You will not. A balance sheet to a PL Balpan when we did. Sali නැත්නම් සල්ලි නෑ. අපිට ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මු dishonest and මු honest මෙහෙර මේ කියන්නේ honest පොපද dishonest පොපද කියලා. සල්ලි හම්බෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කොහොමද හම්බෙන්නේ? නේ ඔය හිතවල එක ඒක හිතවල කන්නද? ඔය සල්ලි වෙනවා. No, do you get what I'm saying? It doesn't matter the reason why you're not getting the money, as long as you're not getting money. Now, these are things that companies don't realize. Companies, what they do is, they go on making a debtor because they are in a good relationship with the fellow. But then you give the fellow too much of credit that he himself can't handle. Then, if he gets into any kind of difficulty, now he can't pay, not because he's dishonest. He's the same honest fellow. He can't pay, he doesn't have the money to pay. That's it. One particular industry which understands this, which other industries have a lot to learn from them, is the banking sector and the financial services. They understand this. That is why, එක මාසයක් rental එක පරක් වුණොත් අනිත් rental එක එන්න ඉස්සරින්ම ද ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා SMS එකක් එනවා. unsigned letter එකක් එනවා. You understand? ඊට පස්සේ call එකක් එනවා. ඒ call එකේදී ආහම දවසක් කවදාද දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ දවසේ date system එකට දාන්න. ඒ දවස් වෙනකොට ගෙවලා නැත්තම් ආයෙ පාරක් call එකක් කරලා ඒ call එකේදී පොඩක් සැරෙන්. This is what you said the day now. කියලා පොඩක් දාන්න පොඩක් දැන් පොඩක් pressure එක වැඩි. ඉතින් එහෙනම් මොනවද නීක මම දන්නේ නැහැ මටත් එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. ඉතින් call එක දෙවෙනි call එක ආවිල්ලා නැහැ. දෙවෙනි call එක ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. Now I used to get sometimes I used to get at a certain time I used to get that a lot because my case I'm not a salaried person. I get my income at different price. So ඔය කියන due date එකම දාලා නැහැ ඒක පස්සේ දානවා. ඉතින් due date එක මිස් වෙනවා. හැබැයි මාසෙ පණින්නේ නැහැ. මාසෙ පෙන්නත් මොනවද වෙන්නේ ඊට පස්සේ legal යනවා collection යනවා collection යනවා legal යනවා ඔය වඩේට වෙනවා because they know if you can't pay 1 month's rent next month or rental දෙකක් ගන්න පඩි දෙකක් හම්බ වෙනවා you understand unless you are business if you are salaried people කොහොමද rental දෙකක් ගන්න එකක් ගන්න බැරි එක දෙකක් ගන්නවා banks know that but some of the commercial companies don't realize this so way crazy these are lower right So dishonest, you created a monster for yourself. You have created a monster for yourself. Illa nagile thing. Bal. That's why you will understand. I'm telling you the non-accountants. In your companies, accountants, I told you yesterday, you will understand why the accountants are the way they are. You can tap them on the back. I know you're not an accountant. I know what you're going through. That is why accountants have stocks. We cutting stocks. Inventory. Stocks නැත්නම් debtors නැත්නම් stocks නැත්නම් cost ඔය වතර දුන්නා කරගෙන stocks නැත්නම් debtors නැත්නම් cost නැත්නම් stocks. Now you know why stocks and debtors is such a concern for them. When you do working capital, you will understand another reason. ඒක මම දැන් කියන්නේ මම ඒක explain කරන්න නොකෝනේ. Now you understand? No, can't give you collect that, at least collect 80% of that before we release. Now you understand? Yes, put in here case. Okay, everybody with me? Non-accountant family? Brilliant. Next one. By the way, Mithana, I'm telling this for the benefit of the accountants, especially because accountants might look at this and make a calculate card. Me project exam में रातों पहले पार्ट का पान उत्तर लिया थी नहीं मुना पार्ट के लिए प्रश्न है नोट्स कैमरा दी पार्ट के लिए आकर you write it in purple for all क्या exam में ये रातों pink लेकिन ये वाला स्कूल में तीन दिनों सामान रातों पार्ट मांगे correction एम कोई क्या तो नतना कमाने बैंक में तीन दिन मार रातों पार्ट बाहर चिकन मामा actually इना नहीं मां लाऊं खाऊं मां कापला ये तो दिन तो पेपर कराम बैलो आई कापला दिन मामा कापना सीधे पहाड़ टोट लगी ये वाला करंट बैग because you can't use my color and write तो रॉयल दिन में मामा तो के पास क्या क्यों इसमें माला पुत्र दिन लागू देने पड़ा हमें write with my color मामा color नहीं examiner's color don't use it. There are exam violations. You can't write your name in the exam paper. That's an exam violation. Bindu up then put on. Okay, you are done now. Business communication column paper के दुन्ना you may apply that to नॉलेज ना. You may end bad. एक हमारा उन्हें मिले दो कि ये जेम्स बॉन्ड के लिए एक ऑप्शन है. जेम्स बॉन्ड के लिए वो कमांड है. हमारे एक्टर मिले end bad. That you revealing your identity is exam आएगा लाऊंगे पे ना. लाऊंगे में इन वाले लेवल बिंदु है. यूँ करो. It's that serious. What you brought up, take more time. Here upon a bingo then block. Penciling liver mark more in the block. These are exam you may not know. So you're not supposed to do that. What you can end up I get to live in Noida. That's my color marker on the one. But the one idiot coming in the back. Little can be that question after me dumb in the layer. But exam me, what you want to do. Because this couldn't hear nothing. By this, or make a target again. If Yan had never made that kind of work, we need to do of the dinner. Highlighting person. But I'll tell you since I know a little bit about not that you mean while the other one again. If somebody, now here you are using red and blue and make it. Yeah, like right, go there. Sounding as long as Coleman, marketing in the right. So, if somebody uses red by choice, if somebody uses red by choice, then that is really serious. The subject of graphonomy, you can tell the personality through your handwriting. According to that, according to graphonomy is science, but graphonomy is not horoscope, it's a subject, it's a science to it. If you use red by choice, then it means something. Then it means that you're mentally disturbed. Make a team. By choice, if you write only in red. If somebody writes by choice in black, I make people who don't like blue like black. What do you think that is? Means that there are people who are very particular about in their communication especially. And they don't want others to misunderstand them. They really don't like when others misunderstand them. They put a lot of effort to ensuring that others understand exactly what they want communicated. In name I am black India. You boss ke liye inna mo paristhiti meda karana. Eda namge science actually. Mama de koyanne. Fellows who use black are people who are very specific. And they will take extra trouble to explain things so that you don't misunderstand. And if you do, they get really annoyed. They're very specific in their communication. They may not talk much, they might say a few words, they're very, very to the point. You are like you are no person. Anyway, a lot of things. The pressure, the Samarkati Nipatin Lipa, that is a sign of energy level. People whose energy level is high, to go Roscoe. Roscoe can have Roscoe. Even allowed the Roscoe. Hey, there are lots of stuff like that. If the eye is, I believe is greater than I not take a meaning of bold than artistic people. If your letters end with sharp pens, aggressive. If the signature is going up, ambitious. If the signature is big, then you have a very high opinion of who you are. Your self-worth, your self-identity is a signature. Microscoping very low self-identity. But those subjects are how interesting. My interest now is more towards people and not necessarily about numbers. Hey, invented this was made to the accountant. Me ratio the Albert come now here we got the answer as days now. You can also calculate this as times. Actually, some of you might have looked at them, maybe times make an actually there are two ratios. Among two ratios, they can calculate involved. Then inventory turnover is a strict definition. You put cost of sales on top, cost of not taking Peter cost of sales would average stock into 365 and net. Times the 12 times can 30 days. Oh, we had 30 days. After 12 times, did you understand that? I read faces. I told you micro expressions. Subject. What is the numerator? Cost of sales. Denominator is average stock. 3 times. Then 12 times can is out the 12 times can. Same thing. So 30 days is equal to 12 times. The times calculation is not done much. Days rather than saying our stock turns around 12 times a year, our stock gets sold every 30 days. So that's why that is used more. So actually I use the name of strict other ratio, but I explain this. Turnover, okay? I treat both the same. Okay? In the textbook, okay? Clear? Alright. Okay. I call it I'm going to break you on. You ready? After not ready? මට බලන්න. හරි. ඒක වගේ යන්න බලන්න. Okay, then. Right, we'll have it. And the Adila Mar, whatever. Let me this is a good place to stop. Flying on the wire roll. Fixed assets. Which can win every one generate color. I agree to say the truck and cash sales. Cash sale point of sale machines on it. You need buildings. You need racks, shelves. Okay. Right. Next one. What's the name? Total asset turnover. Total කියන්නේ හලලා කියන්න පුළුවන් කියන එකම කියන්නේ. Asset turnover කියන්නේ ඒකම තමයි. එතකොට දැන් fixed asset turnover අරගෙන total asset turnover formula කියන්න බැරිද? අතන fixed asset වෙනකොට total assets කියන්නේ එච්චරයි. Meaning also අරකම තමයි අතන fixed asset වෙනකොට total asset කියනවා investment in total assets කියනවා. එහෙමද? අරකම තමයි. Copy paste. Fixed asset වෙනකොට total asset කියලා. Shows the organization's ability to generate revenue from its investment in total assets. What's the formula? Turnover divided by total assets කියනවා. FA plus CA අන්න හරි. Everybody with me, right? Yeah. Okay. Next one. Next category. So one more down. Right. Two more to go. Okay. So technically now actually we are in the fourth session. Okay. But make your own. How down for what? How down? Hey, galang and the make your own the bag apart. Make understand your we will do a little bit more than this lesson by the end of today. That's okay because lesson 6 and 7 doesn't take that amount of time. I know. Although it's a 3-hour lecture, you are 3 hours old, not doing anything, not depending on the topic. Then budgeting, budgeting I will put there, but investment appraisal might not take so long. You can cover. Okay. Right. What is this area? Debt management. This area is gearing. Okay. Some people call this the gearing ratios. Debt management or gearing. Right? And what does gearing measure? Myself Cuba. Equity and debt. Right? I have funded the company using debt and equity. A proportion. Equity kochchara proportion එකක් තියනවාද? Debt කොච්චර proportion එකක් තියනවාද කියන එක තමයි මේකෙන් බලන්නේ. Debt එක වැඩි නම් මම කිව්වා කියන නමක් තියෙනවා. මොකද්ද? Gearing. American term for gearing? Leverage. High leverage, high gearing කියන්නේ එකම දේ. ඒ කියන්නේ debt portion එක 50% වල වැඩි කියන එක. Equity වලට වඩා debt වැඩි. Equity කියන්නේ stated capital and reserves දෙකම. Okay? All right. Let's now this is the first ratio, but the debt to equity comparison happens in the second ratio. May ratio what's the formula? Debt ratio. කියන්නේ debt කොච්චර තියෙනවද කියන එක. හරිද? මෙතන the comparison is not with equity but with something else. So I'll tell you that ඒක නමින් හොයාගන්න බෑ. මේක අරපාඩම් ගන්න ඕනේ. Numerator is debt. හරි? Numerator is මොනවාද? Debt කියන්නේ be silent. Debt is what here? Long-term liabilities or current liabilities or both? Both නෙමෙයි. Long-term. Non-current liability ඒක NCL or LTL. හරි. Clear? Numerator is that. Denominator is total assets. Denominator is total assets. I want to keep the balance sheet on your side. How do you want the balance sheet? You put a bun? Done? I want to explain that. I want you to have that. Have that? Did you take that? Does everybody take that? වැඩ දෙනවනේ. ඉත යන්න කියනවා මේට යන්න කියනවා. නේද? Right. Now we are going to balance sheet. Now again, I want to look at the balance sheet and keep your ear on me. Huh? Listen to me, but look at the balance sheet. Right? Numerator is what? Long-term liabilities. And again, the liability. The liability that you are paying the long term. Denominator is what? Denominator is actually the total of the asset side. Fixed assets or current assets. Numerator is long term debt or debt into 100%. Now make it into 100%. Right? So what are you checking? උඩට long term liabilities දාලා පල්ලයට ඔක්කොම asset ටික දාලා total asset වලින් total liabilities මොන percentage එකක්ද කියලා බලනවා කියලා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? ඒකේ තේරුම. To pay the long term liabilities of what portion of your total assets is required? Yeah. यानी total liabilities ටික ගෙවලා දාන්න නම් අපේ තියෙන total assets වලින් what percentage is required? මේක අඩු වෙන තරමට හොඳයි. තේරුණාද? දැන් මේක 80ක් 90ක් තියනවා කියලා කියන්නේ උපරිමයට සනීපයි. Yeah. Yeah, long term liabilities ගෙවන්න අපේ asset වලින් 90ක් විතර ගෙවන්න ඕන නම් අය මම දැන් current liabilities තියෙනවා ඒක දාන්න නැතුවනේ. ඒව නැතුවනේ. remember asset පැත්ත දෙකම අරගෙන fixed උත්තරේ current උත්තරේ. It's a fixed interest. Compare not that you're going to ever do this, but you just want to know. Right. Now I'm going to give you a question which is a really thinking question. The accountants can answer this. Huh? Because I'm going to put Baba personal accountants have to then and cut to the make a accountants have to then block. No problem. And cut a tiger question. Make a mark, make a mommy, non accountant කෙනෙක් උත්තර දෙන්න account එක තාම හිතන ගමන්. හරිද? එහෙම තියෙනවා. මේ දන්නේ but now then balance sheet එකේ බලන්න ආයෙ බලන්න. Denominator is the total of one side. එහෙමනේ? Numerator is only one aspect of the other side. මගේ මොනද බලන්න එපා. balance sheet එකේ බලන්න. ඔළුව අනද්දී balance sheet එකේ බලන්න ඕන. Numerator is long term liabilities. Denominator is the total of the other side. What can you say about the percentage always? Always less than? Hi. Now my question is this. Now I am saying even නොවෙන්න පුළුවන් කියන. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ උත්තරේ 100% වලට වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් balance sheet එකේ බලපුවම තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ නේද? My question is එහෙම වෙන්නේ මොනවා වුණාමද? නැත්තම් when what is true? Something has to be true or something has to be the reality for this situation to be the case. මම කියන්නේ ඒක මොනවා වුණාම වෙන්නේ? Huh? අද කියනවා අනිත් තීරණ ගාස එක නෑ account එකේ උත්තර දෙන්න කිව්වොත් හරි උත්තර දුන්නා අනිත් මොකක්ද මේ උගේ තීරණ මාසෙ නෙවෙයි මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා අනිත් කඩේ නම් කඩනවා මොකද මේ ලෝකේ තීරණ නෑ. No, you keep going. No. I want somebody to explain. No, you answer correct. Okay? What you got hurry. But when I go to get when I was passing with the utter at the exam it's correct. But I want cutting out of the lesser souls here for them to understand.
Loans are when current assets
I think you're on the right track. Okay, again.
Return earnings minus people.
What is minus?
Return
එහෙම වෙන්නේ කොහොමද?
of loss continue.
අන්න එහෙම උත්තර දෙන්න. මේක ජීවන තියෙන්නේ මේ මේකට එහෙම උත්තරේ මේකයි. ඒ අනිත් කට තේරෙන වාසයි. ඒ කියන්නේ නිරතුරුව දිනපතා සතිපතා මාසපතා අවුරුදුපතා loss. Understand? In other words, you have retained earnings which is negative and a large negative. Remember, it could have been a large positive like the 11.5. Remember 11,500? What if it is minus 30 in that answer? 30 million. Amen. When you make losses every year, large losses, you get retained earnings or retained earnings or retained losses. So, a retained loss is ready the keyword. Now look at the balance sheet. When the retained losses is so high, it can be such a big negative that although long-term liabilities is only one item in that side, balance long-term liabilities could be single-handedly higher than the total of the other side. And then, the balance sheet is horizontal balance sheet is Did you understand that? The long-term liabilities brought forward thing can be such a big negative.
So why do you think company has to continue?
Company can continue. Maybe companies can quit. Now the question is, but before the Mohad Kurukudan Theron, now she's asking another question. I balance it. You can balance it again. Keep that higher there and keep it up. Good, no problem. I'll explain. नहीं मतलब ये समाज में एक बार देर नहीं बस स्टैंड नहीं देखिए एक बार देर ना मूल लोगों की अकाउंट में ना जो ले रखनी नहीं तो look at the balance sheet. The balance sheet. Now look at the balance sheet and listen to me. हाँ माँ क्या बनाने पा हाँ now on the left side you have the total assets no the एक denominator है ये formula है numerator is only one item no long term liabilities of the liability side එතකොට එක item එකක් total එකකට වඩා වැඩි වෙන්න බෑනේ ඒ අරපතේ shareholders funds තියෙනවා long term liability තියෙනවා current liability තියෙනවා තුනම තියෙද්දි එක item එකක් long term liability කියන එක අනිත් පැත්ත total එකනේ fixed plus current එක කියන්නේ තව මොකුත් නෑනේ are you with me එතකොට long term liability අරකට වැඩි වෙන්න බෑ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය බලපෑම now I said නෑ එහෙම වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන් කියලා actually long term liability one item can be bigger than the total on the asset side here. Eka wenni look at shareholders funds now equity part එක. ඒක reserves කර දෙන්නේ. ඕක වෙන වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අයි දිගටම හැම අවුරුද්දම loss කරන cost plus loss එක thirty loss. දිගටම ලොකු loss තියෙනවනම් your retained loss not retained profit or reserves කියන්නේ negative reserves. එතකොට shareholders funds also becomes negative. ඒක share capital එකකට වඩා 30 loss තියෙනවා. එහෙම companies තියෙනවා. නැතුව නෙමෙයි. ලංකාවේ හොරතම තියෙනවා. හරිද? ඒක ඕනතරම් නෙමෙයි තියෙනවා. So that negative figure can be so high that although the long term liabilities as an item is bigger than the total assets, the two sides still balance. අය අපේ 30 වෙන විනාක් තියෙනවානේ. එතකොට balance වෙනවා. ඒකයි කියන්නේ. එහෙම මොකද මේ? මේක assets equal liabilities නේ. මේ පැත්ත අපිට balance වෙනවානේ. එතකොට 100% වල වැඩි වෙන්න බෑ කියලා අපිට හිතෙනවා. හිතුවට වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඇයි? Retain profit, maybe not retain profit, it may be retain losses. එතකොට reserves negative වෙනවා. කොහොම negative එකක් තියෙනවා reserves වල. එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම වෙච්ච companies තියෙනවා. Now did you understand? අතොස්ස පොකට ආය question? ඉතින් අතොස්ස පොකට දැන් තේරෙනවද? Everybody? Thank you.
No, I mean, I can't really understand the now here, even I understand the logic as you said.
Yes.
But by looking at the balance sheet, now in that case, the non-current liabilities, this area has to be bigger.
This item
Yeah.
may figure a
Yes.
will say 10,000.
Yeah.
These two can be 8. Can I come
Yes.
එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඇයි? මෙතන 10 තිබුණාට මෙතන තඩි නෙගටිව් එකක් තියෙනවානේ.
Okay.
එතකොට මෙතන ප්ලස් තිබුණාට මේ ටික එකතු කරපුවාම මෙතන 10 වෙන්න පුළුවන් මේ ටික එකතු කරපුවා.
Yeah, this can be balanced out. So that means now here that means something is, I mean, bank loans or debentures are always, I mean, it's high.
Yeah. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි කියන්නේ. ඒක high වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි that is also very high. ඒකින්ද තමයි මේ corrected sometimes. Loans ඉන්න තමයි මේවා සමහර වෙලාවට වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. අනිවාර්යෙන්. ඉතින් ඒකේ කිව්ව ඉතින් more than 100% කියලා. That itself tells you that this is high. ගොඩක් තියෙනවා ඊළඟට අය ඔය දෙන නෑ ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. මම දැන් බ්‍රවුන්ස් කරා මම කියපු කාලේ එහෙම එඩියුකේෂන් එකක් තිබුණා. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් දුවන්නේ because government is funding it. නැත්තම් කඩේ වාර අවුරුදු ගානක් ඉස්සර. Because as long as they keep paying liquidity අරපත්තෙන් ගෙවනවා ඒක අද ගන්න පුළුවන්. අසබම්. තේරුණේ?
I understand exactly, but I won't know why
අර වාගේ එන්න දුන්නේ නැහැ මම තිරුණා කියලා මම ආයෙනවා දැන්. දැන් ඩෙන්ටිස්ට් මම පස්සට ගියා because මම කියමු තේරුණා නේද? දැන් මම පස්සේ දැන් තේරුණා. ඔක්කොම තේරුණා. Are you okay? That's the only one. Absolutely. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
It's because actually the reserves may be negative because you have large loan first of all. ඒක අර මම කිව්වා වගේ interest cost එක වැඩි operating profit එක වල ගියා ගන්න බෑ. Brown situation එක. I think Brown මම ඒක නම් හරියට මතක නැහැ Brown ඔය කාලේ මම කියන කාලේ this was also true. Again, long term liabilities was larger than the total assets. ඒ කියන්නේ මොන companies ඔක්කොම විකුණලා long term liability ගෙවා ගන්න බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ sorryma.com. Sorry.com නෙමෙයි sorryma.com. Yeah.
There could be another situation where the assets are currently at a undervalued situation, like your land and buildings, which are relatively undervalued.
Yeah, come on. Abi you can think undervalued. I need to go into that. No. Hey, you bring a Baldari in Kapar. No, I'm Baldari. No, yeah, but the thing is true. But I can't you put it in and starting out. No, don't get me wrong. You know, because me, my accountants are understanding why would I go up deep in the pay. Don't have to go first day and first day if it is the being what I want to teach, I'll teach you. Okay. Now running. You can running can hang up to one of the together. Seen a vela. You was in the Mionada. You call it can be tower active. They have restructured. That's the word. That's a nice word. You learn about restructuring through Ravi a lot. Not going to touch on that. SFM, strategic financial management. The Eke thing no, you will learn about restructuring, how to do balance sheet, you will learn that. Okay? And he does an elective work. Just like I used to do a finance elective, you also selected. Finance elective, put more hard career, finance electives. He does elective on that, I also do another elective on cost. That's on cost management. He does a more on corporate finance. You can if you want, you can ask that and do it wrong. I mean, still make a go to the make a ABC fail with X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the back. Right? Next one. Okay, sorry. Your question. What was your question? No, you see, how much can run? But this second comes to the liquidity. Okay, can I ask you this? Can I make a request from you? The lesson after this is about working government. Why then keep asking about reality? Honestly, I'm telling you. I'm not going to answer that. Let me explain liquidity to you. Working government. Then see whether after that discussion also you still have this situation. Actually, when you understand the difference between cash and profit, you will not ask this question. You're actually asking that it's fundamentally exact actually. So, I can deal in that lesson. I'm not going to answer you now. But I'm not trying to avoid the question. But write the question down. When we do that tomorrow, I have to put that But all uttara hum veena hai. Let's go to the next one. What's the name? ඔක්කොම debt to equity. ඒකේ නමෙන්ම තේරෙනවා කොහොමද කරන්නේ. Debt hyphen equity කියන්නේ numerator එකයි denominator එකයි දෙකම දීලා දෙන්නේ. What's the formula? Debt over equity into 100%. Debt over equity into 100%. You know? What are we measuring? Debt එක equity එකෙන් portion එකක් විදිහට or proportion එකක් විදිහට කොච්චරද into 100%. එතකොට if the answer එක මොන විදිය වුණොත්ද high gearing වෙන්නේ? කීයක් වගේ આવද? ඉලක්කම කීයක් වගේ આવද high gearing වෙන්නේ? හිතලා කියන්නේ. වාරම කියන දේ වාරම හිතන්නේ. about here into 100%. Debt divided by equity into what? 100%. Now tell me, answer එක කීයට වඩා එන්න ඕනේද high gearing වෙන්න නම්? More than 100%, not 50% බබා. එතකොටනේ portion එකක් විතර ඒක වැඩි වෙන්නේ. 50% වල වැඩි වුණා ත්‍යාමත් equity වැඩි ඉන්නේ. Answer should be more than 100%. You see, මේක ratio calculate කරන විදි දෙකක් තියෙනවා. මේ අන්තිම ටික වෙලයි. අපව තියෙනවා. මේක තියන්න පුළුවන්ද? The formula is this, no? Then what about your mental disturbed in the name? No, you had a choice, no, of green and red. Why did you use red color? Mamma ne gilla nagat dekha. Mental disturbed enna pula amala kiyana idi mental disturbed naha. Anyway, so මේකේ you can't be more than 50% or 100 මේක වැඩි වෙන්න බෑ. එතකොට high gearing වෙන්නේ. එතකොට answer must be more than 100%. Now this is actually one way of calculating. There's another way of calculating this debt to equity, or what you call gearing ratio කියලා මත් කියනවා. මේ ratio එකට. මේක මේම කරන්න පුළුවන්. මේ දිග ක්‍රමයක් තියෙනවා. debt දාලා capital employed වලින් බෙදලා 100% දාලා is to මෙතන මේ ratio is to දාලා equity දාලා I capital employed into 100%. තේරුණාද? එතකොට උත්තරය එන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. 50% is to now 50 නෙමෙයි. මෙන්න එකක් දාමු 75 කියලා. 75% is to 25 එහෙම එන්නේ. දෙක එකතු කරපුවා 100 වෙනවා. කොහොම කරත් එකම තමයි. එතකොට මෙතන ගත්තොත් මේක must be more than 50%. මේක more than 50% නම් highly geared. මේක more than 100% නම් highly geared. තේරෙනවද? මෙතනදී මේ පැත්ත more than 50% නම් highly geared. CE කියනවාද? capital employed. Capital employed කියනවාද? debt and equity තමයි. capital employed කියන්නේ මේ capital employed කරන්නේ නේද? debt to equity අරන් employed කරන්නේ. CE කියන්නේ ඒ දෙක තමයි. numerators දෙක තමයි CE කියන්නේ. Are you with me? Clear? මේ උත්තරේ must be bigger than 100%. This answer must be bigger than 50%. මේක 50% more than 50% එක 60 නම් මේක 40 එන්නේ. මේක අඩු වෙනවා කියන්නේ equity එක අඩුයි කියන එක. ඒක high gearing. High gearing. Then high gearing, is it always bad? No. High gearing is bad when you can't service the debt. You know, high gearing is not bad. As long as you can service the debt, it's not a problem. Now, if you take, I don't know how it works. Here I don't. Here bankers don't get housing loans and all that. No, you know. And we have to apply. Now, if you take Colombo, you know, Now, if you take bankers, they have beautiful houses. What is the other thing? Sometimes when you look at the guy and you look at the house that they built, one thing like that. Hey, see that you not a loan going on, huh? Who gonna near here? You know, they must stand. He has taken a loan, but with his salary, he can service it. So that house is built on debt, but it's asset now. You get what I'm saying? Bankers especially, they have fantastic houses. And it's built on debt. But as long as you can service the debt, because it's at a measly rate, 2%, 3% over body rate, not a problem. Staff rate, body rate. So being on debt is not a problem, as long as you can service it. And they built a huge, massive asset. Fine, that's fantastic. You know, so actually make measuring that kind of whether the company is in trouble or not. We judge it from this. මේ දෙකයි මේ තුන්වෙනි එකක් කරලා තමයි අපි ජජ්මන්ට් එකට එන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් අර දොස්තර කාට ගියාම බ්ලඩ් ටෙස්ට් එකයි යූරින් ටෙස්ට් එකයි අර ස්ටූල්ස් ටෙස්ට් එකක් කරලා තමයි ජජ්මන්ට් එකට එන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ පවර් ටෙස්ට් කරනවානේ. ඒක ටෙස්ට් එකකින් විතර ෆුල් කන්ක්ලූෂන් එකට එන්න බෑ. එහෙම ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. Let me explain what this ratio is. What's the name? Interest cover. Interest cover. One second, na. All right. Interest cover. Times interest earned. Already now again. Again, we name dekam paat කරනවා. Already now what? You say times interest earned or times interest cover. නෙමෙයි. Times interest earned or interest cover. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකක් කියලා දෙන්නේ? නමෙන්. දැන් interest කියන එක මතකයිනේ. පියනලගේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ මොකක්ද මේ කියන්නේ? කීපාරක් අපිට අපේ ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් එක ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්ද කියන්නේ. සිංහල ලියා ගන්න පා. What does it measure? It measures, I'll tell you the formula. From the name you can figure out the meaning. The meaning is how many times can the organization pay its interest cost? How many times can the organization pay or meet its interest cost? I'll take care of that. I didn't get me yet. I realized why do not play for alien? Like alien he is not a fellow of the he is a black guy from one of those churches. Anyhow, I will focus on interest cover. Times interest earned or interest cover again? How many times you can pay your interest from your profit? It's only one profit. What's the profit you want to compare? Operating profit. How is the formula can but? You make it one silent. Hey, yeah, numerator. Interest in the bank numerator cover and interest එකෙන් බෙදන්න දෙපේ. interest එක කීපාරක් ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා බලන්න interest එක උඩ දාගෙන හරියන්නේ නැහැ. interest එකෙන් බෙදන්න දෙපේ. දෙකයි ඉතින් ඒක උඩට බලලා වාගේ මංගී ඉතින් හරියට එකපාර කියන්න මෙහෙම බෑ. ඔයා ඉනානකක් දෙන්න මම යා හරියට දුන්නානේ. You think. I'm training you to think on finance, you know, not just giving you a formula. So, numerator has to be what? Operating profit. Denominator is interest cost. Into? Into nothing. Times no. Times and the into මොකුත් නැහැ. දැන් මම පොඩි ඩමි දෙනවා. දැන් පොඩි නවුද මැචුවර් දැන් මේ ෆෝර්ත් එකේ ඉන්නේ. හරිද? ඩමි කන්න එපා. මේ මෙහෙමද මම කරනවා එක්සෑම් එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඕන් නැති ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් දෙනවා බලන්න මොනවද කොරයිද කියලා ඒක. ඒ කියන්නේ මම කැල්කියුලේට් කරන්න දෙන්න ඕන් නැති ඒවා දෙනවා. ඒක සමහරවිට මේක දෙන්න මොකක් කරගෙන මේක අමින් දාමු දෙක. එහෙම දාන්න බෑ. if you have proper understanding එහෙම ගොන් වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ විදිහ ගොන් දාන්නේ It's outside understanding. සමහර question not for ratio, සමහර ප්‍රශ්න වල කොහෙද යන්නේ මගේ නම නිමල් වගේ data දෙනවා. මේ ඕන එකක් දීලා ඕන දෙක තුනකට දෙලා සමහර කට්ටිය කොහොමද පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. මේව කරන්න එපා මාත් එක්කම මේව කරනවා. ඩමි දෙනවා, ඩමි කන්න එපා. නේද? අයියම කරන්නේ අපි බවුනේ. එහෙම මොකද දෙක තුනක් දාගෙන ඉන්නේ දැන් මට. ඒක මයික්‍රෝ එක්ස්ප්‍රෙෂන් නේ මැක්‍රෝ එක්ස්ප්‍රෙෂන් අයියම කරන්නේ අපි බවුනේ. බවු තමයි නේද? බවුන්නට තීරුම් ගන්න බෑ කරන්න මොනවද කියලා. හරිද? ඒකින් දැන් පොඩි ඩමියක් නේ ලොකු ඩමියේ පොඩි ඩමියක් දුන්නම ඒවා නෑ මේක දාලා නෑ. ඒක කිව්වත් ඩමි දෙනවා මේක ඩමියක්. කියලා තීරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ. එක්ස්ප්‍රෙෂන්.
Yeah, we're just trying to check with you this total interest cost that we say, it's always annualized now.
ඒ කියන්නේ PL එකේ තියෙන total annual figure එකද තියෙන්නේ. ඒ annual ගන්න PL එක ගන්න.
It's not P&L.
Yeah. PL එකේ තියෙන interest cost එක PL එකේ බලන format එක හවුද හිටියේ. But just look at the PL format. ඉතින් operating profit එක බලන දෙන interest cost එක අන්නේ ගන්න. Or what we call financing cost or financing charges එකයි ගන්න. Good. Okay. ඒ ඩමි දෙනවා හරිද? exam එක ඩමි දෙනවා. මේ වලට නේ not for this. මේ වලට ඩමි දෙන්න මේ PL balance sheet දෙන්න balance sheet පිටි මෙන්න ඕන දේ දෙන්න. අනේ මේ additional information කියලා ඕන දෙයක් දෙන්න පුළුවන්. So you will somehow use it somewhere. हमारे marginal cost which you had study you करे हैं ये वाला ඩමි දෙනවා. ඩමි දෙන බල මොනවද කරනවද? මේ if you proper understanding එහෙම කරන්න බෑ. හරිද? අවුනේ මේ වාඩි මම මේ කොළඹ කට්ටිය තරම් වල ලොකු දෙන්නේ උන්ට නම් දෙනවා අපිට. ආව බලපන් කියලා. ඒකත් දෙක මේක කරනවා මාස් 10ක් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ රිවිෂන් පන්ති ඉඳගෙන කරලා වැරදිලා නැගලා හදලා එහෙම කරන්නේ තමයි ඉම්ප්‍රූව්මන්ට් දිලා බලනවා කනවාද කියලා. ඔයාලා කන්න එපා ඒවා. අපිට දෙන්නේ. අපිට දෙන්න එපා. නෑ මේ අපිට කිසි උද්‍යයයක් නෑ. කන්න එපා. හරි. ඔයන්වර කරගෙන යනවා. right. Next one. නෑ දොරාවේ හදලා දෙනවා. right. come on. ඔය දෙන්නේ කාව අපර නෑ. So, actually, you come to a conclusion about debt management by looking at this also. Again, now listen, this is very important. Listen, this could be debt to equity again high geared in the follow. Your debt can be 70% of your total capital employed. How is that? That itself is not bad. Your debt can be 70%, 80% of your total capital employed. That itself is not bad as long as you can service the interest. Again, we say debt to equity debt 80%. First if interest cover is 5 times. Again, actually go back debt තිබුණාට ඒ debt එකට තියෙන interest එක අපිට පස් පාරක් ගන්න පුළුවන් අපිට profit එක. Again, it's not a problem. That is the time to actually live off debt. You know why? Now I'm going to teach you something a little deep. Now listen to this carefully. What are this one? I thought this one. Alright. There you go. Alright. I get funds as a company from debt and equity. Are they? If I take it from debt, I pay what? If I take it from equity, I pay what? Then ඔය දෙකෙන් සාමාන්‍ය වැඩි මොකක් කියලාද ඔයද? No. Dividend. Rate tax විතර එහෙමනේ ඕනර්ස් ගන්න ෂෙයා cost එක බෑ කරන්නේ risk එක බෑ කරන්නේ. In bank for interest given according to the money market rates. But when the company is doing well, they have borne the risk, and when you are not doing well, you didn't give any dividends on it. So the equity given rate is always higher than debt. So the highest cost is actually equity. We look at something called cost of capital. Here you will realize highest is not debt, is equity. So equity financing is actually expensive. For the company, for me, if I need 100 million, but 100 million, 100 million, 100 million is 100 million. But when you give, I have to pay dividends. When you give, I pay interest. I pay interest not according to my profits. I pay interest according to money market rates. That's then okay. Money market rates, as long as it's not exorbitantly high, I can still manage the interest. That's why my interest cover can be 10 times, 5 times, 6 times. But dividends, normally if I'm paying 14% here, I might be paying 24% here on dividends. Same, I'm talking about Sri Lankan rates. You get what I'm saying? So, it makes sense for me to take debt. But the rate is lower, as long as I can service it. As long as the debt is not choking me. Same, are you with me? So, if the interest cover is anything more than 3 times, you are comfortable. Okay, 1, 2 level you put a case in. Again, 2 between 2 and 1 can put 1 will make again bounce again on 56 million and 72 million can point something coverage. And interest got covered on the bank. Okay, 56 million operating profit, 72 million interest cost keeper. The 0 point something percent. As long as it is like about 3 times or 300%, they're comfortable. The mama may call it dial when you're doing well. The interest covers 5 times, 5 point something times. They're laughing. The actual loan amount may be large. You may be actually high geared. Now, this I can't remember they're actually high geared at that time. They may have been. Doesn't matter. A high geared loan, like interest rate, was far beyond the problem. With the operating profit, that means your operations can handle this. Not a problem. Problem happens if the operations can't handle the interest cost, and interest becomes a choking thing. So that's why I said it's like the bank are building a house. The house is for you, for life, for your children, it's an asset. So it's a good thing. So it doesn't matter as long as you can service that loan. And as long as you are tied to the bank, of course you can't leave. The bank, you got the car, boss on our good, son, 3 bags, 4 bags also we can live, sir. Bank is a pass a kilo, one can collaboration at the Alami over the net. He got the car in a market ticket, dollar and band loan. Or the club is again vehicle. Okay. Alright. Interest cover again, right. Let's go to the last section. I gave you your last attendance sheet for today, no? You can then bring the full one. How break can name? I got one. And how break can one have to kill him out them. Hey, let me break things on me. You know, they got him. මොනවද වලේ කරන්නේ කන්නමුත් නෑ යාළුවා ටොයිලට් එකට ගිහින් පුළුවන් ඒකට බ්‍රේක් එකක් කොන්නේ නෑ අමාරු නම් ගිහින් නෑ okay you all want to go to the same ඕනේද then I'm going to anyway stop at 6 යනවා හරි දැන් නෑ අපට වගේ මොනේ එන්න මේ පස්සේ දෙමු දැන් ඊට කලින් ගියොත් එහෙම Abu Dhabi in the Katia, LA in the Katia, again, some ending in the Katia. After you began, it a tower, they were all taking. Don't allow the one, none of our one, ending another. Bar in the Gila assignment. Well, gave me a landing. Good. Last one. What is the category? Market of investor ratios or investment ratios. Okay? Right. These are ratios actually that the shareholders or potential shareholders will look at. These are ratios that shareholders or potential shareholders will look at. Clear? මේවා essentially companies බලන්නේ නෙමෙයි company management මේවා බලනවා. ඒවා බලන්නේ හේතුව මොකද shareholders ලා බලන ඒවා යාලා බැලුවේ නැත්තම් shareholders මේවා බලලා වෙන්නේ upset වගේ නම් විකුණන්න බලන් ගත්තොත් shares එතකොට යාලා බලන්න වෙනවා. ඒකින් නෑ not the companies themselves are interested in this but companies are interested because shareholders are interested and shareholders interest માં යාලා ඒක upset වගේ නම් their shareholder decisions can get affected by this. Therefore, they will also look at it. Again, management is balna because shareholder actions, what their reactions and actions are based on how these ratios are. Therefore, companies will buy on. Right? But essentially, these are things that shareholders look at. Okay. First one, what's the name? Kumai Gyandoni. Dividend. Then we take a very string. Antimate with Mokab. Cover a technical. Yeah, interest come again. You know, the same logic. Interest cover can interest give para given on the dividend cover can dividend give para given on the English in shows how many times if you thought then will be no shows how many times but gila so I shows how many times the dividends can be paid out of the available profits. Is that clear? Shows how many times the dividends can be paid out of the available profit. And then can one formula araka diya badala meka diya badala then danna hema deyakim you have to use some of the knowledge that you already have and tell me the formula. What is the numerator? Operating profit operating profit taken the dividends given. Okay, and all about the MBA given Vada Mutre Kaladan. Numerator is divisible profit. You want NPAT cannot order monthly. The preference has to go. There was dividend given. Your NPAT, what else? NPAT in preference dividend given. Ordinary dividend given. I want your profit attributable to ordinary shareholders to Dikvachane, Ketivachane, divisible profit. Then now you understand how you need to connect what we learned earlier. That's why I'm saying you need to study this and write the notes also. The assignment, other assignment, the indirect. Connected, me occur connected. The Uday hitting at the Moga, then making this chair in there. It is not everything because it's unique. Some of the topics are not connected, but some of them are very deep. Okay? The cost of capital, investment appraisal, and also I think one more thing I've done in your case. Colombo, I'm going to order with a Nascaladin. Colombo, topic which is in the 8, 9, 10, which is a very technical topic. Video game video higher at time higher may utter a higher because of the nature. So hit an in the bar. Other Vesak Kumakara hitting the Vesak Buddha Una, taking the L inverted and L the power and the Pauna. Muna Ella power and get on me at a loud in it up to the attitude. Attitude the night, again. Attitude in Ella. Apa Martin. Attitude Karuma. I don't end the boom. I don't know. Okay, and hitter in every word from first 5 minutes to import. Introduction the exam get to revision paper. It's all about him by doing that. But I wanted to come. I can bring by micro expressions. Feel Moon Hava video. Okay. There's an interesting subject called micro expressions. Just Google and see after you do the subject. There was a TV program called Lie to Me. Lie to Me, that's based on micro expressions. That's okay. That's okay, no problem. Dividend cow. So what's the formula? Divisible profit divided by dividend කියන්නේ මොන dividend? Ordinary dividend. හරිද? preference dividend තියෙනවා. What does it show? You already wrote that now. How many times the company is able to cover its its ordinary dividend from the available profits. Right? Good. What's the next one? Dividend. Again. Dividend yield. Dividends yield. Make a formula නමින් කියන නම අරුයි. පොඩ්ඩක් කියනවා උඩ කැලල කියා ගන්න පුළුවන් after I tell you the formula. Right? This is the formula. Write it down. It is written, first write it in abbreviated form, then I'll tell you what it is. DPS divided by MPS. DPS divided by MPS into 100%. Yield can 100%. Yield can animal 100%. Then 100% කියන්නේ බයයි. දැන් හරියට කියන්නේ බයයි. That's the way you learn. Okay, that's all right. DPS or MPS into 100%. Right. Now this is a little deep. I want you to focus. Huh? What is this one? Okay, right. Focus. Huh? Who looks at these ratios? Most of the time potential fellows. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು බලන්නේ අරගෙන ඉවරයි ඉතින් මුලකට ගන්න ඉතන කට්ටිය ගන්දෝන ගන්දෝ එන්නේ ඒ කට්ටිය තමයි මම බලන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඉන්න කට්ටිය බැලුවා කියලා ඉතින් වෙනසක් නැහැ අරගෙන ඉවරයි. ඒ කට්ටිය බලනවා. But you know these ratios are huge attraction to potential fellows who are looking and studying the company. Now you think as one of them, huh? Now you also will say you are looking at the stock market and you are studying with them. You are investor first, right? You are also now calculating these ratios and trying to invest. That's one of the biggest mistakes you can ever do. I'm currently past. මේ ගණගත්තයි කියලා මේ රේෂියෝ දාලා මේ කම්පනි ඇනලයිස් කරලා මේක හොඳයි මේක 10යි එහෙම මම උපරිමයට ගණගත්ත එක කාලයක්. When I was an accountant මම අද Excel sheet එක. ආයෙ මේ පැත්ත P&L balance sheet දාපුවා අර පැත්ත රේෂියෝ calculate කරලා මේ graph කරලා පට ගාලා ඔක්කොම වෙනවා. මම ඒවා බලලා කියලා ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරා. උපරිමයට අත පුච්ච ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙත් ඒ ටික ඒකේ විකුණන්න උනා. ඊට පස්සේ පැත්ත පලාදී කියන ශ්‍යාමාකට. ශ්‍යාමාකට මන්ද නැහැ මේ කොහොමද කියලා ලංකාවේ වනම් පොඩ්ඩක් ඒ රේෂියෝ ගන්න ඕනේ නෙමෙයි මාකට් එකේ ඉන්නේ ඒවා එක එක විදිහට යනවා. අර එන්න ජලා ෂෙයාර් එකක් බ්ලූ ඩයමන්ඩ් එකක් මෙන්න යනවා. හොඳ ෂෙයාර් එකක් මෙන්න හිර වෙලා ඉන්නවා. So එහෙම යනවා. ඉතින් රේෂියෝ කැල්කියුලේට් කරා කියලා ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරන්න යන්න එපා. උපරිමයට අත උච්ච ගත්ත පොඩි කාලේ කියන්නේ 23 24ක් කාලේ. හරි so මම මාවනිය එහෙම පොඩි කාලයක් විෂුවලයිස් කරන අමාරුයි මොකද දැන් ඉතින් පොඩි කාලයක් තිබුණා අපිට. So what's the formula now? DPS over MPS. හරිද? For a potential shareholder හිතලා කියන්නේ ඈ එකපාරට උත්තර දෙන්න පුළුවන් හිතලා කියන්නේ. For a potential shareholder MPS market price per share. කියන්නේ current market price per share. ඒකේ තේරුම මොකද්ද? රවුන්ඩ් එක උත්තර දෙන්න බා. What does it mean to a potential shareholder if he is looking at the current market price per share? What does the current market price per share have? What kind of significance does it have? යාට ඒක බලපාන්නේ කොහොමද? How much? How much you have to pay to buy the share? Which is your investment cost. Brilliant. You know that? So the denominator is actually an investment cost. Numerator what? DPS එක how does it DPS එක කියන අන්තිමට ගොප dividends එක company එක ගොප අන්තිමට මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා dividends සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හැම අවුරුද්දෙම consistently නැත්නම් පොඩ්ඩක් අඩු වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා කියලා. දැන් මේ DPS කියන අන්තිමට ගොප dividend එක. ඉතින් ඒකේ significance එක මොකක්ද? What is the significance of that to the potential shareholder? What do you get? One word for that? Return. Good. Who said return? කවුද කියන්නේ නැහැ. කවුන්ට් එකේ කියන්නේ බා. චැකයි මොකක්ද කියන්නේ. මොනවා දැනගන්න ඉන්නේ. non account එකේ ඉක්වලයි හොඳයි. So now denominator is what? Market price per share. Hurry. But investment cost. Numerator? Return. Investment cost. Return on? Return on? For a potential investor, this measures what? Return on investment. For a potential investor, shows the return on investment that he can actually receive. That he can actually receive, that he can actually receive by investing in the shares. Yeah. මට මේ ගාන ගන්න වෙන්නේ දැනට නෙට් එකක් ගෙවලා දෙනවා. يعني ඉනවුට් මේ ගාන ගෙවුවා. මට රිටර්න් එකක් දෙන්න මේ ගාන බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Is that clear? So what do you write? You see, shows the expected return for a potential shareholder in terms of actual dividend payment. The actual dividend payment क्या है? पता in terms of actual dividend payment. तो समान रन करने आपको ध्यान में लेकिन आपको मैं dividend ले लिए. Okay. I know I confused you. Yeah. Shows the return that a potential shareholder can expect. Shows the return that a potential shareholder can expect from the organization in terms of the actual dividend, payment. Okay, in terms of the actual dividend payment. All right. Okay. Right. So isn't that something they want to know? Of course they want to know that. हम एक हद तक मरने के लिए उतना बड़ा पर्सन है बोलो ना देश में मरते एक्चुअली पे ओके नेक्स्ट वर्ड ऐसा नहीं आइए नहीं डिविडेंड पे आउट रेशियो look at the name dividend payout ratio payout ratio क्या होगा payout ratio क्या कहते हैं කොච්චර ප්‍රතිශතයක් ගෙවනවද කියන එක. you understand what payout ratio කියලා කියන්නේ කොච්චර ප්‍රතිශතයක් ගෙවනවද කියන එක. ඒකෝට දැන් මොනවා කරන්නේ කියන්නේ dividend එක. ඒකෝට ඒක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? dividend payout ratio කියන්නේ මොකක්ද ඒක? what do you understand? ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් තිබිච්ච ටෝටල් එකකින් කොච්චරක් ඇත්තට ගෙවුවද කියන්නේ dividend payout dividend විතර කොච්චර ප්‍රතිශතයක් ගෙවුවද කියන්නේ. So write in English like this: from the profit available for distribution, okay, from the profit available for distribution, how much was actually distributed as dividends? From the profit available for distribution, how much was actually distributed as dividends? Yeah? With me? Or you can say from distributable profits, what portion was in fact distributed? From the distributable profits, what portion was in fact distributed? Got it? Clear? Right. So how do you calculate? What is the numerator and denominator? නියමයි කොහොමදයි පුරුමයි numerator is what? Ordinary dividend. Denominator divisible profit. Very good. Wait, බලන්න ආයෙ කරපුවා. හොඳයි I am encouraged by the fact that you are answering. Alright. තේරුණානේ? ඒ කියන්නේ ඉතින් සමහරකට තාම බලනවා. Numerator is ordinary dividend. Denominator is divisible profit. Divisible profit again, what portion is the amount that is actually distributed? Clear?
This is the opposite of dividend. That percentage.
Huh? Oh, into 100%. ये मैंने कहा नहीं नहीं तो what percentage है ना portion के अंदर हमारे में into 100% नहीं good that you asked me that I'm encouraged हम क्या ना ले रहे हैं again ordinary dividend divided by divisible profit into 100%. again divisible profit එක මොනවද දෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ දෙන්න වැඩේ කරන්නේ ඒකෙන් කොච්චරක් ඇත්තද දුන්න කොටස දුන්න ප්‍රමාණය දෙන්න පුළුවන් ටෝටල් එකේ percentage එකක් විතර කීයද dividend payout කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් payout කරනවද ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රමාණය එහෙමද okay okay so now again earnings yield දැන් yield කියලා නමක් තිබුණානේ එතකොට denominator එක මොකක්ද උනේ हाँ මොකද්ද denominator එක උනේ market price per share denominator එක මොකද්ද market price per share එහෙනම් මෙතන denominator මොකද්ද ලිය යුත්තේ ඒක තමයි right MP අතන දැන් එතන නම මොකද්ද ratio එක නම dividend yield. එතකොට numerator මොකක්ද මේ? ordinary dividend. එහෙනම් මෙතන නම මොකද්ද? එහෙනම් මෙතන නම් numerator මොකක්ද වෙන්නේ? EPS. short form එකෙන් ලියන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා EPS over MPS කියලා ලියගන්න. EPS over MPS. EPS කියන්නේ මොනවද? earnings per share divided by market price per share. What is the difference between this and that one? Sundar Bala again. I am non-accountant sign I hand. What is the difference between this ratio and the one you calculated earlier?
How much less or more you get?
No. एक ही में क्या तरह संपादित करना हाँ यहाँ फॉर्मूले तक क्या बड़ा क्या इतना कैलकुलेट करें हमारे what is the return on investment to potential shareholder based on what actual dividend payment better this also it's a return on investment to potential shareholder based on what based on earnings not on actual payment that's why I said actual payment के लिए आपने अलग अलग किया बोला better based on what you have earned so this shows what shows the return on investment for a potential shareholder based on the actual earnings of the company or based on what the company has earned for the shareholders. Divisible profit. Again, in earnings per share. Yeah. Now the question is earnings per share कौन है? एक तावत ratio का मेरे अनित ratio की नाम है earnings एक तमाम इधर numerator में पाँच का तो earnings per share calculate करने को पर share की बोल एक क्या लग किया ना बोला मैंने लेसी पर share की बोल हमारे numerator का है denominator है देखिए एक पक्का क्या लो है क्या कौन सा क्या नहीं पढ़ा नॉन कौन सा क्या है total number of ordinary shares मुकद्दे numerator denominator है हरका वो उधर ना बे लाने वाला हरका लाने बे हरका उधर लाने बोलो denominator is number of ordinary shares इधर numerator add less preference share मार क्या divisible add less क्या नहीं है क्या divisible profit कौन है दादू गाने idea is correct divisible profit divided by number of total क्या है number क्या होता है divided by number of ordinary shares the following part of there is a figure which is not a financial figure right number of ordinary shares क्या financial figure है नहीं 100,000 shares 1 million shares 10 million shares amen clear with me so make उत्तर ही नहीं होगा make into मार into किसी भी अन्य earnings per share है rupees and cents dirhams and Or fills, fills, sorry, moral and sensory. Okay? Clear? Okay, good. Last one of the ratios. What's the name? Last one. You are finished. Huh? All the ratios are finished. Now again. Price earnings का एक bracket में बना दिया थे. Again. E क्या लाइन के अंदर है ना top set. PE अंदर. PE. मतलब मैं ये PE की रात में मेरे दिन नहीं रहा है. PE क्या नाम है? Price. E क्या नाम है? Then I want to look at this. I want to look at the projection or your printout. But the PE की ना लिया नहीं. Look at the way PE is written. P stroke E. Stroke क्या कहने सामान्य? Divide. एक लिखने में दिए, एक कैलकुलेट करने में दिए, सामान्य पा जाती है. P E क्या लिखने P stroke E. एक यानी price divided by earnings. तो price क्या P क्या नमाज देते हैं? मैं इतना देखे देखे मत देखे. MPS ये तो न्यूमरेटर के बाद. मार्केट प्राइस तो चल जाएगा. MPS के लिए. P stroke what? No, P stroke what? E. E क्या है? Earnings. इससे earnings ये की बात earnings से क्या मुकाबला किधर ला? है क्या? EPS. ये ना फॉर्मूला है कौन? MPS over DPS में E DE क्या देखा क्या किधर है ने E for elephant. D for donkey. E for elephant. ना? EPS. कोई आगे डॉन्की क्यों है? हम डीए करा हुआ था ना एक्टिव. अरे और करने आओ दीजिए बन. क्या नहीं? MPS divided by EPS. अरे in other words, this is a ratio turned upside down. पिक्चर में आता है कहीं पट्टा हो. मुझे दाव दी. मुझे दाव दी. नहीं बाला क्या नहीं बोलते? ये क्या नहीं? नाम बात. मुझे का दान पट्टा हो दी. मैं का पट्टा हो दी. मैं बोलूँगी तो हो दी. Now imagine, we knew that the accountants were crazy, but we didn't know that they turned it upside down and got a new ratio. Yes, it's turned upside down, but it has a different meaning. How into 100% मोगुद में आने ना? मैं तो into 100% दिमाग नहीं. मतलब मेका ही देखा मैं into 100%. Dividend yield to 100%, मेका into 100%. मैं तो नहीं मैं किसी में 100% डालने MPS divided by EPS. Maybe. Then think about what you have written. What have you written? MPS divided by. Right. Now to the same potential shareholder, what is MPS? How does it translate? Investment cost. Investment cost. So numerator investment cost. Denominator what's the name? What's the word? EPS. EPS क्या है? Return. इधर वो दाम मकान कितना करे? Investment cost के बाद ना expected return नहीं. एक ही चीज़ होगा. अकाउंट में उत्तर देंगे फॉर्म ये बताने लगता हूँ पूरी मेरे चेक कराने ना सर्टिफिकेट. अनकट्टी क्या ना? Exactly, brilliant. Non-account right? Very good. How long it takes for the potential shareholder to recover his investment at the current rate of earnings. Again, you're assuming that the EPS will continue. At the current rate of earnings, how long will it take for the shareholder, the potential shareholder, to recover his investment? Right. Financial ratios. Let's look at this. First thing what we need to understand about ratios is there's no standard about this. Remember standards. There's no standard relating to ratios. Sometimes ratios are calculated slightly differently. If you look at the annual reports that you're looking at, or which you have to look at in the future when you do the assignment, sometimes you will see the ratio that they calculate. It's ROC. They give a formula for it at the end. Glossary of financial terms and molecular. A ratio calculate कर दीजिए पहले ना. हमको annual report calculate कर देना का ratios. एक का calculate कर formula देना ratio क्या कर देना. Then you might say अरे मैं यहाँ पे पंचिंग का देना formula कर नहीं करना नहीं किया. एक ने पंचिंग का तो व्यक्ति के नहीं. That company is calculating it like that के लिए. ये मगर अलग बात बोलो. Again, this is an analysis thing. No? Ratios are used for what? To analyze. So, the accounting profession doesn't tell you how to analyze. That's your analysis. You do whatever you want. But that's very logical. But sometimes the formula might be slightly different. Again. Are you with me? There's no governance on this. There's no regulation of standards. Debit credit, supercredit regulate करते हैं. उनको नहीं charge से आधा लिस्ट पार आ गया. But नहीं क्या करना है? Okay? Ratios don't give answers. Ratios are blood report make a out, make a in. Range out. Again. 2:1 is 7.6. It doesn't tell me why 7.6. It doesn't tell me that they have a seasonal sale and it's outstanding. Make I. Remember the example I gave about widget theories, exports. Of course, it helps to ask the right questions. I had a blood report, urine report. That cover, the doctor can ask it. He might ask questions that helps you to zero in on. The X-ray carbon again, serum creatinine right now. I found out what serum creatinine means. Then you start the right questions. Basically, serum creatinine, I'm just saying, when you are giving excessive work for your kidneys. Remember excessive work? Normally they say serum creatinine test you have to do every 6 months. When I stop that, I will ask you. Do you understand? So it helps you to ask the right questions. Ratios are there. You ask the right questions, go into the right area at least. That's what it does. Clear? Good judgment is still important. Can accountant la money? You need to still assignment the accountant la play a bigger role. Role like actor really landed. Exam you will pay the price. You might get the assignment sorted out. But exam ratio question I do not compulsory naming. It was a color money. You can Halan they are paying it. Come you are telling on this. Again. You better get to grips with this. Let the accountant manage, I don't mind. But you also know what the hell they're doing. You must keep what even if they pull the bigger way, get them to explain what they've done so that at least you know. Then you will not suffer the exam. Short term gain, long term loss. Exam में क्या EPS money by EPS इनको calculate करोगे. Why calculate करना ना exam में you have problem. Okay, right. This is what you do in your assignment. Helps you to benchmark. What ratios can help you to benchmark against previous years and also against the competition. All right, clear? With me? All right. Like anything else, first one, ratios are only estimates of what could be possibly expected. Ratios calculate, can you see, the argument is this way. Actually, it has a connection between these two. Uses historical data, ratios calculate, P&L balance sheet, P&L balance sheet, P&L balance sheet, P&L balance sheet, the year is over. The date is over. You know, balance sheet asset no. P&L for year ended no. They come year ended no. So already the time is historical. But you see the argument is this. Make a point here. Why do we really calculate ratios? Why do we really check performance? Do you think performance is checked really to find out what actually happened because you want to know what happened, or is it because you want to find out what happened to get an idea what could be expected? Which one is the real reason? The second one. You want to know what happened because whether you get to know about it or not, it has happened. Do you understand? There's nothing you can do about it. It's already happened. So the real reason why you want to find out about what has happened It's because it gives an indication of what you can expect, which is something of the future, which is what we are looking forward to. So the problem is ratios are based on क्या again? Historical data. अंतिम नहीं है खाली इंगान दो ना कौन कालस वगे हाई बात रखी इंगार करूँगा so you need to still get an idea about the historical data, right? So that's only way to get an idea about the future. But future, as you know, is not necessarily a repetition of the past. Good example, I told you what happened to dialogue. Here's our example, just give you one classic example, massive example. Actually, it's good if you can get to the annual report and put an environment and give that. You think in that year, the year before, the CEO would have said, although we made this kind of profit, this is not expected. He would have said, because when you know what actually happened the year after. But in the year that they had the first loss, I don't think they would have written it nicely. Because knowing very well,
But if the companies are sinking, but
company was not sinking. Company just cleaned up its act. Dialogue, you see, the company was managed, company always had good management. But there are a lot of problems that they didn't know. So anyway, this one, I want to come to this. Wait. It's only an estimate of what can be expected. It's not a definite thing about what will happen. Are you with me? So, maybe they're connected. Alright? Any questions on those two? No? Yeah. Cyclical nature. Cyclical nature you see the ratios we are trying to judge the performance of the company. Sometimes the ratios of the company might be very good or it might be very bad. That doesn't necessarily mean the company management is doing something fantastic or they are doing something terribly wrong. Here I am nothing to pull on. Again, there was not mostly expected. Companies are doing well, the P&Ls are doing well. Not because the management has suddenly started doing something radically right. No. Then if the management is doing something really great, your performance may not be great. Then because the tax study, I'm going to sentiment upset and cutting up. Not for the company performance gets affected, then the country gets affected. So naturally your performance also gets affected. Whether your management is doing something right or wrong. So my point is this, ratios are used to judge what? Corporate performance. The performance may not be really good or bad of the managers. Marketing again, market conditions are yeah? Cyclical nature alternate accounting method. Companies sometimes have the freedom to do certain things slightly differently within the standards. Yes, standard per that particular accounting area says, I'll give you an example. Say depreciation. Other depreciation? Depreciation standard that you can depreciate, that you can either depreciate on straight line method or reducing balance method. You also count it. Discharged.
Not qualified for it.
Come on, so through the name. Fully qualified didn't know. So the standard itself allows you two methods. Straight line method and reducing balance method. So they have to profit. Now let's take two companies of the same size. One company depreciates on straight line, the other one does it on reducing balance method. Straight line when depreciate 1 million asset for 10 years, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. I'm out of the zero. Zero band karna. Zero not. Right? Reducing balance again. First year 10% yes. 1 million 10%, $100,000. Second year depreciation වෙන්නේ 1 million minus 100,000, 900,000 into 10% which is 90,000. So the depreciation යන්නේ අලුණි 100, 90, 81, 72, 60 something. ඔහොම යන්නේ. එතකොට පස්සට යනද අර 100 යනකොට මේක 990 81 කිලෝ වෙනස් වෙන බලන්න. එතකොට report profit එක වෙනස් වෙනවා. You understand that? So even when you compare the company, depending on what method they are using, it changes. Companies are allowed even this. Standard says, for it's a class of assets only that you are depreciating in a certain way. So motor vehicles may be straight line, office equipment may be reducible. But you out there out there කරන්න බෑ. අපි මේ අවුරුද්ද office equipment ආ straight line කරමුද? ඒක ගන්න බෑ. එහෙම මේක වෙන්න ගන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. But at the beginning we decided to go. අර අනිත් කට්ටිය කරලා අනිත් දෙන්න එතනත් වෙනසක් වෙනවා. Is that really performance different? No, it's a accounting method. You know, this is an example. මේක තවයිලා තියෙනවා. ඕක කරගත්තා මැරි. Just based on what you know, there is more than enough. How put ඒවා තියෙනවා ඕකේ. The standard itself allows you two types of treatment. ඒක මේක කරොත් එක විදියක් මේක කරොත් එක විදියක්. Okay? No.
There are certain differences like that by the.
අයියේ එකක් කරන්න නැති කියලා.
What I mean is, if you do it in those methods, the two different set of documents will give two different views about the company for the same company.
No, the company එක කරන්නේ එක විදියක්. A particular company will do it in one way, but we take the results based on what the policy that they are adopting.
No, what I mean is, if by any chance if we do in two different methods for the same company,
Yeah.
will that give any drastic different view of the company?
Drastic may not be the right word, but a different view, yes. Okay, one way. But let me answer the question. I didn't still fully answer. I'll come to your thing. Depreciation එක area විතරයි. තව ඒවා තියෙනවා. Revaluation of assets තියෙනවා, valuation of stock වල තියෙනවා, ඒවා write off කරුවොත් නැතුව. ඒ වගේ there are several areas. ඒක ඔක්කොම ගත්තොත් it drastic. එකක් ගත්තොත් නම් එහෙම ලොකු drastic වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකයි standard එක ඔක allow කරලා තියෙන්නේ. But එහෙම impact එක පිටුන drastic වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? I need to know what. For example, I'll give you an example. Now, some people think when Emirates was running Sri Lankan Airlines, that we made profits here. You know what? Common belief that, you know. Because actually they showed a profit. But what they don't know is how they showed the profit. What they did was our other income. Aircraft වගේ කොහොමද? හරණය. එතකොට sale on that disposal then my behind it was profit. Operational profit කියන්නේ. ඉතින් operational profit කියන එක තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ ඒක තේරුම් ගන්න. දැන් ඔයාලා ගන්නවා. අදින් පස්සේ. බං නැත්තම් no and they were there not only මතන් did they bring discipline they made it profitable දැන් ඊයේ පරම මට a very senior businessman told me this. I said no this is what happened. දැන් නෑ. ඒ කොහොමද කරේ කියලා නම් ඒක හොරකමට කරා නෙමෙයි. යාළුවෙක් විකුණුවේ මේමයි තමයි ප්‍රොෆිට් එකත් මේ පෙන්නන්න හිතාගෙනත් කෙරුවා තමයි කොහොමද ඉතින් පර්මනන්ට් තියන් ඉවර නැහැ නුන් කොහොමද පර්මනන්ට් තියන් ඉන්න නුන් පර්මනන්ට් පුරුදු නැහැ පර්මනන්ට් ඉවරද ඒක වල ප්‍රොෆිට් එකක් ආවා so some people think no they shame that they went I'm not saying they should have gone given නෙමෙයි but එතන ඇත්තම මොනවා කියන එක නෙමෙයි manipulation විදිහට කරාද නැත්නම් ඇත්තම මේක විකුණන්න ඕනේ විකුණනවත් දන්නේ නැහැ මොකද විකුණනද පරමේවා හොඳ ඒවා නෙමෙයි अब जरावर है ना जरावर aircraft नहीं हो What's the question?
No, what I said that every company has to follow this same method. I mean, one method.
No, the thing is now accountants follow what is in the standards now. If the standard says मेहनत करना पड़ा क्या? ये नहीं हम again. Again, not that somebody is doing some jugglery. The standard itself, with regard to particular thing, also depreciation, they say you can depreciate by the straight line or reducing balance. මං කියන්නේ එක කම්පැනියක් ස්ට්‍රේට් ලයින් අරගෙන අනිත් කම්පැනි රිඩියුසින් බැලන්ස් ගත්තොත් එකම ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි කම්පෙයාර් කරලා දැන් ඔයාලා කරනවා වගේ එතන වෙනසක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ එහෙම එක ඔක්කොම එක විදිහට කරන්න එක කොහොමද කියන්නේ? ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එකේ තියෙන දේවල් තමයි accountants කරන්නේ. And that's what the auditors also ensure. That the standards are followed.
Otherwise, we have to follow that what majority has done.
එහෙම කවුරුත් කරන්නේ නැහැ මේ companies. Companies, the accountants, what they do is they look at the standard and follow standard. Standard, if they do an option, they choose whatever that they want. What suits them. How අන්තම මොනවද කරන්නේ? අපි comparable වෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා එහෙම කවුරුත් nobody prepares P&L to be compared. They prepare P&Ls. You all are comparing. People look at one balance sheet P&L most of the time at a time. So they are preparing for their shareholders. They are not thinking about other fellows. They might not even knowing what the other fellows are. They might not be interested. Amen. All what the accountants will do is they ensure that the standards are not violated. But this I am talking about where the standard itself gives you an option. Then making that then standard 45 එහෙම තියෙනවා කියලා. එහෙම නැහැ. කීපයක් තියෙනවා මේක. Maybe 3 or 4, but a 3 or 4 ඇති. Where that you know මෙහෙම කරන්න කියන එක completely different. Okay, did you answer the question? All right, let's move on. How you get me? Off balance sheet. Now, go past it. Now, yeah. Off balance sheet. Look at what it says. Off balance sheet. Balance sheet repeating. The balance sheet repeating goes on. Again, we want. What can I say? Okay. ෆයිනෑන්ෂල් සෙල්ෆි එක ගන්නකොට එතකොට උපරිමයට ලස්සනට ඉන්න ගන්න ගන්න. දැන් උදේ පාන්දර නැගිට ගමන් ගත්තම ගෝ. ඒක දාන්නේ නැහැ නේ ජීවිතේ FP එක. ඒක දාගන්නවා කොහොමද? You know, I look in the morning around. Who's it again? Okay. So let's go to the who's it again. But sometimes companies will do it and loan net negotiate කරනවා. Negotiate කරලා දැන් මේක මාර්ච් වල negotiate කරනවා. ඒක කාලේ negotiate කරලා අර finalize කරනවා. Finalize කරලා බැංකුවට කියනවා we will tell you in credit. කියලා කියපුවම balance sheet එකට වටනවා තේරුම්ස් මාත්. නෑ. හරිද නෑ? දැන් ඔය වැඩෙන්න තිබුණා 28 විතර. We'll say it was ready. They said no, don't ready. We will tell you කියලා. මොකද එදායින් and you will tell them බැංකුවට අපි කියනවා you charge interest no, you don't need just I will tell you give us a week කියලා approve කරගෙන loan එක credit කරගන්නේ. April හැන්නට පස්සේ April 5 වෙනිදා ඉක්වලා ඒක credit කරගන්න. You understand? 5th of April එක අපි දාන්නේ නැහැ. You will totally different now. Gearing එක totally messed up now. අතනදී low geared company මේක high geared දෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ දේවල් තියෙන off balance sheet කියන්නේ ඒ දවස් 50 කරගන්නවා කරන ගන්න. clear? දවස් 50 ගන්නවා. එතකොට shape නේ. පොඩ්ඩක් ඔක පන්නලා ඉතින් 1st of April දාන්න නැහැ. එතකොට you become the April fool. එතකොට මොකද auditors ඊට පස්සේ ඉඳලා දෙකින් කරන බලනවා ටික. පොඩ්ඩක් ඉතින් 1st වෙනිදාමයි දැන් මේ auditors වල කියන්නේ ඇයි මේ loan එක 1st වෙනිදා කියලා එහෙම අහන්නයි කියන්නේ. අපිට මොනවද loan එක ගන්නද? එහෙම ඒ ප්‍රශ්න අහන්න auditors. but අහන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා දෙනවා which is like that you guided මේ වගේ වෙදී loan එක කවදාද රේට් කරන්නේ කියන අපි දන්නේ නැහැ බැංකුව රේට් කරලා. ඒවා කඩා යන්නේ. එහෙම දේවල් එහෙම චූටි වැඩ ඔය account එක මාක් කරු මොනවද කරගන්න. ඒක okay clear. අලවද වෙන්නේ නැහැ ජීවිතේ. මේ visuals තියෙනවා දැන් මගේ නෝනේ අංගාවට ගත්තා මට කියනවා. අමතක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. okay last one අයින් යන්නේ පොඩ window dressing කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? window dressing කියන්නේ නෙමෙයි. window dressing කියන්නේ window එක සලසනවා කියන එක. So the more window කියන්නේ. You see the balance sheet date is the window to the company. And එතනදී මේ short photo එක ගන්න. You see the entire year on a particular date. එදාට ටක් ගාලා බලනවා. That's the window. I window කියන්නේ. අපි ගියක් ගත්තොත් හරිද? What's the only thing through which you can see the inside of the house? Window. You can't see through the door. Doors are not glass. Now imagine a house, not an office. Offices might have glass doors, especially in this part of the world. No. Doors will be wood, no. Walls will be brick. The only part through which you can see the inside of the house is what? Window. Now we say there is no wall, again perfect wall. So then if you can see the house, the only part through which you can see the inside of the house is window. So it's about window dressing can make it. Window window hold up is the thing. It's a lesser curtain at the window, the window just behind the window, they put a nice tea boy, my was said that last Sunday to mean balcon or last Sunday. With the last number, I camera like the bedroom, the dining room, attic, basement. You understand? Study room. All like study room. Is there a study gun, you know? Sir, study gun, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? So you can't get a good idea of the house by looking at through the window. But that's the only way we get an idea about the house. Window dressing can make it. Without a window, it's not a window in a vein. Have a through the house sticker, through a room sticker. It might be totally different scenario. Take it again. Okay? Understood? Not something more interesting than that, like what you also done. Window is out of the okay, okay, we're done. We start with the other one also. We can't stop there. Huh? Alright. Cash flow statement and working capital management. From what we give cash and profit to Wednesday. Wait until I explain this. Uncle, firstly, I can give cash and profit. Okay? And I want to explain that to you first before we get into working capital management. Alright? So what is cash and profit? Let's look at what PricewaterhouseCoopers once said. What is it? Profit is a high construction. Profit is a concept. Cash is a concept. BI make students very good. Concept what's the concept? Framework can be a ready. What's the concept? Yes. Idea. I need one adjective in front of the idea. And it's also a small word. Basic, yes, good. What is the idea? What is the concept? A basic idea. Framework can be basically. What's the problem with ideas? Yeah, good. Ideas can change. Ideas can change. Cash is what? Fact can be verifiable things. A fact can be verified. Check on concept verify concepts can be understood. Concepts can be understood. Facts can be verified. Cash is cash received minus cash paid. Whereas profit is what? Okay. And count here, I will have you over the dog and that. Check on doing it. I'm always down and then you model again. So, this is the answer. Right? So, these are the exact reasons. One is inventory. Stocks in Anasino. Are stocks in Anasino? Let me explain. Look. What is this? Financial year. 1st of April. Yeah, 1st of April that time. December. Okay, alright. 1st of April to 31st. 1st of January to 31st December. 1st of April to 31st March. Because mostly 31st. අපේ තියෙනවා ජනවරි 31 දෙසැම්බර් බොහොම අඩුයි ලංකාවේ. මේ එකට ගත්ත තුනක් ගමන් නැහැ. එහෙනම් බොහොම අඩුයි. Sorry. Right? Now look, there are periods before this, there are periods after this. This is the financial year. P&L එක හදන්නේ ඒක. Stocks වලින් මොකද වෙන්නේ? Stocks දැන් මෙතන stock එකක් තියෙනවනේ. මෙතන stock එකක් තියෙනවා. Now you saw what happens to stock, cost of sales එකේ. Opening stock is added, closing stock is deducted. So you see, stock has a way of transferring value. There are මෙතන තිබිච්ච value එකක් මේකට ගෙනියනවා P&L එකේදී. මෙතන දෙන එක මෙතන ගෙනියනවා. හරිද? But physical payment of cash is something else too. Now we look at why cash and profit differ. Cash and profit are figures they are pending in. I එක සමාන නැත්නම් in other words, you have made a profit of 10 million, you look at the bank account is OD. So India, yeah, your 10 million, where the profit that you are saying, account में यहाँ, where the profit that you are saying. एक बैंक में ना बैंक में OD दिए, एक कोई देने पर एक maybe with debtors if you not collect the money. Right, that's just one example. Inventory also is another reason. Inventory causes this value to change because මෙතන තියෙන value මෙහෙට ගේනවා මෙතන තියෙන මෙහෙට ගේනවා. Physical payment for that stocks may have had happened in another period. ඒ කියන්නේ මෙතන තිබිච්ච stock එක මෙහෙට ගෙනාවට ඒකට payment එක මෙහෙ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. තේරුණාද? ඒකට දැනටමත් ගෙවලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. But remaining තිබිච්ච ඉන්න physically මේක මෙහෙට ගෙනාවා. තේරුණාද? තේරුණාද? මෙතනත් තේරුණාද? මෙතනත් you take the value harder, but you might have paid for it here. Cash and profit deliver at the end of the year. Clear? Everyone? Yes, no, I don't know. Okay? I know it's difficult, but put that talk. How you want to run a break? Very much. Data is another reason. Account receivable is there one. Again, අපි වික්ක ගමන් sales නේ. නේද? වික්ක ගමන් sales. Sales වුණ ගමන් profit නේ. අයි turnover එක උඩට ආදිනවා. ඒක profit. but වික්ක ණයට නෑ විකුණන්නේ සාම අවුරුදු දෙක තුනක ඒවා සල්ලි හම්බෙන්නේ නැත්තම්. අනිපයි හම්බෙන්නේ. The answer is that's the biggest reason. Receivables and payables. Purchases. ඒ අනිත් පැත්තට වැඩ. Purchases වලදී purchase cost එක තියෙනවා cost of sales ඇතුලේ. cost of sales එක ඇතුලේ purchases තියෙනවානේ. ඒ කියන්නේ cost of sales එක වැඩි වෙනවා by purchases. cost of sales එක වැඩි වෙනවා කියන්නේ gross profit එක අර but purchases වල ගණන් නැහැ. Credit receivables නා. sorry receivables payables නා. මේ payables එක කියවන්න දිනින්න. ඒක cash එක වෙලා නැහැ. profit අර වෙනවා. අයි ගත්තනම් ඒක purchase වලට යනවා. purchase වලට යනවා කියන්නේ cost of sales යනවා. cost of sales යනවා කියන්නේ gross profit එක අඩු වෙනවා. තේරුණා නේද? දැන් P&L පේන්න ඕනේ, trading account එක පේන්න ඕනේ. පේන්න නැත්නම් බලන්න අර පනාලගෙන. ඊපොඩි තේරුම් ගන්නකට අරස. අය මම කියන්නේ. තේරුණේ. ඒක දෙන්නේ. අදන් තේරුණා. අන්තිමට කියන තේරුණා. අන්තිමට හරි තමයි තේරුණා නම් බස් නෙමෙයි.
Same thing is happening here that most of the construction companies that they in contact when they get the payments only that they pay for the subcontractors and suppliers. They sometimes that gap is about years.
No, ඒක ඒ අතරතුරේ profit එක බලපාන. cash නේ. cash ගියනේ. Yeah, depends on which side you are. You are the fellow waiting for payment in your of the country. But given the තියෙන කාට නම් slip එක. Depends on which side of the fence you are. Okay? තේරුණා නේද ඒක? Accrued expenses, the operating expenses. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ මෙතන මේ අන්තිම මාසේ that was March මේ මාර්ච් වල the operating expenses. For example, common only utility expenses. Water, telephone, electricity. ඒ බිලුත් දෙන්නේ ඊට පස්සේ මාසෙනේ. මාර්ච් බිල් එන්නේ ඒප්‍රිල් වල. ඒක as a 31st March ඒක ගෙවන්න කිසිම විදියක් නැහැ. No way you could have paid that. So has cash gone out for these payments? No, it's not විලම්බයක් නැහැ. Cash given. But when you calculate the profit, you have to take that as accrued expenses and put it into the P&L as an expense. ගානක් දාන්න තුනට කලින් මාසවල බිල් බලලා ඒකට put in the amount. Are you with me? And reduce the profit by that amount. But have you paid them? No. Cash and profit will differ. Opposite of that is prepaid. I gave an example of rent. Say your rent expense is 1 million for a year. The landlord says, pay me rent. Since you are a company doing well, immediate net, but no, I'll give you to you. You have to pay me 3 years rent in advance. You have 1 million into 3 million you want me. Your cash flow out of any key again. 3 million. Bank out of 3 million. P&L out of 1 million. 1 million. And 2 million is prepaid expenses. Current year P&L out of cash and profit bill. Got it? Clear? Income is in advance. Let me give an example and explain this. Construction. Construction industry, the moment you award a contract to a party, what happens? What does that party tell you? 25% advance. I need to buy stuff. 25%, 30% advance. Even are we? Now we are talking about accounting for the construction company, yeah? Not for the person who's paying it. In the construction company's books, when they get the 30% or 25% advance, it's not income. It's not income, but it is money. And what they give you is a receipt saying we have received. That is different from an invoice, which is billing for work done. You bill the party for work done. You only give here a receipt saying yes, you received from cash towards this scale. But in the construction company's account, there is no profit increase by that amount. Cash will go up. Bank situation will go up. But profit will go up only when they send the first invoice, which may be after 10% of completion of the project work. Quantity service, QS, QS certificate is not 10% will be up. It's over invoice section. It's over the P&L. 25% advance I got the cash. Cash goes up, profit doesn't go up. Clear? You are running? Right. You are room him. You are running. I found no. No. I just want to get I want to know that you understand. Because if not, I'll explain again. But my habit is I will explain it differently. That's one of Mehmadal outcome. So I unnecessarily explain something if you don't give me some feedback from you. Cash expense. Cash expense. Again, now me the ones before this. The reason why there was a difference between cash and profit is because of what? Timing. No, cash mein timing difference. Until this one. Make it the timing difference. Again, cash profit take but over time it is okay. But bigger, I get non-cash. Non-cash can give him up. Example, maybe can you get? Or even for the check depreciation check. Provision check. There's never going to be a physical payment of cash. But P&L depreciation, you know. Currently depreciation, currently P&L. Provision can explain. Provision for doubtful debts. Provision can provision is important. Which one? Provision for doubtful debts. Provision doubtful debts can provision doubtful debts can doubtful debts. Provision can depreciation. Depreciation check. Actually, one company was consulting once in Colombo. Depreciation check and it was his company. Because you can write whatever check you want in your company. Your it's a single director company. You do one of their quality expense actually down below first and more depreciation either among under the year. If you are cheating yourself too. What do you do? In a go first, even first or yeah, PA में सारी कर पके नहीं इसमें जाके सारी कर पके नहीं हो वहाँ depreciation के लिए own of the company ये आगे depreciation में क्या कर दीजिए हमको ये बड़ा गाना क्या करना पड़ेगा तो उसको ऑप्शन क्या this is your company you can take but if you take you have that amount of money just for the company you get them take it money ना these are all the effects of accounting treatment standards वाला हमारा देवाल के साथ प्रॉफिट टेकर में राशन क्यों कैश में राशन नहीं मेरा डिप्रिसिएशन ये बोला स्ट्रेट लाइन रिड्यूसिंग बल ये वाले ना वैल्यूएशन ऑफ एसेट्स का टॉप एग्जांपल है वैल्यूएशन ऑफ एसेट्स क्या है नहीं मिलेगा नो रहा है ना नाउ डिप्रिशिएट एसेट्स डिप्रिशिएट का नाउ विल से द वैल्यू ऑफ द एसेट इज वेरी लो नाउ गिव एन एग्जांपल इन श्रीलंका होलसेल और दिस सीमेंट कंपनीज और all that again අපේ ලංකාවේ එන්ජින් දානවා නේද ගැඩ්ඩු නේ උන් කරන්නේ තියෙන මැෂින් එක කොහොමරි ලක්තරයක් දාලා දුන්න මැෂිම පරණයි ප්ලාන්ට් එක වුරුදු 25කට තලා පරණයි හැබැයි උන් ප්ලාස්ටික් දාලා කොහොමරි එෆිෂියන්සි එකෙන් කරනවා ඒතකොට in the books the value of the asset is 1 rupee yeah ඒකෝට sometimes somebody might do like this they might say okay, we need to reflect the current value of this. Yeah, so you are allowed to do this standard which says you can do revaluation. Again, asset take value of the rupee देने का एक part में 300 million. क्या लिखा है ब्रो? 299,000, 299 million, 999,999 entry करता हूँ. तो बोले debit से credit card करते हैं. एक भी तो अद्धा आप एक तरफ दाम. ये होगा. मेरे डेबिट कार्ड को एक आना में 299,999,999 क्रेडिट कार्ड लगता है कोई दाम नहीं रिजर्व्स गॉड फॉरवर्ड प्रॉफिट ये गॉड फॉरवर्ड प्रॉफिट एक बात तो रेडी कौन प्रॉफिट टे रेडी नहीं और देखो गॉड फॉरवर्ड टे प्रॉफिट टे रेडी नहीं कैश फ्लो रेडी नहीं रिवैल्यूएशन करोगे रिवैल्यूएशन करोगे प्रॉफिट गॉड फॉरवर्ड डाली करंट प्रॉफिट नहीं कौन नहीं और देगा तारक रहेगा तो ना और दे ब्रॉड फॉर कैरी फॉरवर्ड है but cash doesn't go up because of that. Yeah, that's another example. Example can be yeah. Depreciation is also another example. Clear? Yes.
Currency exchange rate.
Clear? Again, forex gain. Yes. The forex balapana tamai the mukad first thing again.
How the profit
Oh, again නෙමෙයි accounts වල අර under මතකද other income වල තියෙන තව එකක් තමයි forex gain. forex gain or forex loss තියෙන පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක අර transaction එක වෙන වෙලාවයි ඇත්තට effect වෙන වෙලාවයි අතර currency එකේ gain එකක් ආවොත් ඒක that's a forex gain. ඒකට other income වල කරනවා. ඒක නම් දෙකේම reflect වෙනවා. නෑ කැෂ් වල බලන්න නෑ නේද ඒක. ඒක ප්‍රොෆිට් වල බලන්න. කැෂ් වල වෙන්නේ මෙහෙමනේ. කැෂ් වල වෙන්නේ කැෂ් වල බලපාන ප්‍රමාණය අඩුයි. ප්‍රොෆිට් වල බලන්න. ප්‍රොෆිට් එක තමයි උඩින් බලන්න. නයි ගේන් එකේ උඩින් අපි ගන්නවා එක. කැෂ් වල වෙන්නේ ඇක්චුවල් amount එක වෙන්නේ. but transact කරපු value එක no it affects both. sorry it affects both. නෑ ඒකට cash and profit වල වෙනසක් ඉන්නේ unless it happens in වෙන්න පුළුවන් අර කාලේ පයින්නවා. Yeah, again, realize unrealized. So again, කාලේ පයින්නවා නම් එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒකේ ඉන්නේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ මේක ආවේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. But that's more of a cruel thing. ඒක මේ අවුරුද්දේ කියන්නේ. But දෙකම it just affect fine. Physical cash value you know, but not that way. Okay? But time difference එක කරා එන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙනම් okay. කියන්නේ profit realize කරන එක period එක physical cash එක දෙන්න තව period එක වෙන්න පුළුවන් forex එක. එහෙම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Okay? ඕකේ කියන්නේ නැත්නම් මේකේ කියන්නේ නැත්නම් නිස්සබ්දවම ඉන්නේ. දැන් ඕකේ කියන්නේ නැත්නම් මම නැත් කරගෙන යන්නේ. ඒක ඔයාලට තමයි අමාරු. හරි, last one. Purchase and sale of assets. අර මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා අර තේරුම් ගන්න මතකද මම අර ශ්‍රී ලංකා එයාලයින්ස් එක කතාවක් කිව්වා. ඒක අහුන් නැති කට්ටියද සර්? හරි, ආයෙ බාරක් පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න. රිපීට් කරලා sorry ඈ. මොකද I can use it as an example. ඒ කියන්නේ ගියප ඉස්සර හිටපු ශ්‍රී ලංකා එයාලයින්ස් යාම you know who he is no and who is connected. දැන් මේ මිනිස්සයා මෙන්න මෙහෙම බොහොම ඥානාන්විත කතාවක් එක දවසක් කිව්වා. හරි. He was interviewed by a channel and it was about the losses at Sri Lanka. Right? දැන් මේ ඊයේ පෙරද මේ එළියට ආපු ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් නෙමෙයි. හැමදාම loss තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකන් එයාලයි. ඒක මේ ඊයේ පෙරද පොඩ්ඩක් ආව ඉලක්කම් ටික හම්බුණා. ඒක වුණේ. හරිද? But this was right for them. They were not been making a profit at all. Even Emirates කාලේ අර විදිහට profit එක ආවේ. ඒක ආයේ ඇත්තම loss තමයි. හරි. ඒ කියන්නේ මතගති කාලයක profit එක නැහැ ආවේ. So the question was, you know, about the loss. Then this was that මේ අපි ආගෝදි සේවය වැඩි කරන්න අපි customer service දෙන්න අපි මේ අලුත් වඤ්ඤාණ අනෝම් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒක නිසා තමයි මේ loss එක ආවේ. කියලා what did he say? Because they ordered aircrafts as a loss. Now you know even in the bad year. Right? Aircrafts ගත්තම කොහෙද යන්නේ? balance sheet. දැන් අර ගන්නවා. ඉතින් profit එක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මෙයා හිතන්නේ ඉන්නේ aircraft ගත්තම ඒක profit එක වැඩි වෙනවා currently. That's what happens when you don't know finance. That's why you can't operate at that level. ඒ වගේ ගොම් කතා කියනද? වෙලාදින අර ඉන්ටර්වියු කරලා තුන් දන්න balance sheet පියාගෙන යනවා. අර මොකක්ද ආයේ? මොකෙක් කරනවා? What did he say? What did he say that? You understand? Even that only thing is depreciation का पड़ता क्या होगा? PL बाबा अगर तो यहाँ पर आपके म्याँ के ना मूल्य यहाँ आपके वैल्यू के में PL लगा दूँगा। ये मोड़ी नहीं मोड़ लोगे। ये मैंने only current depreciation पड़ता बार बार नहीं। एक when you don't buy your it's not your own asset your depreciation है क्या नहीं ये कहाँ गया सकते मैं lease का लगा दे तो मैं बहुत नहीं हूँ तो मैं क्या ऊपर ना हूँ बोल भी तो नहीं but I don't think you are lying there. Because you know when you look at I actually studied the video also to see because I wanted to know whether this bug was lying or actually didn't know. He didn't know. He wasn't lying. You can actually tell the micro expressions in Canada from Morgan. Like Google ka ba micro expressions of moment there. Micro expressions Canada these things happen to your face under certain stressful situations. Right leaks. Certain things happen in your face. You are not bad. You are one point plan leak. That's why they're so reliable. So I actually studied that video. There are no micro expressions. Again, he actually knows what he's saying. That's what he knows. That is okay. It's actually very dangerous. He's thinking that when you buy that class, the being gets hurt. They are looking affected. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, purchase from asset tag. Cash got also PN sale it's slightly different. It affects but in a different way. Let me give an example. Say you bought an asset, let's say a machinery item, cost I will say 100 million. Other than make a depreciate color accumulated depreciation. Now, may amount of other depreciate color we'll say 70 million here. Net book value or written down value. Net book value written down value. What's the net book value? 30 million. Now we'll say you sell this. You make a selling price for 40 million. Let's see how it affects the cash and the profit. Huh? Cash can affect you. 40. Cash goes up in the bank, 40. Profit take affected. Profit take affected 10. Because there are 3 sets of entries. There are 4. මුලින් තුනක් දාලා එකෙන් හතරවෙනි එකක් කියනවා ඒ ඩබල් එන්ට්‍රි හතරක් තියෙනවා. ඒ හතරම ගියාට පස්සේ කොස්ට් එකට එන්ට්‍රියක් දාන්න ඕනේ මේකට එන්ට්‍රියක් දාන්න ඕනේ මේකට එන්ට්‍රියක් දාන්න ඕනේ. මේ සේල් ප්‍රොසීජර්. දාපුවම net effect එක එන්නේ loss එක හරි profit එක. මේ 10කින් තමයි profit එක අඩු වෙන්නේ. sorry 10කින් තමයි profit එක වැඩි වෙන්නේ. 10කින් profit එක වැඩි වෙනවා cash එක වැඩි වෙනවා 40කින්. Let's say another scenario 40 අපි හිතමු 40 නෙමෙයි 20යි කියලා 20 එක කියලා. එතකොට loss profit. Loss. දුර profit එක P&L එක profit එක අඩු වෙනවා by how much? 10. Cash flow එක 20 වැඩි වෙනවා. Got it? Sale එකකදී cash and profit බලපාන සම්පූර්ණ වෙනස් විදියට. Now you know how to get the profit on a sale. You go on profit එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඕනේ දැන් තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තියෙන ඕනේ. ඒක දන්නේ නැහැ. දන්නව දැනටි ඉතුරු අය මොනවද ඉතින්. තමයි. Cash flow statement. Have a look at this. Cash flow, inflow, outflow බලන්න මෙන්න මේ statement එක අරන්. Have a look at this. Cash inflows කියලා මේ inflows කීපයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ සල්ලි එන ක්‍රම. හරි. තුන්දෙනෙක් එකපාරට එනවා. ඉතින් දන්නකට දන්න ඕද ඇරි කියලා. මොන නායෙන් පෙන්නන්න පුළුවන් මට. අනේ. It's difficult. But now, finally, bad. Kata again, darkness hour just before the dawn. Tuck in the thought in the finally, bad. Yanda deno. Madat ma, mato ayakadam ma, judde inam meet again me ekama udyogi me kata again roll in the megale easy kila. Because then get when I go back, I do think my 9-year-old is going to let me be. Oh, go ahead, young, mommy, anything I want the time will take it. My wife is not going to take to interesting places. Yeah, I mean, hey, so cash inflows. You list the items, add it up, you have a total cash inflows. Cash outflow, list the items, total cash outflow. Inflow minus outflow, net flow. Very simple. Net inflow, net inflow stroke outflow කියන්නේ මේ figure එක plus නම් net inflow. මේ figure එක negative නම් net outflow නෙමෙයි net outflow. හරිද? net කියන එක කොහොමද? inflow or outflow කියන එක තමයි වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. හරිද? ඒක තේරුණාද? තේරුණා ඔලොපට වනන්නේ මේකවත් වනන්නේ නැහැ පොඩ්ඩක්. අර ඩෑෂ්බෝඩ් කොළමනම් තියෙනවා ඩෑෂ්බෝඩ් එක උඩ දාන්න බලු පෙට්ටවකින් බ්‍රේක් ගාවා මේ ගන්න. අන්න ඒ වගේ පොඩ්ඩක් ආන්නේ. සමහරකට හොඳට දැකලා දෙනවා බලු පෙට්ට. ඕන. අන්න ඒක කරන්න. තේරුණා? මයික්‍රෝ එක්ස්ප්‍රෙෂන් එක මැක්‍රෝ එක මොකද කිසිම එක්ස්ප්‍රෙෂන් නැහැ. මේ මෙන්දලා මට වෙච්ච ගන්නවා. මට තේරුණා කියන්නේ ඒක මනිත් එක ගන්න වයන්ට බා. අල්ලගෙන ඉන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක ගාන්නේ අමාරුයි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඊට එනකොට පොඩ්ඩක් ග්‍රීස් ටික ගාලා ඉන්නේ මේ. So inflow outflow net flow. right? ඒකට එකතු කරනවා balance brought forward. I make this for a month. Sorry මේ year එකේ කපන්න. මේ year එකේ කපන්න month කරා. month කියලා මේක මාසෙ වෙනස් කරනවා නැත්නම් 31st වලට මේ මොකක්ද? put it as July 31st නැහැ. 31st තියෙන මාසෙත් ගන්න මොකක් කරේ? December කියලා July 31 තියෙනවා. හරි July ගන්න. July ගාලා මේක year එක month කරා. year එක month වෙන්න ඕනේ. අවුරුද්ද මේ මාර්ච් කියලා දෙන එක ජුලයි කරා. මම just trying to show that this for a month. එතකොට මේ cash balance brought forward කියන්නේ ඊට කලින් මාසේ තිබිච්ච cash balance එක. තේරුණාද? හරිද? Okay? All right. Then now let's look. Now this is for a our one topic එක ගන්න. glucose වැඩි නම් ආහාරය ඉන්න පුළුවන්. නැරි 10ක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් කන්න. ඉතින් පයින් යන්නේ කන්න. ගොඩක් කෑවොත් diabetic වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන් එකක් කන්න. දැන් so to this figure you add the cash balance brought forward. ඒ කියන්නේ ඊට කලින් මාසේ තිබිච්ච balance එක. get it? Then your cash balance carried forward which is the opening balance of next month. Then make a ලස්සනට Excel වල මේවා දැන් මේක එක මාසයක් මේ තව මාසයක් මේ Excel වල ලස්සනට කරන්න පුළුවන් මාසෙන් මාසෙ. And that's the kind of thing that the banks will want when you ask for loan. They ask for the forecast cash flow plus past year cash flow එක ඉල්ලන්න ඉඩ දෙනවා. forecast එක ඉල්ලනවා. forecast එක ඉල්ලුවම they see whether මෙතන outflow එකක් විදිහට you have put the new loan කියලා. repayment එක දාලා net flow එක ඕකේ දෙන්න ඕනේ නේද? තේරුණා මම කිව්වේ. ලෝන් එක ගත්තට පස්සේ ගෙවන්න බෑ. එතකොට ඒක දාලා දෙන්න ඕනේ future cash flow එක. ඒක තමයි මුලින්ම මේක දාලා දාලා ඕකේ. then they check whether මේ කියන ඒවා වගේ ඇත්තටම වෙලා තියෙනවා කියලා. past එක කියලා නේද? මොකද නැත්තම් මේ ඕන කමින් cash කියලා නැතිව දාන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැහැ. power එකක් තියෙනවා මේකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට you'll see whether the increases are reasonable. මේක increase කරලා දාලා දිනවනම් ඒක reasonable increase එකක්ද නැත්නම් මේකට නිකන් අතින් පයින් යන්නේ නැහැ කියලා ඔක්කොම දාලා දිනනවා.
But when you are going for a loan,
Yes.
you are going for expansion. So
Yes.
your scenario completely can change. From
And change, but it will justify it. You have to tell, okay, so bankers also have, see, bankers also have done project financing before. This was the first time they're doing it. So if they, especially they, you know, අමුතුම project කරන bank එකේ තෝක දෙන්නේ කාටද rate එක බලන්න rate evaluate කරන්න or your experience here again. They will they generally they know what questions to ask. You can't expect that the bank is totally ignorant. Everybody being credit in the bank. අදිනවා rate. ඒක දන්න අර කාල අතර විකුවට්ටේ project වල ගියා. එහෙමයි ඒත් ඉතින් account වල සමහර ඉඳලා ඉట్లా පොඩ්ඩක් අන්දනවා බැංකුව කට්ටියට. එහෙමයි ඉතින් අමාරුවෙන් අඳ ගන්න නෑ කට්ටිය. ඉඳලා ඉట్లా වල they also know credit schema, they know what to do. There are ratios they calculate. I'm not going to look at credit evaluation. There are things that they look at. They look at from bank's point of view. යාලා කරන evaluation දින මේ ඒ ටික okay නම් තමයි දෙන්නේ ඉතින්. ඒකෙදි cash flow is a critical thing, isn't it? P&L balance sheet එක බලන්න ඕනේ. මේකට දන්නවා P&L වලට කරන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් මෙයාලත් දන්නවා. balance sheet එක P&L බලනවා. හැබැයි cash flow එක තමයි බලන්නේ. cash flow එකේ අනම්මනම් බොරු කරන්න බෑ. when you take the past බොරු කරනවා නම් it's fraud. කෙලින්ම ආපු නැති එකක් ආව කියලා ධම්මා නෑ නේද? ඒකවල it's fraud. They have a way of checking that also. P&L balance sheet එක check කරනවා tally වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ ඔක්කොම හදලා නෙමෙයි නම් එහම හවු වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඔක්කොම හරුණා කියන්නේ උපරිමයට පොරගුවා වගේ කම්පැනි. එතකොට ඉතින් කියන්නේ that means fraudulent. cash flow එකට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න බෑ. මම කිව්වා තමයි. දැන් අයිය කරන සල්ලි ගහින්න කිව්වොත් උනේ ගන්න and to be banking with the bank they know anyway. කියනවා ඒක කියන ඉදිරිය එනවද නැද්ද කියලා. Okay. Right. Okay, I'm going to stop with the next. Actually, it's not the next slide. මේකයි එකක් ඇත්තද. මම මේක කරන්නේ නැතුව මේ slide එකෙන් හිට පටන් ගමු. This is a good slide to start tomorrow. අයියේ ඒක තේරෙයි කියලා හිත. This is very interesting. But I'm going to explain to you this. You know, it won't take 15 minutes. Don't worry. Not 15 minutes. I think විනාඩි 7ක් යනවා. විනාඩි 3න් කරන්න පුළුවන් මට මේක if you focus. හරි. focus එක දාන්න. උඹලම යන්න හරි. This cash flow is what you prepare to get a loan. This is what you prepare for internal management purpose. And at the exam, I can give you a question on this also. Numerical. I'll give you a send. I'll upload something which is the but you watch the 8, 9, 10 notes first. I don't want to upload that before you watch that. You watch 8, 9, 10 notes before. So I'll that will upload it first. Then I will upload the revision questions and answers. Then one of the questions will be on this. Then you will see what kind of question can come. A numerical question I can give on this. What kind of question comes. Now this is what is required for internal management. As a non-finance person, this is what you need to know. This is what companies prepare to know the cash flow. This is what the banks ask for them to give you a loan. But in the annual report, now you are going to look at the annual reports for assignment. By the way, you all must tell me which industries you are looking at. Each department, I told this yesterday. Again, just tell me what industry you want to do. It's right. The reason is I don't want two groups to do the same industry. Simple. A reason. Again, hospitals there, hotels there. Decide I just don't want two groups to do the same thing. Copy करने में नहीं इधर क्या था कि मतलब किसी interest में नहीं कम लीजिए कर पाऊँ. Okay, ये बात क्या है? I don't want duplication. वाला hotels ना मेरा hospitals ना मेरा banks ना मेरा insurance companies ना मेरा plantations. ये ना market बड़ी ना सकती है. हमारे वाला I told you earlier, hotels वगैरह you can take resort hotels, you can take city hotels. in Colombo, anyway, resort of resort desert. So, plantations also you have many. Financial institutions, you can take the big ones, small ones, but overall I want to see variety. Right? Right? Okay. Right. Now coming back to this is the cash flow statement which you need to prepare for internal management purposes. Plus to get a loan. Make a inflow, outflow, net flow, and opening balance, closing balance. But what you're going to see next, this is what you see in the annual report. This is prepared for whom? Shareholders. I told you the previous one is for whom? Banks, internal management. Make shareholders make inflow, outflow. Operating activities ka inflow, outflow. Dana kya inflow, rina kya outflow. Investing activities rina dino, dana dino. मैं cash in from operation का note कर मैं note के लिए ना make our cost of sales का calculate करने वाले का make cost of sales आगे calculate करने वाले का note के मैंने ना पहले वाले मैंने financing activities तो मैं क्या नहीं make continuation का मैं cash flow statement एक जितनी nothing नहीं है मैं तो continue ना मांगे देवरी slide के लिए दाम में एक slide के ऊपर हमारा make नहीं आ रहा कुल में यहाँ करो आगे मैं fail नहीं this is the full format. Measuring time now thing. So headings here operating, investing, financing. ये तूने हम sorry totals not मेरे में financing ये total है. है ये total तो ना एक तो कर रहा हूँ एक तो क्या क्या नहीं net increasing but cash and cash equivalent क्या cash भागेगा equivalent क्या cash भागेगा कौन cash भागेगा ना cash bank short term investment. Imagine, Amadri, Liaganda, now Liaganda. Liaganda, still. PDC? Oh, PDC down the PDC. Actually, we realize rubber in this part of the world, may rubber down good. Oh, may PDC down. We don't use the PDC in abbreviation, we don't use much. Posted check की बात ना PDC की मामले में करते नहीं है मुझे नहीं PDC रबर के ने बाउंस ना पूर्व नहीं देना दें ये क्या तला है इतना PDC रबर होते हैं the law is tough but I don't know the implementing दान पर पूर्व दान पर नहीं it's a violation so they want to increase the integrity of the financial system या इधर तो एक cash at bank और इधर cash in hand, cash at bank and short-term investment. PDC down block. इस तरह ना rubber के बाद देना ऊपर में रखते R pick को rubber ball है कि देना नहीं है rubber में देना ये bounce है you know that. So coming back to this, so then headings मत मिलाएं headings ने total लगेगा then total मत मिलाएं total ना किधर करवा इधर में net increase cash in cash equivalence क्या है एक मैं कहाँ बात है arrowing क्या नहीं है now look here, everybody. Cash, actually cash and cash equivalence, out the multi point Agatina, Metana, make a Muladana, me Agadan. Me Muladan, Agadan, Latin, movement at Kinnan. Egadai may increase the Christian. Egan, gone to tell you no negative. I explain can make a accountant or theory in it, making Garan currently patch marking. You can topic a patch mark in finance. Yes, accountant. These are cash flow statement and patch lecturer. 830 bus accountant and Canada. We make exam didn't make the gentleman pin no right. Look, but don't have to touch. Araki make a look touch, make a touch and get wet. Or making ये बार for the first time I gave a question on this. Past years this one didn't give a since then I am giving a revision question also there. Right? Me I will end up going. Right? But it's not going to be this one. හරි. Next page is අර note එක. අර note කියලා තිබුණේ. cost of sales calculation එක වගේ. ඒකයි මේ පෙන්නලා තියෙන්නේ. තේරෙනවද? If you are wondering, I know you are not wondering about anything but anything. You are wondering whether you can go. I am making my own. මෙතන මේ profit කියලා bracket දාලා මෙතන මොකක්ද මේ loss කියලා නිකන් දීලා මෙතන increase එක bracket දාලා මෙතන increase bracket මෙතන increase bracket නෑ decrease bracket. ඒ මොකක්ද දන්නවද කියන්නේ? මේවා increase or decrease මේ දෙකම තියෙන්න බෑ. increase or decrease in debtors එනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ බලන්න. මෙතන debtors ගානක් තියෙනවනේ. මෙතන debtors ගානක් තියෙනවනේ. මේක මෙතන වැඩි වෙලා නම් ඒක increase නේ. මෙතන ගානකට මේක අඩු නම් ඒක decrease. මේ bracket වලින් පෙන්නන්නේ increase in debtors නම් minus. decrease in debtors නම් plus කියන එක නේද? මෙතන increasing stocks නම් minus, decreasing stocks නම් plus. ඒක කරන විදිය වෙනවලද? ඒක දැනගත්ත නැතිව කමන්නේ exam එකට දෙන්නේ නැහැ. right? ඒක දිහා බැටි වට. හොඳනේ. හරි. ඒක දෙන්නේ නැහැ කොලව දෙන්නේ නැහැ මේක account එකකට පොඩ්ඩක් නෑ. ඔයාලා මේක මුලින්ම පැය තුනක් මම ඉන්නේ නේ. මේක මොකද වෙනාලි දෙකෙන් මෙගින්නේ. හරි. ඒක එහෙම ලොජික් කොහොමද යනවා කට්ටිය සාමාන්‍ය එක්සෑම් එකේ මේක බැලන්ස් කරගන්නේ නැහැ. මේක බැලන්ස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ කට්ටියට. එතකොට ඉතින් sorry. ඔය කට්ටිය මෙහෙමකට තියනවා කියලා දැනගන්න because when you open the annual report you will see this. But don't have to worry, this is not what is required for internal management, it is not what is required by the banks, so you don't have to worry. Alright? Yes, done. Right, this we'll do next week. Next week, tomorrow. Next week. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 o'clock.